This that A1 Perico flow, you know? It's that kind of flow that could change your life. Yo, the kid is back. Word to my fitted cap. Shorty bad, beauty plus brains.
I recognize your voice.
Yeah, it's
I
me.
knew that was you. I was like, wait, I know that man. I listen to him all the time. That's you.
Yeah, my name 80s Brooklyn 80s baby.
That's what I thought. I had to get that off. I was like, I know that. I know that voice.
Do me a favor, subscribe to the channel, like the channel, hype the channel, all of the things. Holla at me in the comments. You already know. You holla at me, I holla back. And I appreciate it, man. Listen, I did a little look at my analytics, and I'm noticing that when I put out content, most of the people who see my content are non-subscribers. So I need, if you enjoy the content, if you don't enjoy the content, keep it pushing. You know what I mean? I ain't begging for no subscribers, but if you enjoy the content, if you are non-subscriber, I need you to hit the subscribe button. Welcome back to another episode of The Perspective. I'm your host, Brooklyn 80s, aka the One Man Band, aka the One Man Army A Song. And got a good episode for you guys today. Bear with me. I don't know why I've been having the hiccups lately, but I got the hiccups again. So bear with me. But yeah, everybody piling, hit the like button on the way in. Make sure you do me a favor. And if you want mobile, hype me up. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, rock with your boy. Rock with your boy, man. What's good? What's good? How everybody feeling? I already see I got a couple people in the chat. Bob Jones, what's up? Bob Jones says Asia is the clear MVP and defensive player of the year. Heard you. I think everybody know that though. I think everybody know that, but you know, ESPN always got throw Caitlyn in the mix, so we're gonna talk about it today. PM Channel says Asia Wilson is the clear MVP. No one is putting up numbers like Asia. No one is leading their team like Asia. Asia is the girl. Asia is that girl. Disrespectful to put Caitlyn in this conversation. Asia is the MVP. Heard you. Heard you. I think we all agree on that. I think we all agree Asia's leading the race. But I think the reason why this was a big deal, in my opinion, is because the Fever lost to Minnesota, and the type of game Olivia Miles had. I think ESPN just kind of wanted to put Caitlin Clark's name in the race, because they do this every couple of weeks. If you notice, anytime she gets bad press, they do something to give her good press. So I think that's really what this is. To be honest with you, RS says Mitchell is better than CC. CC don't show up versus big games and good teams. That's actually a good point you bring up, RS. I actually got a question for you guys. I didn't notice because I don't really pay attention to like the Clarky channels. I usually have them blocked, so I don't see them. But lately I did some research, so I had to look at the Clarky channels, and I didn't know it was a lot of infighting between Caitlin Clark fans and I don't know if it would be Kelsey Mitchell fans or Indiana Fever fans, but a lot of Caitlin Clark fans get upset anytime Kelsey Mitchell do something well, right? They feel like they get upset at Stephanie Wright. They get upset at Kelsey Mitchell. So what you guys thought on that? What's you guys thoughts on the infighting between the fan bases and the Fever? I don't know if Aaliyah Boston got a hive because I haven't seen her hive, but it's definitely Caitlin Clark's people, and then there's a Kelsey Mitchell, side, and it's a lot of infighting going on over there. Yeah, I've noticed that. I didn't even know that. I figured again, like I be telling Angel Reese fans, You got to support the team. I figured Caitlin Clark fans know she can't win it by herself, so why wouldn't you support Kelsey Mitchell and Aaliyah Boston? But I guess they only like when Caitlin Clark is playing well. When somebody else play well, they get upset. Mm. But let me get into the show. What's going on, Jonathan Gonzalez? Jonathan says they are not real fans of the game. They just care about Caitlin Clark. That's a fact. That's a fact. I knew that, but I didn't know it was this bad. Like you really get they literally get mad if Kelsey Mitchell have a good game. That's crazy. That's crazy. If Caitlin come out and struggle, they get mad at Kelsey. They get mad at the coach. They mad at everybody but Caitlin. That's funny. And then when Caitlin play well, they happy. That's weird. It's weird energy. CC fans refuse to give Kelsey a flower. That's a fact. I didn't even know that was going on over there. I mind my business. I'm here for Angel Reese. I mind my business. Like I said, do me a favor on the walk, and I see a lot more people jumping in here now on the walk, and do me a favor, hit the like button. It helps me in the algorithm. It pushes the channel to more home pages, right? So we can have a better conversation. So definitely on the walk and hit the like button for me. It's funny because I got the Chicago game on in the background, and I just got what's her name? Can't think of the girl name. I'm terrible with names. Skylar Diggins. I just got a Skylar Diggins site, and she went over there and hugged not the Mystics, the Sparks. That was just funny to me. But anyway, Caitlin fans know that Kelsey Mitchell is the better player. Caitlin fans will complain about anything if it has to do with Caitlin. Kelsey Mitchell is the better, more consistent player. I mean, I think everybody know that. I mean, everybody should know that. We know Caitlin Clark fans can be delusional sometimes. Mitchell damn near took the Fever to the finals without. That's a fact. Definitely was a game away or something like that. So watch her struggle tomorrow because she's playing a good team, and CC fans will play me. Everyone knows. That's funny. John just says Brooklyn. It's really that bad. I got into it with some CC fans on Facebook for downplaying Kelsey Mitchell's good game. Yeah. Hot Tracks. What's up, my bro? I'm gonna drop the link for you, Brody. That was everybody week, though. That's everybody week. I'm about to get into the show, though. Hot Tracks are still trying to figure out how Caitlin Clark got 2 weeks of consecutive player of the week when Kelsey Mitchell has been the best player. I mean, you know, it's politics, bro. We know what it is. We know what it is already. Jonathan Gonzalez says the Aces better put as much effort against the Fever as they did against the Sleep on Monday. He said, everybody welcome my brother Hot Tracks to the panel. Hot Tracks, what's up, Brody? Definitive, what's up, Definitive? Definitive says, white people's standard of excellence is different than ours. Our greats are LeBron, Kareem, MJ, Kobe, Magic, Garnett, Duncan, etc. Theirs are Larry Bird, Bill Wnba, Kurt Rambis, Jason Williams, Craig Elo. But see, Definitive, this is what I don't understand from the Clarkies, the ones that don't like nobody but CC and say she better than everybody. Right. What I don't understand from them is who's their favorite male basketball player? Because why do you like bring all your hatred over here? You get what I'm saying? They bring all their hatred to women's basketball, but I'm sure their favorite male basketball players are, you know what I mean, is black. So what's your problem with black women? I don't get it. Who raised says Dallas lost with that no defense shepherd. Yeah, man, that was crazy. I wasn't expecting to hear Dallas lose that game. Who Rachel says, but they say she better than Angel. Funny. Yeah, we know better than that. We know better. Hot Tracks, you muted, Brody? You might be muted.
Yo, what's up, Brooklyn?
Hot Tracks, what's going on, brother? How you feeling?
Can't complain. Yeah, I think I was having some problems with my computer over here.
You good? The audio sound great, so you good money.
Okay.
How you feeling? Though? How was your week so far?
Man, I can't complain. I mean, it was raining today, real bad today, but it's all good. Can't complain.
Nice.
Enjoying the games. You know, I
That's
watched
what's
a
up.
couple games.
You got anything you want to share before we get started? Or what you like thought about the games today?
Like I was saying before, man, Washington, they starting to look real interesting, man. You know, I
That was a
always
big
like
comeback. That was a big comeback. I didn't watch the game. Obviously, I was watching. I think they played the same time the Dream played, but I had looked at the score. They was down damn near by 10. So I'm thinking it's over with like 4 minutes ago or something like that. And then I'm watching like the recap. You know, they show the recaps of the games that happened earlier. They talk about big comeback. I'm like, oh shoot, what happened?
Yeah, I kind of saw that. I thought it was over too, because I had clicked the game off actually. Like when they was going into the fourth quarter, I was like, "This is over." Then for whatever reason, I clicked back on it, and they was up by 5. I was like, "Whoa!"
Shout out to unadulterated truth. She says, peace to the host in the chat. Peace to you. She says they tried to slide that Cece was sick before the game narrative. As soon as it became apparent she wasn't moving, they did do that. I remember that. They was like, what happened to her in the beginning? In the beginning of the game, she was sick. Yeah, I remember them saying that. The other guards played. No, it's a fact. They played better. But I've noticed they do. That's why. Listen, I try to tell people sports is a business, and they think, some people believe in Santa Claus. They think, there's nothing, being manufactured behind the scenes, but every time CC starts to have a bad week or bad meeting, they do something for people to talk about or to make her fans happy. So because think about it, they not even saying she leading in the race. They just put her above Olivia Miles. They still got Asia number 1. They had Olivia Miles number 2. So what they did was put her above Olivia Miles for conversation, so that the Caitlin Clark fans gonna be like, see, face, I told you. You know what I mean? I told y'all she's number 2. I get it.
That's crazy. Because anybody watching the games knows she ain't even, up.
She's not even in the top 5 for real.
Right.
You know what I mean? But again, that's what happens when they give it a 45-point game. They give it certain games. They could point to the stats and be like, "Well, look at her stats." That's what. And then she, when she kills the bottom half of the league, she gets the triple double. You know what I mean? That's what that's about. We understand that. Definitive says Shakira got to be up for most improved at this point. Yeah, Shakira's balling. You know what's funny? You bring that up, Definitive. I thought about that with Angel yesterday because I was like, yo, it's funny that all the Angel haters, they would say how bad she is, right? They always got something to say about her. But look how good she playing. And Angel never was in the conversation for most improved, right? So she had to be good from the rookie season. Like she had to be some type of good for her to be playing as well as she. Because right now, I believe Hot Tracks outside of the game today, because I think she had like a pretty average game today. But if you go back and look at the game she got injured before the All-Star break, and then every game after that, except for the one where she ended up getting hurt in the game, and they the one they won, I think Jordan Canada won it, except for that one. She pretty much been playing like an MVP. Like the numbers she been putting up, 20 somethings and 12s, and you know what I mean, those types of numbers. Is a reason why that's not surprising to people. Because she been balling. It's just that people only want to focus on, you know, if she got a bad game or if she misses a shot or whatever. People focus on that, but she been balling. And if she wasn't balling, why nobody looking at her for most improved? How they looking at Jessica Shepard? It's because the work always been there, but people ain't want to give her credit for it.
What's crazy is, man, I think that they gonna try to do anything they can to keep her off of one of those first team teams.
The good thing about you, right? But the good thing about Angel, I don't think there's nothing they can do. Like with the way she played, because I think they've been trying it all year to your point, but it ain't been working. Like with the calls and all that stuff, they trying it, but it's not working. So it's pretty much nothing they could do. Like she gonna, whether you let people beat her up, whether you call calls on her, she gonna like get her numbers anyway. She gonna play well anyway. So it was like as much as you want her to fade into the background and just become an afterthought, she dominate. Look, they tried to do it with All-Star Weekend. She dominated the headlines at All-Star Weekend. You want to know how bad it is? And this is gonna be one of my topics on my pre-recorded show, so I ain't gonna get too in depth in it. But it's funny how Caitlin Clark fans say, "Oh, all we care about is the basketball," right? That's why we fans of her. We fans of her because of the basketball. That's what they would say, right? Notice how they only want to talk about the basketball when she played well, because why they not talking about the basketball she played during the All-Star game? But yet, all the Caitlin Clark channels want to talk about Angel Reese. Oh, she got blocked. She wasn't trying, right? They talking about, oh, why they throwing alleys they talking about all that. Oh, look, the girl just cared about, because I went and did some research recently because I was preparing for the pre-recorded show. And I'm seeing, because I don't never see this. I don't watch their channels. But they didn't talk about the shot percentage Caitlin shot and how she was just jacking threes and missing, right? They didn't talk about how in the beginning of the game, she talked about she want to go for MVP. And then she put up that performance. You get what I'm saying? They don't want to talk about the basketball. Right. They talk about everything other than the basketball. So it's like Caitlin Clark fans is hypocrites.
She ain't had no defense put on her. Like you
with no
like
defense.
So the way they guard her, that's no excuse.
That's a fact, yo.
Nobody in the league is guarded the way Caitlin Clark is guarded. That's what they say.
That's a good point. But let's get into the first topic. We actually going to talk about the game today, or the game in general, the past two games. Dubs in the chat. Everybody drop some dubs in the chat right now for the Atlanta Dream. Getting a good win tonight, getting a bounce back win. But I got a few things I want to talk about the past two games we saw. Give me 1 second. I forgot to bring my notes over again. Let me get my notes real quick. All right, I got my notes together. First of all, I wish my brother MSL was in here so I could ask him how he feel now about the Dallas Wings. Um, but I think bro called. I think bro called in. I'm like, bro called in. That's bro Claude. I met him on bro Claude channel, so I don't know bro Claude like that. He was over there talking about, oh, you part of the team now. When I was in his channel every night, so I don't know if we're gonna see MSL no more. If we do, I talk to him about it. But I just think it's funny because, like I said, and again, I understand it because it's Angel Reese. She's the most popular polarizing player in the league. So you focus on her coach more than anybody. You focus on her teammates more than anybody. You know what I mean? People focus on that more than anybody. So other people could do things and get away with murder. But Carl could do something and it's like, oh, he need to be fired. Right? Jordan Canada do something and she's a terrible point guard. You know what I mean? Nas Hillman to do something and why is she on the team? Like, so I get it. She's popular. So the people that play around her, the people that's coaching around her, they're gonna get that type of attention. I understand it. But like I think Chris DeMarco deserves some attention. Having a team that good, and I think they in the 7th seed now, or maybe they fell back to the 8th seed. I don't know. Liberty, right? But anyway, getting back to the dream. That's another conversation. Getting back to the dream. I feel hot trash. So you tell me what you think of this. As much as I like, and this is not a knock. This is just me looking at the game through an analytical eye, right, or through a critical eyes. This is not me saying that I have a problem with Bree Jones, but I've noticed in the Vegas game, if you notice. So first of all, we already talked about it. The Atlanta Dream, for talking about the season as a whole, got one of the top defenses in the league, top 4 defense in the league, right? It might have dropped. I haven't looked at it in the in the past week or so. It might have dropped. But Atlanta Dream got a top 4 defense in the league. Bree Jones recently just came back, and she's done a lot of good things since she came back. But I noticed one weakness that she brings is she's very weak in the pick and roll, which is what Vegas pretty much did to exploit us the other day, right?
Yeah.
And for the people who like to blame Carl, that's actually, you could put a knock on Carl, right? Because he should have made it. He should have saw that and made an adjustment. He didn't. He just left Bree Jones out there to get cooked the whole game, right? Obviously, she does things good for us on the offensive end, so maybe that's what his thinking was. I don't know, but she was definitely a liability in the pick and roll. They just kept putting. She too slow. They just kept putting her in the pick and roll, and then. Yeah. That's how Jackie Young got a good open and Chelsea Gray was getting open. They was just killing us in that pick and roll, boy. So that's something that Carl got to recognize, because that could bring our defense down now as a whole, right? Because we got a weakness now there. When Bree Jones is out there, she's a liability in the pick and roll. So did you notice that?
Yeah, I see that. She also got bad hands. Like she can't, like, she's not good with 50-50 balls or contested rebounds.
Yeah. So that's one thing that I've noticed that we're gonna have to figure out in the second half of the season. Like I said, she does good things out there. She's a good offensive rebounder, especially when her and Angel's out there together. We got an advantage there. And obviously, her strength. She usually could score whenever she wants because of her strength, and then she made good passes from an IQ standpoint. She'd get the ball in the post, and then watch for the defense don't make a good pass. So that's some positive things she's do. But like I said, one of the things that I noticed that's a liability is that pick and roll, and then also what you said about the 50-50 balls and all that. So that's something Carl's gonna have to figure out going forward. Another thing. And Ryan Howard had a good game today. Finally, hopefully this is not the only one. Hopefully she's able to get some confidence and string some along. But one thing that I felt like Carl could do better, holding Carl accountable, right? Criticizing Carl, holding him accountable, is I think that maybe something he could do is get Ryan Howard going in early, like get her going early in the first quarter, just to get her rhythm going. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think so. Definitely dial up some plays for her to get some open shots and get to the basket.
Yeah, so I think that's going to be an adjustment we got to make before the playoffs. Because if we don't make that adjustment, Ryan Howard coming out not really being productive is a first round exit. You know what I'm saying?
But what I can say about Bree is she's a way better passer than anybody else on the team besides
Yeah. Especially to your point, especially them entry passes, right? It's like she knows how to get the right angle. Where them guards be turning it over, to your point.
That's why bigs be the best passers because they know how it's supposed to come in there to them.
Yeah, they know how they want the ball.
Yeah.
Another observation I made, Tracks, is another person I think who needs to get off early is Jordan Canada. And the reason why I say that is, to your point, I noticed what you said. So what happens is a lot of times what she likes to do is she like to drive in, to your point, and if that layup is not there, she try to turn around and kick it out. And a lot of times that could end up being a turnover. But I think also what she do is sometimes she pass up shots. And again, maybe they talked about this because I had wrote these notes after the Vegas game. She came out and she scored pretty well today. But I think she need to be more aggressive on the scoring side, because what happens is, if you're not aggressive, it's the Ben Simmons effect, right? If you're not aggressive shooting the ball, even if you don't shoot the whole game, people got to know you willing to shoot it to respect you. Because if they don't think you're going to shoot it, they just going to sag off you and then wait for the pass, to your point, and just, and then get the steal. So I think the two people we need in the first quarter to be aggressive, Angel is going to get hers throughout the game. Alicia Gray, it always she like to do her little drive into the paint, do a little spin. She gonna get hers. I'm not worried about them. But the two people who I think hurt us by not being aggressive early is Ryan Howard, because she don't get herself into a rhythm, and then she could disappear for the whole game. And then the other person is Jordan Canada, because they don't respect Jordan Canada out there. They don't think she's gonna shoot it anyway. They just waiting for her to pass it, which which hurts the whole offense. So to your point, you did bring that to my attention when you had talked about how she was getting them turnovers. So that's what you think about that that point of Jordan Canada getting hers early as well.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think once you penetrate that far in the paint, like you should take it up. You're damn near under the basket. There's no reason to be trying to turn around. You the smallest person out there and trying to throw the ball out to somebody else. Unless they in the clear line of sight of you, like usually nobody's moving with her to stay in her line of sight. So it's like she's always having to get the ball and then pivot and turn around and look for somebody. Like she should already know what she's doing with the ball when she penetrate.
That's a fact. So I think I got like 2 or 3 more notes I took on this game. Another one is, and I kind of made this point before, but I think it's important, so I'm gonna make it again. I really like the addition of Jalen Sherrod, because even though we critiquing Jordan Canada, the things that she do well helps the offense flow. And when she goes to the bench, we don't really have somebody else that has that capability, because there's not many people with her speed. But I think Jalen Sherrod provides some of that. And then she got good defense to her, with her aggressiveness and everything like that. But I really like what Jordan Sherrod provides off the bench, just to keep us in the offensive, because we're a better team when we are pushing the ball down the court. Like now when we walking it up, we not as good. So Jalen Sherrod actually keep us in that tempo and that momentum. So I like the addition of her. My only issue is what's gonna happen when Pow Pow come back, right? Is she gonna continue to get minutes or not? And then two, I think she's on a developmental contract. So even if she does continue to get minutes, she might have a limited amount of games.
Right. Yeah, I think she need to she also needs to if she get under there, take that ball up. Like just be decisive.
Be aggressive. Like, be aggressive.
What you gonna do? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because she's faster than a lot of people on the floor. It's just that, she know her pecking order, so she know that she need to be, she's supposed to be looking for somebody.
Yeah.
But she should just be taking it up.
Yeah, be aggressive, get to the line.
That's it. Yeah.
So those are my critiques. Everything else I pretty much I like what we doing. Like I said, we a good team. We've been playing. Obviously, we went through a winning streak, then a losing streak, and now we back on a winning streak, or we can't really say a streak because we lost the last game, but we back in the winning ways. So those are just my critiques of things that I've noticed, of things that we could get better or things that we could fix. Any before we move on, any things that I didn't mention that you see or that you saw that you want to point out?
So the next time we play the Aces on August the 18th, if you notice, they play terrible when they play against the Aces. I'm talking about Alicia Gray and Howard. And like I done heard people, folks saying some type of conspiracy. I'm not trying to buy into none of that South Carolina type. I don't think people trying to lose games or whatever purposely. But like, I need it not to be a coincidence that they just play bad and when they play bad against them. Like Angel always get off. She always do her thing or whatever. But for whatever reason, Gray and Howard, they, if you go back and watch their games when they played against them, it's like terrible.
To your point, one thing that I don't like, and I'm happy, and I had this critique about Angel on another show, but Angel came out with the right type of energy. I like Angel energy for the whole game. But one of the things that I pointed out is and this was before the game, so this didn't. I thank God that this didn't happen. I like Angel's energy, but before the game, I was saying one thing I noticed with Angel. Sometimes when we like a player or a player's our idol, sometimes players gotta get into the right mindset to go at them, like how they go at other players. And one thing I've noticed with Angel is Angel always play well when she play against Asia or when she play against top players. But I've noticed with Asia in particular, there's a lot of respect there because that's like big sis. They love each other off the court. And what we know about Angel is when Angel is on the court, even like we seen it the other day with Paige, when Angel could like you, but when she get on that court with you, you the op, right? She going at you. She in your face. She arguing, right? She had that type of energy. That's what we know from Angel. And I was afraid that Angel wouldn't really be that fiery because she wasn't last time. Last time we played the Aces, she played well, but she just really wasn't that aggressive. And then today, I feel like not today, but in that game, I feel like she had that aggressiveness. It wasn't really towards Asia per se because Asia didn't always guard Angel. So a lot of times there was Nalissa Smith on her, whatever the case may be. But I like the energy and aggressiveness. But to your point, one thing that I think is happening, and I could be wrong, right? This is just my observation, but I could be wrong. I'm not in nobody's head, but this is just my observation. I think what's happening to your point is when you have an alpha / beta personality, right? Asia has more of an alpha personality, and we know Asia and Alicia is like best friend, kind of sisterly vibes, right? Both playing at South Carolina. And we know Alicia has more of that beta personality. So I don't see her like, you see when Asia was blocking shots and all that, she over there, she's swelling her arms, she's screaming, like she got that energy of a warrior. Whereas even if we not playing the Aces, sometimes you could see Alicia Gray walking around and pouting with her head down, and she just don't have that like. And that's what Angel brings out of them, right? Even Ryan Howard, she don't have that like bravado, that big bravado. You know what I mean? They got that quiet, shy type personality, right? And
Yeah.
I think so. What happens is when you around alpha personalities, sometimes it could push your personality down. And I don't know if that's happening, but I think that may be what's happening because again, this is home for Alicia. You know, from what I believe, from what they, you know, I think Alicia's from Georgia, from South Carolina, something like that. Um, and the same thing from Asia. That region is home for Asia. Asia's from South Carolina. So I just think like from a mental standpoint, that's what we're seeing. We're seeing people not rise to the occasion from a mental standpoint. That's my opinion. Again, I could be wrong, but that's what I'm. I think that's playing a factor into what you're saying of why sometimes they shrink to rise to the occasion. Whereas you can see somebody like Angel who has that alpha personality, that energy don't bother her. You get what I'm saying? She can rise to the occasion and pass it. You get what I'm saying? But certain people who don't have that type of personality, especially when you're around other big personalities, it could push your personality down a little bit, and you don't really bring out that fire that we need you to bring, which is a problem. So, that's just my opinion. I could be wrong, but if I am right, I hope that get fixed soon, or I hope Angel is enough to bring that dog up out of Alicia and Ryan because, like you said, we ain't got time for that. We on a mission. We here trying to win a championship. We don't got time for you to be in your head and not really, you know, bringing that beast, that dog, that energy out of you that we need in big games.
Right. No, I totally agree with that. I never looked at it from that perspective.
Yeah, because like they got relationships. You get what I'm saying? It'll be, and not to say it can't happen when you don't have a relationship with a person, but you know when you know somebody, like it's almost like when you're younger and you go outside, you like that's big bro. Like you know that you know that's not your pair, that's big bro. You know that's big bro. You feel me? So it's like I think a little bit of that's going on. I could be wrong. That's just my opinion on that. But we're gonna move on to the next topic though. What's your thoughts on we kind of talked about it a little bit, but what's your thoughts on ESPN bringing Caitlin Clark into the MVP conversation?
They got they got to do what they got to do, man. You know, they got to do what they got to do. Like I think they have to appear to have a certain percentage of them on the Caitlin Clark bandwagon, and a smaller percentage of them pushing back. You know,
Right.
I think they're trying to appeal to everybody.
Right. Listen, really quick, I dropped the link in the chat. If anybody want to come up and join this conversation about Caitlin Clark in the MVP race, I know. Listen, I know me. I don't know. We got her representatives in here, but if y'all want to come up and speak, y'all more than welcome. Or if somebody want to come up and speak to what's the point of bringing Kate? I don't even know what's the point. I don't even know what's the point of bringing. They didn't even say she was leading it, right? They brought her up to say she's in the race. Okay, she in the race now. Cool. It changed nothing. You get what I'm saying? So if you want to bring it up and if you want to come to the panel and have your opinion on Caitlin Clark entering the MVP race, maybe you feel like she should have been leading it all along. You know what I mean? You could come up and give your opinion on that. Also, if you haven't hit the like button for me, hit the like button. If you ain't subscribed to the channel, subscribe to the channel, man. And all of the things. But yeah, I agree with you. You know, you already know my thoughts on this. This is just for clickbait. You know what I mean? This is just media. It's almost like the list to me. This is like the list. When they put out the list, just to get us arguing over, just to rage bait you, just to get you upset, or make certain people happy. That's what this is to me. This is just because it's like I said, it was too much Olivia Miles talk, I guess. You know what I mean? Olivia Miles got a little too popular, and it was like, look, Caitlin Clark is above Olivia Miles in MVP talk. You know what I mean? And to me, I'm gonna be honest with you, ain't nobody even close to Asia. To me, Asia's running away with it. She's been running away with it.
Right.
And until everybody works on a game, until somebody works in a game and really get their game at an elite level, it ain't no competition, man. It's Asia's award. It is what it is. You know what I mean? We in the Asia Wilson League right now. We gotta accept that. There's other great players in the league, but there's one MVP in the league, and that's Asia Wilson. Everybody welcome PM. Is it PM channel? It's PM channel, right? You hear me, Brody? Oh, he's not up here. Oh, you gotta authenticate. You gotta authenticate, Marie. You're not authenticated, so I can't even add you up. Once you authenticate, I can add you up. To take your time and do all of that. But yeah, this ain't nothing but, Olivia Miles just got a little too popular.
Yeah, and they doing themselves a disservice too, because it's like, you can like more than one person. When they just force feed this one player down your throat, if that don't work out, then now it's like, I'm not watching. No, like they should be talking about, they should be piping up the matchups and what it's going to look like, talking it up like it's going to be a prize fight or something. They got, I think 2 more games at the end of the season. That's going to determine a lot.
That's a good point. That's a great point.
Yeah, they should be talking that up. Like, it should be back and forth. Like, yeah, and have people paying attention and watching and stuff. Like, It's crazy. They talking, it's funny how they talking about that, the viewers was 2.5 million viewers on that game or whatever. As if Clark is the one that brought all them viewers over there, as if Olivia Miles is chopped liver. Like,
Right.
That's crazy. And you don't hear them talking about how Angel Reese had almost 18,000 people in Barbie night.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It was almost 18,000 people in attendance there. And mainstream media ain't even talk about that.
But that goes back to my point that I said earlier about the CC fans talking about, the reason why we like Caitlin Clark and we don't like Angel Reese, or we don't like this one or we don't like that one, is because all we care about is basketball. Well, if all you care about is basketball, then why you not a fan of Olivia Miles?
Exactly.
You get what I'm saying? It's like people just contradict themselves the more they open their mouth. You know what I mean?
And they got punking Angel for saying that, that they, first they cut out the whole interview and only take out the part where she say, people are here for me too. Like, they ain't even, talking about everything she was saying during that interview. But like, she's filling up stadiums too. So it's like, it's not just about Clark. I mean, half of the league now is filling their stadiums up. Nobody want to talk about that.
That's a fact. That's a fact. And then on top of what you're saying, if it was just about Caitlin Clark, right? Caitlin Clark has nothing to do with the sales of other teams. So now you look at other teams and you look at what Houston just bought the Connecticut Sun for, right? You look at Cleveland, the Cleveland Sirens. We're going to talk about that in a little bit. The Cleveland Sirens and who else is coming? I think Philly. Who else is the other team coming with Cleveland? I think it's Philly, right?
But I know Philly. Yeah, I think Philly is going to be in what 29.
Okay, it's not Philly. Yeah, Philly is coming. It's two teams coming this year. I forgot. It's Cleveland and somebody else. I forget who. Um, but yeah, like I said, these franchises, what they going for, the amount of money that they going for. Caitlin Clark don't got nothing to do with that. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Not to say she ain't add nothing to it. Of course she added
Right.
to the value of the overall league, but to your point, so did Angel, so did Paige, so did Olivia,
And
right?
this is
So did the
yeah,
product of basketball on the floor. So you know what I mean? So, but she's not in Houston, she's not in Cleveland, she's not in Philly, she's not in these franchises for people to say, I want to come out. She's not in Golden State, right? In
right.
Toronto, for people to say, I want to come out and sell out these arenas. So
Yeah, and that's the big lie that they keep trying to say is that she elevated the whole league. And
yeah,
it's
she's
like,
responsible for everything.
but this is my thing. My thing is when you look at the attendance and and all the arenas and stuff, there were year over year incremental increases every year. Now, true, when Caitlin and Angel and them came in, it increased tremendously, but still you were still getting double digit increases year over year. And if anybody anywhere knows anything about business, especially after a pandemic, if you're getting double digit incremental increases year over year, that's good business.
That's a
Like
fact.
when they say, oh, well, she's the reason why they had charter flights. No, she's not. You don't just flip on a switch and there's charter flights. That stuff had already been in the making, you know. And again, like I always tell people, unless you have a profit and loss statement, you can't talk about nobody's finances. People always understate their revenue for tax purposes or whatever. Like nobody knows how much these teams are making because honestly, again, if they weren't making any money, they would not have had to negotiate paying them more money. They would have just simply said, well, listen, we ain't making no money, so how are we going to pay you more? You got to generate more money.
That's a fact.
But they
That's a
want
fact.
everybody to think that people are stupid.
Now that's a fact. But I'm happy, to your point, I'm happy the women was able to get the revenue share that they was able to get because they didn't, they might have lost a battle and not getting everything because they got paid a historic amount, but they should have got more. We know that,
Yeah, yeah,
especially with how the game is growing over the next, 5 to 6 years or whatever the case may
right.
be. But we still happy with what they got. But they won a war in getting a revenue share because now they able to get paid first, which is important. You know what I mean? They don't have to wait till everybody else get paid before they get paid. So
Right.
um, I'm happy. I'm happy that they did win that war so that in the future, um, you know, 20 years from now when, you know, little girls is, the girls that's little now is grown and in the WNBA, maybe they could, start making the type of money that the the men's sports is making.
Right.
And hopefully it don't take that long. I was just throwing a number out there. I'm not saying it got to take 20 years for it to happen, but I'm just saying for the generation now that's young in high school and in AAU and all of those things, hopefully they're able to now get the type of deals that the men is getting in the men's sports.
Well, I don't know if they're gonna ever be able to get that because they not as that people like that people jumping out of the gym and all the dunks and all that. But I mean, I think they'll get a respectable wage though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I'm not saying it got to be um, even because each sport is different. Baseball make more money than anybody, but I'm saying like hopefully they get the same type of generational deals that
Yeah,
that they earn that they sport earn.
right. I
All
just
right, let's
hope that
move.
after oh my bad. Go ahead.
No, you good, good. You good.
Well, I just hope that after this year, if they choose to move on from the commissioner or not, they start I mean, they start exposing their players a lot more, and you know, doing different business ventures with them and stuff. Because, like, honestly, it's nothing stopping the WNBA from contacting, like you see how Angel got her own Barbie deal. But imagine if they had the star from every team or whatever, or they had more of them or whatever, and they can actually be able to play it on the commercial, because they're not going to talk too much about Angel Reese Barbie stuff, because they're not getting paid from that. That's Angel's deal.
Yeah.
But
Did you hear?
they should be able
I
to have.
believe it. Did you hear about? I believe it was Amazon Prime show. Where they had um, damn, I can't think of the girl's name. The tall black girl with Cheryl Miller and Sue Bird. And they kind of made fun of Angel's doll a little bit. I don't know if they like it was weird. It was weird energy to me. I was like, why do they do that? But they basically pulled out a Sue Bird doll.
Yeah.
Cheryl Miller pulled out a Sue Bird doll, and then the girl was like damn, what's her name? It's like on the tip of my tongue. Marie Teller, I think. Marie Teller, I think is her name. Anyway, she said something like, "Oh, and that's the real Barbie right there." She was like, "That ain't no cheap shit," or something like that. Like I forget, I'm paraphrasing. But I was like,
Yeah.
"Wow!" Why? I said, "Why she
Shade.
somebody else success?" But hey, listen, to each his own.
And that's
And she
crazy.
didn't. She don't even. She seemed like somebody, because if you know about her story, she the same person that was in the pandemic when they was in a bubble, when the men's was in a bubble, and
Uh-huh.
what's the girl name? The white girl. Anyway, I forget her name, but she you're gonna know the story. She said that the only reason why they wanted the black girl Marie Teller to do the finals was for like a DEI thing. Like she, you know what I mean?
Uh,
I don't know. You remember that story? But anyway,
nah.
yeah, it came out. Yeah, because her mic was hot. She ain't know. She's somebody who's
Oh
like,
yeah, yeah, I do know. That was
yeah,
wasn't that, I think, Doris Burke?
nah, it was the young one. The young, she cool. Like she was always cool. Right? I don't know. Whatever. Anyway, she came out and she said that, and then I think she ended up getting fired after that or something. I don't know. But then Marie Teller, um, I forgot what happened if she stayed or whatever. Anyway, make a long story short, you know, she went through a lot after that. She went through a lot, was in the media, stuff like that, got a lot of support. So for somebody like that, they do, young in the business, I just thought that was surprising she would say that. So maybe it was a bad joke. In my mind, I'm like, why would she do that? She don't strike me as that type of person to hate on Angel, is what I'm saying. But
Yeah.
that was just like a weird joke. It was like they pulled out the Sue Bird. Cheryl Miller they came back from commercial or whatever. Cheryl Miller had the doll behind her, and she was like, "Look what I got." She pulled it out, and she was like doing whatever to it, like showing it to the camera. Sue Bird was just standing there smiling or whatever the case may be, and then Marie Teller says something like, "And that's not no cheap doll. That's not cheap," or something like that. She's saying it's just like that was just
Yeah.
real class. To me, it was real classless and tasteless. It was just like
And
that was
yeah, for them to always be talking about trying to grow the league and do all this stuff, like, y'all should be on some. Well, it's only one other doll from the WNBA on this, and any other dolls that anybody else who they partner with is a big deal. So, like, they should be talking about how big of a deal it is. They don't just give
exactly.
everybody a damn Barbie doll.
Exactly. But like you said, that money going to Angel, so they probably don't even care. That's making
Right.
Angel more powerful. Even though that's something that'll bring attention to their league. My girl says she want one. My girl don't watch the WNBA. She didn't even know they did a Barbie night, a doll night. We were just happening to talk about it. So now she said, she want one because she used to collect them when she was younger and stuff like that. So think about that and the impact that could have on little girls or just grown women in general, just people around the world who have a collection of dolls, right? But again, that's going towards Angel. So they probably don't even want to highlight it or care, even though that brings like more light to the game.
Yeah, I bought one the first night they was available. I gave it as a gift. But yeah, I bought.
I'm
I
gonna buy
bought
one myself when I get a chance. Because right now, obviously, I'm on mobile. But when I get back to my studio and my house, you know, what I mean, once I get back to my equipment and everything like that, I want to have it in the background. So I'm gonna eventually get one myself.
and I'm gonna buy another one because I want to keep it in the package for myself too.
Yeah,
Just
keep it
as,
in the package. And then you never know. You might go to a game, get it signed, or whatever the case may be. So,
right.
you know, I'm
And
definitely going to do that.
and if they because you know if they come out with an Asia one, I will buy that. I don't play with no dolls, but I'll
Yeah,
buy them.
yeah, but to have it in the background, the memorable,
Yeah, I
that's
have
dope.
like a little display I could put them on, and it'll be nice.
Yeah. So, yeah, that was kind of classless and tasteless to me. Um, but moving on to the next topic, though, Sophie Cunningham says she want to just keep the conversation just about basketball, which I think is funny because ain't nobody asked her to open her mouth
Exactly.
and start a conversation. But you could tell, like, because again, and shout out to Bonami Jones. Um, he just said something recently on a podcast about I'm gonna paraphrase his words. He said something basic. He basically just said this: you can have one distraction on a team, but you can't have two, right? And he said having Caitlin Clark with all the distractions she brings with her fans, and then having Sophie Cunningham with the distraction she brings on top of that, it's kind of hard to focus on basketball. So he was saying that he actually think Sophie Cunningham is bad for Caitlin, and it's kind of rings true because Sophie
Yeah.
Cunningham was the reason why Caitlin got to now answer trans questions. You
Right.
get what I'm saying? And obviously, you see
Yeah.
how she handled it. She avoided it at all costs. So now you could tell somebody somebody was like, "Hey, clean this up, clean this up." You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Get, so now she out
Yeah.
here. Now she out here on the campaign talking about, "Oh, I just want the conversation to go back to basketball." Well, ain't nobody asked you to open your mouth to begin with.
Yeah. See, she don't know how to handle the attention that she gets. She don't understand who's behind that. Some of them people who she's talking bad about are some of them people family members and associates. You know what I'm saying? Like when you can't when you take a stance like that, you got to understand that, especially if you white like her, your reputation is going to definitely take a hit. And it ain't even got nothing to do with being white, because anybody who speak up against them that community, you know, it's not going to end well for them when they don't work for themselves, like when they don't have their own stuff. Like she's dependent on like a lot of entities and endorsements and all that kind of stuff, but she'll never get that taking stances. You gotta be neutral with that kind of stuff if you want to exist.
Nah, that's a Snapple top five. Everybody, welcome my brother Be Well to the panel. Be Well's going on, Brody.
What's good, man? What's good?
Ain't not much. What's your opinion on this topic?
Sophie Cunningham,
Yeah.
grifter, grifter. That's all she is. Classic example. Classic example. She gonna grift. She gonna move from one grift to the next, and it's serving her well right now. But it's gonna come to an end.
100%.
But yeah, she ain't nothing but a grifter. She actually happens to be playing decent basketball right now, but still, she ain't nothing but a grifter. Tell her she wanna keep it about basketball. It's been about everything but basketball with her this whole season. Whole season. Now she want to get back to basketball. Okay, give me a break.
Right.
You better not burn them bridges.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Because you don't know if Indiana gonna want to pay her again.
Well, they didn't want to pay her this time.
Exactly.
Ugh, she's not happy with the deal she got. She said that out. She said that like in public.
Right. And
But
she, and her deal is only 1 year, right?
I think so.
Yeah. So she can't be talking too crazy because she got to go somewhere else if they don't keep her.
I don't think nobody else gonna want her. I think maybe if I think about who Indiana's gonna keep next year, or who they're gonna protect next year. I don't know if she's on a 1-year contract. I don't know if they can. They need to protect her, but
Yeah.
I could possibly see her going in an expansion draft.
Yeah. Lexi gone. They ain't keeping her.
No,
Not at that price.
no, because next year they're going to take Kate.
I can't hear. I don't know. Your phone
Yeah.
went out.
Yeah, his mic went out a little bit. Be well, you back? All right, so we just gonna move on to the next topic. You can hear me, right, Tracks?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
My bad.
Now you good, Gary? Finish what you were saying. You had mic when your mic went out, so
Yeah,
wasn't able to hear you.
my Bluetooth went out. No, I was saying like next year they're going Indiana. Next year they're gonna have to pay Caitlin.
Yeah.
So, because she's likely gonna make a RW team, 3rd-year All-Star. I think she'll be eligible to renegotiate out of that rookie contract.
Yeah,
Well,
she
she
definitely
already
gonna
made
get.
the first team her rookie year, so she good.
Yeah, she already meet the requirements she need to get the max contract.
You say it again, Brooklyn.
I said she already met the requirements that she need to get the max contract.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, all right. So we're gonna move on to the next topic. So the new name. What do you guys think of the new name for the Cleveland basketball team? I believe they used to be called the Rockers, and now they called the Sirens.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's cool. If I'm not mistaken, there was some issue with the Rocker name, so they couldn't keep it.
Yeah.
So
the way I understand it is, and I don't, I just heard somebody else tell me, so I don't have all the information. But basically, I think other people own the name now, and so they would have to buy the name back some type of way, or other people license a name or something like that. So they would have to get the name back, and that's a process. They would have to go to court and figure it out. So. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I like this name better. And for me personally, my personal opinion, I like this name. I think this name is actually better. I really like the where they going with the colors. If this is gonna be the colors, right? Sirens. I'm assuming sirens is like mermaids. So they going with the blue with the water. I kind of like that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I like the direction they're going in. Me personally.
yeah, and it kind of fits because Cleveland is right on Lake Erie.
I
I don't
guess it
love it.
must be a siren over there.
Dual meaning. Yeah, I don't love it. I don't hate it.
Yeah.
They start in 28 or 27.
Now I believe Dumb and Houston is next year like definitive. So somebody said in the chat, I think it was definitive. I think it's them in Houston next year, if I'm not mistaken. We could look it up. Somebody look it up on Be Well or Hot Shots. Look up who's supposed to be the expansion teams in 2027. But I believe it's supposed to be Cleveland. I know Philly coming too, but Philly might be 2028 or 2029. But I think for next year it should be Cleveland and Houston.
Let me see.
Yeah, but I really like I like it. I like the color. You know, I'm excited to see what the jerseys and the arenas will look like because I already like the if this gonna be the colors they going with right here. This blue, it's a nice blue.
Yeah.
I'm
So
looking at that.
2028, the
Okay, yeah.
Sirens. 2029, Detroit. 2030, Philadelphia.
Okay, that's what it was. It was Detroit. So they coming in 2028. You said or 2029.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, Sirens. You said Sirens is 28, right?
Yes, the Sirens are 28. Detroit 29.
All right. So next year, so
2030.
basically next year just be Houston. And it's Houston, and then the year after is gonna be Cleveland, and the year after Detroit, the year after Philly.
Yeah, but Houston ain't really an expansion team.
No, yeah, we know. They just changing the name. That's Connecticut. We know that. But I'm just saying that's gonna be the team next year. Is gonna be Houston.
Well,
Got you.
Hopefully by 2030, Reese will be ready to come over to Philly. She gonna be real good, a whole lot better than because she seemed like she, I think she got more of a Philly attitude than Atlanta attitude, and I think we'll embrace her over here.
Listen, I agree with you. I think Reese will be good in Philly. I selfishly want her in New York, but I'm gonna be honest with you. I think she kind of perfect in Atlanta only because of her her social network off the court too, right? Like she's really close to Lotto. You know what I mean? So I just think Atlanta's a good city for her. But I'm gonna be honest with you. If I'm Philly or Detroit or any of these teams, with the talent that's coming out in women's basketball, I'm cool. Like y'all gonna get somebody. The only bad thing about an extension team is you got to wait till the second year to really get somebody really, really good because in expansion, when in the first year of an expansion team, you can't get a lottery pick. So you got to get somebody middle of the pack in your first year. But in your second year, if you don't, if you don't play well, right? Obviously, if you play well, you can hurt your draft stock. But if you don't play well, that second year, you could get somebody really good. So if Philly coming in, you got to wait till you said Philly coming 2030. So that means you got to see who's going to be in that 2031 draft.
Well, I mean, honestly, I think the draft class is coming up. I mean, if you're looking at these young girls that's about to start college this year and next year, it's gonna be some ballers available in that 2031 draft.
To your point, you talking about year after year because you got Juju, Hannah, Madison this year, right? Mm-hmm. The next year you got the girl from when you got Michaela Blakes, you got I believe is that Cyrus Strong draft? Or is it one after that? You got Cyrus Strong, Joyce Edwards.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So it's just like draft after draft. That's why I said you really don't got nothing. Draft after draft. There's some dogs coming out.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. And the girls are just getting better because they spending more time in it. So
yeah,
they just getting better. Yep. They just getting better. Because who else? Jordan Lee's going to be in that 2028 draft.
You got people like Jelani Cambridge. You got people like Liv McGill. You got people like Keomi McMillan. You know what I mean? You got some people out there.
Yep, 2028. It's gonna be thick. It's gonna be thick.
You got Chloe. You know, Chloe Kitts will probably come out next year.
Yep. So again, these draft classes are gonna be thick. And you can't forget about the overseas talent, international talent. So
Yeah, you got international talent. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
Mm. Yeah, Swords gonna be cold. Charlotte Swords.
Lucy Olsen. I'm not Lucy Olsen. Olivia Olsen.
Yeah, Olivia Olsen.
Yep.
So, did y'all ever hear? Do y'all know who the college player? Did y'all ever hear of Shayla Smith before?
Shayla Smith.
Yeah, she played for Temple now, but she used to play at Penn State. She played there for 1 year. She was pretty good. I don't know why she left over there, but I guess Penn State ain't really known for women's basketball either. So, but like if you ever see her, she played real good. Like she will put you in the mind of like a Juju or a Flage, like the way she played. She real good. So right now I think she in her second year. So hopefully, and she from Philly. So hopefully, but when she graduates, she could play here. I know y'all don't care because y'all not from Philadelphia, so but
Nah, I'm a fan of basketball, so
yeah,
I ain't, I don't hate on no team. So hopefully, AI. You gotta realize, I was my two favorite players growing up after Jordan retired was AI and Tracy McGrady. So I used to follow Philly a lot. I used to follow Orlando a lot.
yeah.
So
See, people used to give AI a bad rap, but they don't know how impactful he was, like here
yeah,
or anywhere.
AI is people like it's not many people that change the game of basketball to the point where people want to play like them.
Right.
You know what I mean? People trying to play like them. Like AI was different. People wanted to be AI, dress like AI, have tats like AI, play like AI. And the funny thing is, this is what I always say. This is my opinion. But I feel like every guard in the NBA, or at least the majority of them, have a version of AI in their game. Right? They might not play exactly like him, or they might do certain things better than him. Right? Be more athletic than him, shoot better, whatever. But it's something about the way he played that if you look at their game, you could be like, oh, it's a version of AI in them. They might have better handle. Like you might say Kyrie got a better handle. You say Steph got a better shot, right? You say somebody like Russell Westbrook was more athletic. But if you look at all their games, they all got a piece of AI in them.
Yeah. Yo, AI changed, like he really changed the culture, man. Like I remember, like, when he first came on the scene and all that, wearing them damn cornrows. At the time I had a barbershop. Man, that don't hit us hard, man. Like everybody just wanting me braid. I had to go find some women to start braiding hair and all that because cats ain't want their hair cut. They just wanted their joint like shaped up real good and braid. So we had to find a way to still make that money.
Yeah.
But AI used to be all over the city, man. Like you could walk, like he one of them stars where you could walk up to him and touch him, and like he talked to you. So that's why it was so crazy, and like the amount of stuff that he did for people, like he never talked about it, but he did a lot of shit for people. But in the media, all you hear is practice.
The negative.
Like, crazy.
Yep.
But that's funny because imagine now, like we older, we smarter, and we've been around long enough to see the tricks they do in the media. And we knew it was tricks back then because one thing that always annoyed me about that practice thing is the full clip is it's the same thing now, what they do with Kennedy Carter. The full clip is right there for you. But people choose to ignore everything and only go to that one part so they can make a narrative. But it's like that's what they've been doing since the beginning of the time, and now we smarter and we not letting them do it. That's why with Angel Reese, that's what they trying to do. They trying to just, like you said earlier, with her. I'm bringing people to the game too. They try to clip it up in a way where she's being negative, right? They try to clip it up in a way where she's being selfish, but that's not what she was saying. She was just saying, just understand that, hey, I was in that game too. I had a part of that too. I'm impacting this game too. It's not just one person impacting the game, right?
Yeah.
But they try to clip it up and do these narratives, and that's kind of where we are today. That's why it's good, like people like Ryan Clark comes out and exposes the bullshit they doing behind the scene, talking about, oh, he can't speak up for black issues because he don't, his boss, they want to take those calls. He'll take all these other calls, but I don't want to have to. So you know what I mean? That shows like they look out for themselves. They only care about themselves. They don't care about nobody else. And then even on their platforms, right? Angel could do. We've seen it this year. Angel could have all types of good games. Look, she just did a giveaway for the school, for the girls in Atlanta. She did it in Chicago, right? I believe she did it also in New Orleans, right? Out there in Louisiana, I should say. She did it in Louisiana. That's not on ESPN. None of that's on ESPN. But Angel Reese don't give Flau'jae a handshake, and that's on the first news because they want to make it look like she bitter and she mad and she angry black woman, right? They want to try to paint her in that light. But anything she do positive, you're not highlighting that. You get what I'm saying? Caitlyn ain't do nothing. Caitlyn sit there and yell at the refs. Caitlyn will sit there, yell at the refs, get in the ref face, flop, do all this type crazy shit, and it's not on ESPN. Next thing we know, she number 2 in the MVP race. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean?
Or when she do some kind of charity or something, they have it all posted up like they, it's like exalted.
Right. So we see the tricks they playing. What's going on, T. Camilla?
T. Camilla on the panel?
No. She just came in. She said, "What's up?" All right, so I'm gonna move.
T. Camilla.
We're gonna move on to the next topic. It's the last topic. And ESPN also states that the Lynx are the favorites now to win the title. I kind of got, in my personal rankings, I think it's the Aces and Lynx above everybody. Me personally, and I think it's like a gap after them, and then you might have Golden State because I think they third. You might have Golden State down to like, and I got to look at the standings. It's probably Golden State is 3, so it's probably Golden State down to like the 6th seed, probably. Yeah. All grouped in one, or the 6th or 7th seed. Yeah, I think because right now the 7th seed is the Liberty unless it flopped or whatever the case may be. Did the Mystics win it today? Did they put them back at 7?
I don't think so because they couple games behind. So it's the Lynx, the Aces, the Valkyries, the Dream, the Fever at 5.
From the Valkyrie down to probably 8, I kind of grouped them because everybody could beat everybody in that. So I kind of grouped them all together because you got certain people. If you look at that, Be Well, right? If you look at that from the Valkyrie won against us, right? They beat us in the season series, right? I don't know if we played them again, but so far I think they won every game against us. But if you look at us versus Dallas, I think if I'm not mistaken, I don't know if Dallas got a win, but I think we beat Dallas every time, even though
we did.
Right? So it's like you got certain teams that got certain teams' numbers, right? Like because
That's why we went up past them because we beat them already.
Yeah, we beat them. We beat the Fever, lost to them once, and I think we got to see the Fever once or twice again. And coming up, and then so in other words, what I'm saying is all these teams kind of beat each other. All this team in this pack, some teams beat others, other teams beat. You know what I mean? So it's like because of that, I kind of group them all. Like anybody could beat anybody in that pack.
Well, yeah, because right now, the Aces have 21 wins. When I looked at it earlier, the Fever, the Dream, and the Liberty and Wings all have 19 wins, and Washington has 17 because they just beat the Wings tonight, so they got 17 wins.
That was a big win. That was a big win for Washington because if Washington go on a losing streak, you got some of those teams. To take Miller point right here, you got some of those teams at 9 that's trying to win. Right now, they haven't. None of them caught fire yet because they all won. They all took a L. Got to win. Like if you take a look at Chicago, Chicago lost to Phoenix the other night, but then won tonight against the Sparks. And then if you take a look at Phoenix, Phoenix beat Chicago the other night, but then they lost to us tonight. So nobody really is going on a run in that from 9 down, the teams that's not in a playoff race, none of them going on a run yet. But what they need in order for them to get lucky, they need for one of these teams in the top 8. They need one of them to start losing. So this was a big win for the Mystics right now to keep themselves above water, right? Because you never know. You don't want to go on a 2-3 game losing streak. Now all of a sudden, you know what I mean? Now you close and you at risk of a team leapfrogging you. So this was a good win for the Mystics today.
While we on the catching fire right now though, so they getting hot.
Shout out to Shakira Austin putting the team on her back.
Absolutely.
Hey, don't just shout out Shakira Austin because when they were showing them highlights, Cody McMahon had Paige on her back.
Oh, yeah. She came up big in the second half.
Cody McMahon, there's Cody McMahon a bully.
Yeah. See, I think Paige.
So to that point, Brooklyn, Washington at 8 has 17 wins. The next closest is Chicago at 9. They got 12 wins. So it's a little bit of a gap.
6 games.
No, it's a huge gap. But what I'm saying is, from now to the end of the season, it's enough games where if somebody in that top 8 go on a losing streak, right, and then somebody in that bottom 9 or whatever it is, one or two of those teams go on a winning streak, and all of a sudden you find yourself not comfortable no more. So that's what I'm saying. Those teams in that top 8 want to keep that gap. They want to keep that cushion. You don't want to lose it going on a losing streak.
Yeah.
Or injury.
Yeah, injury. Something
losing again.
Not gonna work.
Because I'm not gonna lie, even though, and this is just my opinion. Everybody feel how they feel. But adding Kelsey Plum to Phoenix kind of make them scary because if they figure it out and they win about 5 in a row or something like that, you know what I'm saying?
That was actually, I think Phoenix was a really good, I wouldn't say perfect, but as close to the perfect as you might get midway through the season for Kelsey Plum. Her landing there in the place where, number one, she don't have to run a point guard. She don't have to run point. She don't have to lead the team. She ain't got to be the only offense. I think that's as solid a landing spot she could have got. I think for her, she won.
Right.
I think she won.
And she could take over whenever she feel like it.
Yeah. Because she going to have a green light for sure.
Yeah.
But she don't have to do none of the facilitating. She ain't got to bring nobody along. I mean, Phoenix really made out. I mean, unless you know what I mean, until you start talking about uh the first round pick from this draft class, that I mean, yeah, that could be that could because this draft class is so deep, that could come back, to haunt them at some point. But I mean, if Kelsey Plum stays, I think
I
you,
don't think,
you I think you willingly accept that.
in my opinion, though, well, I mean, of course, if she leaves, it's gonna hurt. But I think it was a risk worth taking only because of where it's at. Unless they get lucky with ping pong balls, and all of a sudden that pick goes higher than what it is. Because I think right now is at 6. You kind of miss out on what you're looking for. I think the team. I think, in my opinion, I think in this draft, you really want a top 4 to 5 pick. You get what I'm saying? Really top
Mhm.
3. Really top 3. But that I feel like there's a couple players outside of that top 3 that if you get them, you really got somebody really good. Now, if you fall outside of that, not to say there's no talent, it's still some good players outside of the top 6, or outside of that top 5. But I feel like if it stays at 6, that was it was worth it because you're not getting a Hannah Hidalgo, you're not getting a Madison Booker, you're not getting a Juju, you're not getting um Michaela Williams, who I feel like to me is the top 4. Like I feel like those 4, and then it depends on how you feel about Malaysia Fawali. Some people might be high or low on her, so that'll be 5. But those particular 4, I think if you got a top 4 pick, you got something special. You know what I mean? If you don't got a top 4 pick, then I think getting Kelsey Plum is worth it. Like, you know what I mean? I think I would have made that trade too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now again, you got Chloe Kitts. It depends. You got Chloe Kitts coming out. It depends how you feel about her, right? Ashlyn Watkins is coming out. Depends on how you feel about her. You know what I mean? But like I said, I'd rather have Kelsey Plum. When you trying to win a championship, 9 times out of 10, you're not trying to go young. You feel me? You trying to have vets on your team, and you already got 2 vets. Why not add a 3rd vet opposed to getting? So I
Yeah.
understand the thinking. I get it. But again, Kelsey Plum leaving still hurts you.
Right. Because I was getting ready to say, man, like if somebody wasn't able to get, one of them top draft picks or whatever, I mean, I wouldn't be mad having Kelsey Plum. Like she a champion already and a proven commodity.
That's a fact. Definitive says so. ESPN says links are the title faves. Olivia carried them all year without fee, and Smith, Shepard, Heidelman, Dejanay. But somehow CC is second in MVP race. Make it make sense. I know that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like it's just funny. ESPN is funny. Like they rage baiting.
But
They
see,
rage
what's
baiting.
great is the MVP is partially a popularity contest, and them damn voters, it's messed up because they can mess somebody's shit up, man.
That is true. That is true. The media. But usually the criteria for MVP is one or two things. Is usually the best player on the best team,
Yeah,
or it's if you have like astronomical stats, right? Like the Russell Westbrook average in the triple double years. If
yeah,
you have like historic stats, those are the two criteria people normally make MVP. And right now, it's just Asia to me, right? Like
right.
she the
Yeah,
second. She not on the best team right now. The Lynx is the best team, so she wouldn't be the best player on the best team. But she putting up. Her production hasn't failed. She putting up, great numbers, and she winning. Her team is winning.
yeah.
So
And plus, when it comes to the win shares, Asia is way past like 6.5, and Caitlyn is only at like 3.5. So
and
even
then
when
when it comes to your point, when it comes to just the eye test, Olivia Miles is better than Caitlin, bro. Look at what's the assist to turnover ratio? Like, what we talking about?
Yeah. I mean, I think when Stephanie White, take the ball out of her hand, she's actually saving Caitlin from herself. But the fans don't feel they want to see her jacking them threes up. That's how they be losing the games.
But look, here's the funny thing. And again, I understand because it's the same thing I say about Angel being polarizing, Caitlin is polarizing. That was an Olivia Miles Kelsey Mitchell game. That wasn't even an Olivia Miles Caitlin game. You get what I'm saying? People keep talking about Caitlin, but that was Kelsey Mitchell.
But that's why they was mad at her for saying what she said. Like, she acknowledged it, but they was mad at her because she said, no, Kelsey Mitchell is the one who tearing us up out here, and gave her props.
I know they are, T. Camilla. I know they are. What you saying, B. Well?
I said, let me ask y'all this. Do you think Kelsey Mitchell is putting up MVP type numbers? Or better yet, is she legitimately even somewhat in the MVP conversation?
For me, I'm gonna say no, and that's without me. Somebody got to read her stats to me. But the reason why I'm gonna say no is I think it's difficult playing on a Caitlin Clark team to get the numbers you need, because typically when you have MVP numbers, it's not typically just about your scoring. It's typically about your scoring, your rebounds, and your assists, and then other things you may be doing. But when you play on a team with Caitlin Clark, she has the ball so much, you almost got to play off of her. You get what I'm saying? So it's going to hurt your chances to even get it because you sacrificing a lot of your game. It's almost what I would be saying about Enrique. Me a couple weeks ago, we did a show when Mo 3 was on here. We talked about the rankings of where Caitlin was at in the rankings. And because Paige came to Dallas and Enrique has sacrificed, and I don't think people giving Enrique a lot of credit because the narrative on Enrique is she's selfish and that she jack up all these shots and that she can't play team ball, right? So everybody was saying, and myself included, because I still think she need to get traded. So myself included, everybody was saying she need to get traded. She's not going to fit the team. But to Enrique's credit, proving all of us wrong, she's fitting in nicely next to Paige. She's sacrificing nicely next to Paige. She's not demanding right? Like everything people thought she couldn't do, she's doing, right? We got to give her that credit. But what does that do? It now affects your game. Now it makes it look like you're not as good as you are, or you're not as productive as you are, because you're playing a role, you're sacrificing so that somebody else could shine. And so what I'm saying is happening to Kelsey Mitchell is the same thing that's happening to Enrique playing next to a Paige. You get what I'm saying? They're not able to produce as much as they produce. And now Enrique doesn't look like, if you just look at her now, you won't think she's as offensively gifted as she is, because she don't come out to do that every game, right? You see in the games where I think Paige was out a couple games a few weeks ago, you saw Enrique was able to have some Enrique-like games. But we don't see that every night because she plays next to a person like Paige, who is her team. Like the keys is given to Paige, is her team. So I think it's the same thing happening to Kelsey Mitchell, whereas we see, even though now we starting to see it more, where Kelsey Mitchell could even do it with Caitlin on the court. But when Caitlin, especially last year when she was out, and a few games this year, we see when Kelsey Mitchell was able to be Kelsey Mitchell, and it's that Aaliyah Boston, Kelsey Mitchell 2-women game, we see her shine a lot more. Whereas with Caitlin, sometimes we see Kelsey shine, sometimes she gets diminished a little bit, right? Because, she's allowing Caitlin to be, Caitlin and do her thing or whatever the case may be. And, when Caitlin got the ball, she's not going to pass it unless she can get assists, right? She's not going to just move the ball, right? She's going to hold on to the ball until she can either get assists or a turnover, right? And because of that, I don't think Kelsey Mitchell numbers is going to allow her to beat MVP numbers. Now, that's just with me off the top of my head. I don't know what she's averaging. I know she scores well, but As far as like rebounds and assists, I don't think her numbers is there.
Yeah, I agree with definitive. He said, how they curve Olivia. Yeah, but no, I agree. Like Mitchell, like she is sacrificing a lot of her game, even though she's shooting a lot. She get her shots up, so we can't say she don't get her shots up. But I think she is. But again, I always say that the Fever is Kelsey Mitchell team. That's what I agree with Definitive about, because they brought them players in to support Kelsey Mitchell. Like she's not. I don't like the fans gave the team to Caitlin Clark, but anytime you hear Stephanie White talk, or when they were talking about the organization, they basically said that they draw up the plays for Kelsey Mitchell and she's their top priority. So, like, which one is it?
Yeah, that's a good point. You're right.
I don't know how many games the Fever win without Kelsey Mitchell.
Exactly. But we see that they can win without Caitlin.
They proven they can win without Caitlin.
Right. So all of that. Oh, well, what was Kelsey Mitchell doing for the 6 years? They were rebuilding. That's what she was doing. She was still like Kelsey Mitchell always had good numbers. It was just that she ain't have a good team.
But even that's a dumb argument too, because you can't win by yourself. So
exactly.
what do they mean? What was Kelsey Mitchell doing? She was by herself. That's what she was doing.
The thing that they had last year that they didn't have in Clark was they had defensive guards that was able to stop that ball, and they had dogs. Pete, Ari McDonald, and what's her name? The other one, Odyssey Sims. She was the dog. She was defending, playing hard, and scoring. You don't have that with Caitlin Clark. You just have her.
Don't forget about Shea Petty.
Say it again.
I said, don't forget about Shea Petty.
Yeah. Like, all you have is, Clark throwing them damn logo threes up at a low percentage, giving the other team possessions. I mean, like, don't get me wrong, Clark is good, but I don't like her style of playing. Hasn't won up to this point, and it's not going to win. I know the team is in a tough position because they got to think: do they want the money part, or do they want to win basketball games? So they got to try to, have a good balance.
Yep. We'll see. We shall see. Soon enough. It was 13 more games left, something like that.
Yep.
So we're gonna see pretty soon.
Yeah, even when you look at the statistics, right? And when they try to make the case for Clark, it's like she's not up there in the 3-point shot percentage. She's not up there in the 3-pointers made. She's nowhere on the defensive side on the board. Like, she's on assists and scoring. That's it. Like, you got to do more than assist and score to be considered in the MVP conversation. I'm sorry. Like, if somebody can tell me what more she does than that.
Well, because of how she plays, she gets a lot of rebounds, so she gets a lot of rebound numbers.
Yeah, but let's be clear about that. And I don't want you to. I'm not interrupting you. Hold your thought. I want you to keep cooking. But I just want to talk about the rebounds. We know Caitlin Clark ain't boxing nobody out rebounding nobody. So we know that's the rebound numbers is manufactured. Right. Hey, the
What I'm
only
saying,
Right.
her rebound numbers is the same. And again, this is no disrespect to Russell Westbrook, but it's the same way Steven Adams used to just run down court and let Russell Westbrook get the board. You get what I'm? Aaliyah Boston. Not to say she's a great rebounder because she's not. We talked about that on the last show, right? Aaliyah Boston could be out there and have a pedestrian amount of rebounds for a big woman, but we know Caitlin Clark ain't no dominant rebounder. So for her to get the rebound she's getting, somebody's allowing that to happen. And that's what annoyed me with the Caitlin Clark fans in the first season, because anytime Angel Reese did something that they considered stat pat, and that's all you heard, stat pat and this, stat pat and that. But Caitlin Clark was doing the same thing and worse. And he wasn't saying nothing about stat pat. And I'm
Right.
like, come on, dog.
Yeah.
let me make a different comparison.
And finish your thought too, because I ain't mean to interrupt your knowledge. I just that one, the rebounding thing just made me think about that. But I want you to keep cooking.
Well, but she does is because of how she plays. Like, I agree. If we just look at other guards, right? It's a difference in how Caitlin gets rebounds and how Jackie Young gets rebounds, right? Jackie Young is in there, right? She at the rim
Right.
getting rebounds, right? But it's not a big difference in how Caitlin Clark gets rebounds and how Olivia Miles gets rebounds, because they play kind of similar. They crash the paint, not necessarily the boards, but they get to the paint for long rebounds because they want to push the pace, right? So it's similar there. And so while I won't, I understand how she gets the rebounds and why she gets the rebounds that she does. It's not something that you can just take away from her, right?
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. But back to the whole, if anybody watching the game, and anybody using any kind of real criteria, there's no way that you can put Caitlin Clark ahead of Olivia Miles in the MVP race, because literally Olivia Miles is leading the best team in the league.
Right.
And if they get to the playoffs with a number one seed, I don't see how you give an MVP to anybody not named Angel Wilson outside of Olivia Miles, right? Like, it's Olivia and Asia. If they just keep on doing what they're doing, there's no way you can consider anybody else for the MVP other than those two. You can't even consider it.
That's a great point that you make, Be Well. And the funny thing about that, where did you say the Fever was in the standing, Be Well?
5.
It's right
So
now.
they 5 and so to your point,
five.
to Be Well's point, right? The Fever is the 5th team in the standings. And can somebody read Caitlin Clark's numbers to me? Is her numbers like jumping out better than everybody else's in the league? Like, what's Caitlin Clark's stats right now?
No,
Somebody can see her stats.
I'm not looking at her stats. I know she's averaging like something like 20.9 points. Olivia is averaging like 18 or 19 points.
Right, but that's my point. That's my point. I'm not hold your thought, because I'm gonna land my plane. I want you to cook. That's my point, right? You the 5th team in the league, right? You 5th seed in the league, and your stats is pretty much even with the other guards in the league. You don't have anything. It ain't like she's 10 more points higher than every other guard, right? It ain't like she's averaging a significant more assists than everybody. To your point, rebounds. It ain't like her stats is jumping off the page where you gotta be like, whoa, you gotta consider Caitlin. So to your point with what Olivia is doing, right, in Minnesota, and what Asia is doing it in Vegas, and with them having the top 2 seeds in the league, why is the conversation about a 5th seed? I'm confused. That was a great point, B. Will. Somebody make that make sense.
I'm just saying.
So this
It
season,
doesn't make sense. Remember, look, last year the MVP race was Asia and Fee, right? Asia was doing now. I think the Aces were like the fourth. They ended up in the fourth seed, or something like that.
yeah,
But that 16 and 0 run they went on to end the season. I ain't gonna say it was all Asia, but Asia was doing what Asia does in that 16. So that made a big difference. That popped her ahead of Fee because of the impact that she was having, right? So that's why, how in the world are we talking about somebody that's, leading in stats on the fifth seed, being in conversation with somebody that's again, top two teams, leading those teams, right? And if you want to push Olivia ahead of Asia, the stance that you have is because she's doing it. She's been doing it without the player that was supposed to be the best player on that team, right?
yeah,
Now, mind you, the Lynx team, they only brought back Fee, Courtney, and McBuckets. Everybody else that was important to that team was gone. Everybody
yeah,
was gone. And so the fact that Olivia Miles, and this is not taking anything away from Natasha Howard, but Natasha Howard wouldn't be doing what she's doing if it wasn't for Olivia Miles. And that's the other thing. Olivia Miles has made Natasha Howard, Courtney Williams, and Kayla McBride better by the numbers. If you just look at their stats year to year, she has made all three of those players better than they were last year.
yeah. Because her gravity, you like the way and how good she is in getting that ball out, her vision,
Yep.
it's
So,
crazy.
please tell me another player. Again, Asia doing Asia things. The fact that Asia is so impactful on both sides of the floor. The fact that I mean, it's hard to argue against Asia as an MVP. But if you're going to make the argument, you got to be arguing for Olivia Miles. You can't be, nobody else is in that conversation. Nobody else is in that conversation. And Caitlin Clark certainly is not in that conversation because she hasn't made Aaliyah Boston better. She hasn't made Kelsey Mitchell better. She hasn't made Lexi Hall better. She hasn't made maybe she made Sophie Cunningham a little better. But come on, what are we talking about?
Yeah.
And this one for one because they both play in the point guard position and they have similar play styles in terms of pace. You mean so it's one for one and it's not even close. It's not even close. The only thing that England does more of is score. But in terms of assists, if you break down the assist to turnover ratio, the difference in their assists is nothing. It's negligible.
But see, look, this is the reason why Asia is gonna always be on the top of the MVP race because she's always, when the season is all said and done, she's always at the top of all of the categories. And if she's not at the absolute top, she's within the top three. Blocks, rebounds, scoring. She don't do a whole lot of assists because she do a lot of scoring. And now she done added the 3-point to her bag, so she's showing up. And the 3-point percentage, she don't shoot a lot of threes, so she ain't gonna show up in the 3 points made, but the percentage. So she basically, she's showing up in all of the categories. Nobody else is. That's why I couldn't even understand how they gave her co-defensive player of the year that year when
Oh man.
when she was on top of everything defensively.
Come on, man.
It was crazy.
That was a travesty.
Yeah.
And now look now look at Atlanta Smith. What's she doing but stealing money? She's stealing money.
What y'all guys' thoughts on I think we might have talked about it already. But I want to get some more. I want to get some more enlightenment on it. What's your guys' thoughts on two questions? So one is how Dallas collapsed today and gave up a lead, and then two, just how they playing. Three questions, right? How they collapsed today, gave up a lead. After this, since this All-Star break, this is like 3 L's, right? Three. I don't know how many games they played. Three and what? But they lost to us. They lost to whoever they played before us, and then they just lost tonight. And then my third question is the up and down inconsistency that they've been having all season, because they have their goal, their win, they're going to win streaks, almost like us, almost like Atlanta. It's similar to Atlanta with the up and down play. So what you guys' thoughts on that? Like just the inconsistency from Dallas and how they lose in these games.
Well, I'm gonna say this first. Dallas right now for me is a team that has and y'all might disagree. I think Dallas has somewhat overachieved because they got a new coach. They're a young team. They added some pieces, like Jess Shepard is balling out of control, but they added some pieces. But like, I don't think anybody saw Dallas having as much success as they've had this year, and I think I'm just gonna let it play out because they're gonna. I think because of the situation they're in, the young team, new coach, all that, they're gonna have some ups and downs, which I'm fine with. You know what they have done? They've beaten the Aces twice. It's not 3 times, right? So I'm gonna give them a little bit of grace.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give them a little bit of grace. Let them. It's getting late in the season, and they haven't been a playoff team for how long? So I'm gonna give them a little bit of grace and let it play out.
What's your thoughts, Trax?
I think same here. I think they deserve a little bit of grace. Them like everybody else, they figuring it out. Except they just been successful as they've been figuring it out. All of the teams, hit they rough patches during the season. So it's like, yeah, I think they gonna I guess bounce back, because one thing they have been good at is bouncing back. Coach get up in their ass and then they come back and show up. So, and this is something that we've always seen with Paige anyway. She's always been extremely good, but it's always that level that you want to see unlocked in her that she don't, you rarely see it, where she just take over and do her thing. Like she's too generous.
Right.
Like
Everybody,
Gino tell her, that.
Everybody, welcome my brother MDT to the panel. You got to unmute your mic, MDT. What's going on?
Welcome, welcome.
You.
Who else is with us?
That's twice this week, MDT.
Hey, yeah. How are you? How is everybody?
You got background noise.
Oh, hold on. Here we go. Okay, we should be good now.
Yep.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Hey, T. Carmela, how is everyone? What are we talking about tonight? I think I heard something about MVPs and Dallas's prospects. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, well, we want you to make the case for Caitlin being the MVP.
Okay.
She's second in running.
So I want to put this out there so everybody understands that I am an Indiana Fever fan. I like Caitlin Clark, but she is not an MVP candidate this year. And I've said this before on Brooklyn. I think the last time I was here, of the last 30 MVPs that have been awarded in this league, 80% of those awards went to a player that was playing either on the first place team or the second place team in terms of the standings. Under that criteria, it's either going to be Olivia Miles or Asia Wilson, one of those two. Obviously, right now in current standings, the Aces are 3.5 games behind Olivia Miles. However, both teams are entering a brutal stretch in the schedule where they play a lot of playoff teams. For instance, the Aces play 8 straight playoff teams, I believe, something on that order. And then of the 13 games that the Lynx have, they have 8 or 9 playoff teams that they have to play to finish out the season. So this could go a number of different ways, an injury here, an injury there to either player could skew this either way. But if you're in 5th place and you're the favored, that it's going to make it tough. However, there have been occasions in the past where players have made it, have won the MVP playing on a 4th seed or a 3rd seed, but it was these players that had these outlier seasons. Like Lauren Jackson had a crazy season where she was incredibly efficient. I believe it was 2007, and just blew everyone else in comparison out of the water, playing the same position. That's not true here. So unless Indiana goes on some crazy run, which they could, I mean, they're close enough to where they could. They're 5.5 games outside the lead, so things could happen. But they also play a brutal schedule down the stretch. So that would make it incredibly tough to do. Not to mention, here's another one that I didn't mention before. I just found out about it. But the last point guard to win MVP in this league was Cynthia Cooper in 1997 and 1998. So it does heavily skew front court players.
Everybody do me a favor. Welcome my brother Wnba to the panel.
Hey, Wnba.
What's going on, Wody?
I guess I see the mic is working. Salute everybody. Salute.
And then everybody do me a favor and welcome my brother Jonathan Gonzalez to the panel.
Hey, Jonathan Gonzalez. Hey, everybody.
What's going on,
Jonathan?
What's going on, man? Chilling.
I was just saying something that, is real, especially when you're on your laptop and you're looking at things. Like I'm talking to you from my computer, right? So it's easy for me to pull something up at the same time that I'm talking. So,
Hold on, do me a favor real quick, Wody Mac. Everybody mute up because different people got background stuff while Wody talking. So everybody just mute up while Wody talking so we can so there ain't no background noise. Go ahead, Wody.
I'll just share this real briefly. You probably have to, look at it on the side yourself, but I could put the link, and I'm pulling up from the ESPN website. If you want to gauge how you feel about, people's MVP chances by how they're doing against top competition, right? I just pulled up the game log page, right, for Olivia Miles. Typed in Olivia Miles. I put up the game log page on ESPN, and everybody kind of has an idea which teams are some of the better teams in the league. And you can look at the minutes played, points. They give you everything: points, rebounds, assists, steals, everything on that one game log page. I'll put the link in the back if anybody want to click it and look over it themselves, and you can look at what she did against some of the top competition. Now, what everybody considers a good game, what everybody considers, decent, so on and so forth, subjective, but you be the judge yourself.
Got you. What you got, Jonathan? You got to unmute, Jonathan.
Oh, my bad. The Dallas game, right?
Yeah, that's what you want to talk about, God?
Either one.
Yeah, you had something on your mind, or you just want to join the panel?
With the MVP race and the bounce back win by Leonard Dream. Everybody was on the same page, played a lot better. Did a better job on defense. I like how Ryan and Gray woke up from that game and started hitting the threes. Jordan Canada, she lighted up shooting from beyond the arc. Nas Hillman even got involved. The fact that the thing is, when all 5 of your players are in double-digit scoring, your team has a better chance of winning. And that's what Dream needs to start doing, having everyone involved, especially Angel Reese. And not just because giving her the opportunity of scoring, but to put people in spots to score, because Angel can run the offense. And some people might not agree with me, but Angel can run the offense better than Jordan Canada. Jordan is just good in giving the ball up, getting a lot of assists and steals, and taking it to the rack. But Angel puts people in areas, set up an offense where everybody runs around doing that spot. When she takes the ball down the court like a point guard, she see what the defense is doing, and automatically she lets her offense know what goes on, and then she get the offense in formation to get them going. And Brooklyn, did you know? Did you know? Although Angel was 14 points, 10 rebounds, but the 14 points, Angel's 14 points were all field goals. Not one free throw was made today. She scored.
Yeah, I saw you say that in the chat. That's crazy too, because if you know Angel's game, she's one of the most physical players in the league. So for her not to go to the line at all is crazy. So yeah. I saw you say that in the chat.
You know what I'm saying? And she's not people saying that she gets a special whistle. She's starting to get the special whistle, or she's she cries for calls and all that. Man, she said, "F that! I'm just gonna play basketball. I'm just gonna use my body and knock fools out the way, or and get wide open and hit them field goals." That's the type of player I need on my team, who can rebound, play defense, and say she's gonna put that ball in the basket when needed, because I know I'm not gonna get no opportunity at free throws tonight. So I'm just gonna try to get all my baskets in or with field goals, which what she did. And they need to start passing her the ball more, like giving her the ball more to get her going, because she's doing you favors on defense and on the rebounding. Like, she's crashing the boards now. She even sacrifices herself to get her players involved, to make some rebounds and make some plays. You know what I'm saying? Because she honestly should have had like 16 points, 16 rebounds, 18 points, 17 rebounds. She could have done a lot more than that. But she's out the way. She's letting her teammates, get some in, being around the paint a little more. She's going to she stands around the perimeter at times, so her players, can find ways to get to the basket. You know what I'm saying? Luring her opponents in to make it open for her guards to get to the basket. That's what I mean. Why Angel should get the ball in her hands, or she's the leader. Like, 'cause she can run the offense whether she has the ball in her hands or not. She plays well off the ball, and she even knows how to play the wing. Jordan Canada, the girl got the speed of a vehicle. You know, she took it into the basket. You know, her layups were in. She still got to slow down. She ain't got to always try to do too much trying to get to the basket. But I love her awareness in the passing lanes. You know, I love how she took some shots, and you know, I love how she used her shiftiness to get to the basket, and I love how she let the pass, you know, make the passes on time for her teammates to make some baskets. Nas Silman, she woke up, she felt it today. She hit the threes. You know what I'm saying? She was, you know, she got into the basket. You know, she scored a lot more. And then Brian Howard, of course, of all, plays a great game today. The key thing for this team to win is to just everybody got to get involved and do everything. Like, you know what I'm saying? Everybody got to get the ball and make it happen. Like, if five of your players are in double figures and they play great defense, you're gonna win 99.8 of those games. Just do your job, you know. Just do what you need to do what your coach asks you to do, and you'll be fine. That was always the key. This was Bill Belichick's motto. Like, you do your job, you'll help your team win. You'll succeed. You'll get the championships. You know, Tom Brady, 7 championships. He did his job. So, I get it. I understand it's Phoenix Mercury, but you know, with Kelsey Plum in addition, I think after the loss, they're gonna probably start boosting it up on the rest of the season, and might shock us. But we did a good job, you know, containing them. You know, I am concerned about about everybody still taking 3-point shots when we're up by 15, 20 points. That's got to stop. When your bigs are doing a good job making things happen on defense and getting you open.
Jonathan, do me a favor. I'm not interrupting you. I want you to land your plane, but do me a favor. Ask, and you landing your plane, ask the panel a question so that other people could respond to. So, you know, continue saying what you're saying, and when you think of a question while you're talking, ask it to the panel.
Okay. What kind of question do I have?
It could be about what you're saying, like how you said they shooting too many through anything. It could be just, you know, to get the conversation going, you know, with the panel.
What do the Dream needs to do for the rest of the last? How many games they have left? Like 14, 13 games left?
Something like that. Somewhere around 20, I think. So I don't know if it's less than 20. You know,
yeah,
a little less than 20 games.
What do they have to?
19 and 11 and 14 games left.
Okay. So what do the Dream need to do to keep this streak going? Because they need another streak, a winning streak. You know, the Vegas out. And what do they need to do to beat Vegas?
Shoot more threes.
For me, it's don't take too many 3-pointers. Guard that perimeter. Stop Jackie Young and Asia Wilson. Slow them down, and I mean slow them down, and they'll be fine. Okay, yeah, the MVP race. So let me move on to that one. I have a question for that. Is Olivia Miles still in the race? Or they?
Yeah, they so right now, I don't believe ESPN. To me, it's just Olivia and Asia, but the ESPN put out a ranking where Caitlin is number 2, Olivia is number 3, and Asia is number 1.
Okay, so look,
that is subjective.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, that's what I
never mind.
want him to do, pass the ball. Jonathan, listen, I ain't mad at Jonathan. He like ISO. That's why I let him go on the ISO. But sometimes we gotta share the ball too. So yeah, I want everybody. So look, this is my B Will. You go right after I say that. Hold on, Jonathan. Hold on. Let me say something real quick, and then you say something. Hold on. This is what I want everybody to do. Just so that we have a panel that's flowing. Try to keep your thoughts anywhere between 2 to 3 minutes, right? At the longest, right? If you got something quick to say, 30 to 60 seconds, that's great. But if you're gonna be going long, try to keep it 2 to 3. Not because I want to cut your wisdom. I just want other people to go. The ball could swing back around to you, and you can say more things. You get what I'm saying? When you talk, it ain't got to be the last time you talk. It's to everybody. It don't have to be the last time you talk. I just want everybody to have an opportunity to chime into the conversation, because the conversation is better for the listeners when they get all of our opinions instead of just one. So a lot of times, if I'm up here by myself, let's just say I start the show, right? Sometimes I start the show and people might come late. If I'm the only one on here, I'm gonna be very long-winded in what I'm saying. But if I'm on here and hot tracks pop up here, or MDT or whoever pops up here, I'm gonna be short-winded in what I'm saying, and then I'm gonna pass the ball to them. I'm gonna even allow them to respond to what I'm saying, so it could be a conversation, so it could go back and forth, right? So that's what I want us to do. When you talking, kind of keep in mind that, hey, I want to hear what somebody else got to say too. So let me not be too long-winded. Let me actually pass the ball, and then it could come back to you. So Jonathan, wrap up what you're saying, and then be where you go after him, and let's continue keeping the conversation flowing with everybody.
Okay, so let me try to make it quick as possible. As for the MVP race, I do not agree with ESPN trying to update it to add Caitlin Clark into the mix, because, and I'm gonna say this, and I know some people gonna disagree with me. I don't care. I'm gonna tell you why. She, her scoring, her high volume, great games came from playing against, weak, under 10 win teams who are not going to make it to playoffs at all. The Indiana Fever has shown that they can win without her. They're 4-0. They're 4-0 without her. She turns the ball over in critical moments when they need the ball to win the game. Like, for example, when she passed that, tried to make that pass, and one of the Lynx players intercepted it, that sealed the deal for the Lynx. After Chelsea Mitchell did all that hard work to bring them back to the game, I will just stick with Asia Wilson, Kelsey Mitchell, Paige Becker.
Yo. No, it doesn't count then. No. Same record. Somebody said record, and if somebody just said record is the reason as a disqualifying factor. Kelsey Mitchell plays on the same team and does not assist the ball or rebound at the same clip. Disqualify that one.
No, I'm not disqualifying that one because you don't always.
It's an disingenuous argument if the meter that you're measuring by is the team record is more important. It's the same.
It's not because Caitlin, she stat pad at the point. Those all her numbers come from stat pad. I'm sorry, bro. I'm just being real. She's not really getting those stats like that.
Disingenuous argument when if the girl is the point guard who not only distributes and runs the offense, also is a contributor, rebounding and assisting and scoring the ball. But yet the biggest beneficiary of that is her teammate, who's number 2 on the scoring list, and disqualifying Caitlin for a team record. Putting Kelsey Mitchell there sounds disingenuous.
Well, that's not true either.
Exactly. Kelsey's not turning the ball over. She's not causing her teams the games. Kelsey, if anything, Kelsey is bringing her teams back in the game. There's too many times where Kelsey Mitchell and them has to get Caitlin out of jail when that turnover was almost costing the game. And it's like what people say: if Kelsey Mitchell's not on a team, Indiana Fever will probably be 500 or below 500. They'll be lucky to be a 500 team. and that which will last probably 2 or 3 games.
Well,
Just saying.
for 6 years, she already succeeded at doing that. Before Leah
I'm
Boston, she already succeeded at doing that. But Najalani Hamilton with Nas Simmons, she succeeded at being below 500 by herself.
I respect your opinion. I understand your opinion, but I wanna be honest with. I'm just trying to keep it real. Like Kaylin has got to just take care of the ball better and go a little harder on defense, and she'll be fine. That I hate that the team showed that they can win without her, and I want them to win more with her on their team. But Caitlyn is going to have to stop, playing alongside her crazy fan bases, crap, and giving her this ego, and she'll be fine. Because and this doesn't involve you, who I'm talking to. I'm talking about her fan base that hype her up too much, that it wears her down when she plays, and it makes her the weakest link of the team. Now, I'm gonna move on from that because I got one more to say, and that's the.
Jonathan, you gotta pass the ball, bro. I done said it. You gotta let the other people. It's like 6 people on the panel, Jonathan.
How many people on the panel? I can't even see a lot of people on the panel.
I know, and that's why I said you could talk again, but let it go around and come back to you, brother. You ain't gotta do a whole hour.
I'm gonna be real quick. Go ahead. Real quick. I'm gonna be real quick, and then it's probably gonna move on to Wody because I'm actually talking directly to Wody. Because my comment is in response to Wody's comment about when I said that Olivia Miles made Courtney Williams, Kayla McBride, and Natasha Howard better. He questioned the validity of that. I never said Fee. He actually added Fee, but I never said Fee because Fee only been playing 2 games. But go look at their stats the last 2-3 years, maybe even 4. Look at what Olivia Miles has done to Kayla McBride, Natasha Howard, and Courtney Williams stats.
Now assisting. It is.
Hold on,
Wody.
Wody. I want to highlight what B Will is saying because I think it's going over your heads real quick. What B Will was trying to say, and you correct me if I'm wrong, B Will, right? We all heard the term when we talking about basketball of players making other people better, correct? We all know what that means.
Absolutely.
Correct. All right. So that's a basketball term we all know. So what B Will is pointing out is that with Olivia Miles, what sets her apart and what make her special, I ain't even gonna say just with Caitlin Clark, just in general, what makes her a special player is that if you look at the surrounding people around, Olivia Miles is in the MVP conversation with making her teammates better than they were. You get what I'm saying? If you look at their stats, and B Will, you pick it up because this is your points again and finish it.
Yeah, I mean that's exactly what I'm talking about, and I'm not taking. I don't know if you're misinterpreting Wody. I'm not taking anything away from the fact that yes, all 3 of those players have been all-stars before Olivia Miles came to the league. Yes, but if you look at their stats, I just double checked it myself just to make sure I double checked it even though I checked it earlier this week. I double checked it again just to make sure I'm on the right track. And they're by the numbers, they are better. They have higher points per game, higher assists per game, and higher rebounds a game to the man, to the woman. I mean,
and look, B Will. To your point, without me looking at stats and knowing the way Olivia plays, I could only imagine higher field goal percentage per game because she's giving them the ball where they could just score. I know for a fact that Natasha Howard, because I just looked at hers the other day when I was comparing her to Angel. Natasha Howard field goal percentage is amazing right now.
There you go, and that's it. That's all I got.
And listen. Let me tell you how dope that point was you just made, B Will. It kind of aligned with my point earlier when I said, and it highlights Olivia Miles and shows because I didn't even think about this. This is what I mean by pass the ball and listen to what other people got to say. Because what B Will just said, just made me say, wow, that shows how great Olivia Miles really is. Forget the MVP conversation. Forget the Caitlin Clark comparison or whatever. Forget all that, right? Think about this. I just literally said, talking about Paige Beckers and talking about Caitlin, and said what? The other star on their team, when they play and they got the ball, it kind of diminish that star, right? We don't get to see how great Kelsey Mitchell is sometimes playing next to Caitlin. We don't get to see how great Enrique is sometimes playing next to Paige. Why? Because they got to sacrifice so that those players could be great, correct? I just said that. And then not 10 minutes later, we hear B. Will say, hey, Olivia Miles is doing the opposite. Playing with Olivia Miles, if you play with her, you actually going to have your best seasons. So that shows how great Olivia Miles is. That's crazy because everybody, and again, I'm not saying they not. I think Paige is amazing. I think Caitlin is amazing, right? But everybody talk about how amazing those two players is. And Olivia Miles had to get hers out the mud. She had to learn. She had to earn her amazing because nobody was really saying that about her, but me. But wasn't nobody was really saying that about her. But now look at her. She not only is she earned her own shine out the mud. She's making the people that play with her around her look even better, and that's what the other stars is not doing. So that's a kudos to Olivia.
All right. So since I see a break right there, I'm gonna jump in. And
Yeah, you see how that was short to the point, pass the ball.
Yeah.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, I don't wanna throw myself no type of bail and make this seem like we're making any excuses for it. Since it's just a debate style conversation. I'm pulling up, like I said, I'm here on my computer and I'm pulling up what information I think is relative to also help the conversation along. And all what you're saying is valid. All what you're saying is very much so valid. And one question I could ask them for the panel: in what ways can a player, besides assisting the ball, could they make the players around them better?
Gravity. Yeah.
Gravity. All right, now
and then I'm gonna tell you another one. I'm gonna tell you another one too. Gravity, and then also if you the type of player who demands a double, which also goes towards gravity. But if you could demand a double team, you can make your teammates around you better because it's gonna give them open shots.
Yeah, traps off a pick and roll, off ball action. One or two players may follow you because you're a threat. Ergo, a la Steph or Clay, off ball action, gravity, which is great. Generally, though, in the realm of gravity, somebody either a hockey assist, like when you pass to one person, they pass to somebody else, and there's an assist off of that, or you get an assist, is one good measuring stick. And nobody feels like also scoring is a good way to help those around you better. But again, that would go to gravity because you're such a threat to score. Other people get open. Hence where
I think you made a good point already. I would say to your point, Wody, the gravity Caitlin Clark has, or the way Caitlin Clark makes her teams better, is the pick and roll, right? And it's really, somebody else said this too. Somebody on, and I hate to say this person's name, but I like to give credit where credit is due. It was I don't know the guy's name. It was a black guy, but he was on Jason Whitlock's show. And he said that, and I agree with him. He just made sense. This is a basketball take. He said that what Kelsey Mitchell actually provides in the pick and roll with Aaliyah Boston and Caitlin Clark allows Caitlin Clark to be and Aaliyah Boston to actually be better because people don't want to help off Kelsey Mitchell, right? That's that gravity we talking about. But Caitlin Clark's ability to make that pocket pass, right, also is her. And then also to shoot that shot that you're talking about is her gravity, is her ability to make her teammates better as well. So I think that's the point you're trying to make, saying that she also makes her teams better, correct? Her teammates better.
Yeah, that's one. A lot of people though do like to throw in the fact though that Kelsey Mitchell and Aaliyah Boston are all stars. And mind you, I'm pantomiming some things that I see people type and then be inconsistent about in making another argument, or something that I see somewhere else being written, and then the counter argument is inconsistent to the point people want to make, right? I've seen it been said for some people who are frequent this space that Kelsey Mitchell and Aaliyah Boston are all-stars, right? So that team is stacked, blah, blah, blah. How much better could she make them? They already were good, so on and so forth. Then we take sometimes a look and we step back before the Aaliyah Boston years and say, well, it didn't look that good. We kind of brush that to the side. Cool, we'll brush that to the side, right? But then no discredit, no, the word sounds funny, but I like it. No discreditation to Olivia Miles, and it's a made-up word, so y'all don't get too much in your head. No, none at all, right? But I did mention it. B. Will said it. Courtney Williams was an all-star. Natasha Howard was an all-star. Kayla McBride was an all-star, and Fee was an all-star. So yes. Now you have a very stacked team. That's a very good team. If you have all these former all-stars and still players who are making all-star teams.
Yeah, you kind of misspoke just now.
What? In which way?
He wasn't no all-star. He ain't even played.
I'm talking about all-stars or prior all-stars. And yeah, I do understand what you're saying, where you're going with that.
But she didn't even, but you can't count Fee because she's been on the bench, is what I'm saying. You got a point where you got, but she didn't play. You could only say that if she was on the floor. She was on the bench. She ain't played. You got a point with Natasha Howard, right? And you got a point with Courtney Williams. No, but what I'm saying, she wasn't on the court. You can only say that about the people that's playing. That's almost like we counting Caitlin's production last year. She didn't play.
Not at all. Not if you're not on the court at all. But no,
you're not on the court. You know, that's what I'm saying. You said you was putting Fee out there. That don't. But I get your point about every guy. I get your point about everybody.
Former all-star players, even if they're not all-stars, but it's like, say, somebody who's 2 years removed from an all-star. They not like on the downturn of their career. They still have some juice left in the tank. It's like,
no, but what I'm saying is still you saying that as if that counts the Fee. Fee played like 2 games before the All-Star break, or 1 game or something like that before the All-Star break.
Even without Fee, I could even remove Fee from the equation. I could remove Fee from the equation, and I could hyper focus on Kayla McBride.
Hold on, don't talk over. Let B Will respond to you, Wody, because he's trying to respond to what you're saying, and then you respond to him.
No, I was just saying we can take Fee off the table because I didn't mention Fee in the players that Olivia made better because she only played 2 games with Fee. I ain't mentioned Fee in that. Wody brought her into it. I did not. So we can just take
it. I did want to bring, even though it was only like 2 games played with her, but I did want to. And look, and Fee had good games the 2 games she played. Right now, right? You look at the 2 games that she played, they're showing that she's averaging 18 for 2 games played.
Yeah, but see, you make it. I'm trying to help you. Hold on, Wody. I'm trying to help your point out, right? Because you're trying to make the comparison about Caitlin Clark, and what people say about Caitlin Clark playing with these other all-stars, right? And you saying that you could arguably say the same thing about Olivia, is what you're trying to say. But when you bring Feet into it, it hurts your argument. I'm trying to help you out and tell you stop bringing Feet into the argument because it hurts you because Feet didn't play all year. So that doesn't help Olivia.
Right. I get that sentiment. But then I said, let's say, what have you done for me lately? Even with the 2 games, we were saying we're putting Nafisa Kaya to the side because she wasn't there, right?
Yeah, I'm saying focus on Courtney Williams and Kayla McBride, even though she wasn't an all-star this year. And focus on Natasha Howard. That helps your argument focusing on those players, not Fee. Fee hurts your argument.
No, and I can show you, and I can substantiate my argument even with Fee in a minute. But let's say, all right, where the record is right now with those players, especially Kayla McBride, especially Courtney Williams, who more recently were all-stars and playing at a high level prior. And I got their stats pulled up for 2025 and 2024, what the numbers were looking like, and then in comparison to this year. And then Natasha Howard, who did have a decent year the last year before she came to the Fever, right? Who all these players were recently all-stars and still not at the, per se, maybe the prime of their career, but they all still are effective at this stage of their career. And then now you add in already the team being this good Yes, and I say that is due in a large part to Olivia Miles being this good with those other three current or former All-Stars, and then you added a fourth player who was a former All-Star and came in 2 games and is averaging 18.
Don't
How
you know? Well,
how
don't you
she make
know?
these players better?
Don't you
I'm
know
not sure
Caitlin
yet.
Clark?
It's to be determined.
Don't you know Caitlin Clark played with Aaliyah Boston, Kelsey Mitchell, All Stars the year before, and the third
Right.
All Star in Erica Wheeler? Come on, man. Stop moving the goalposts, bro. Stop it.
I said, how does she make these players better? And then if you juxtapose this side by side, then it's like slapping one in the face to discredit the other.
Because
Because
what happened?
it's almost a
What happened with Olivia
synonymous. It's
Miles?
almost a synonymous situation.
What happened with Olivia Miles is you don't have to believe me. Go look at the stats. What and
Which I have pulled up. Which I do have pulled up.
Henry Hurley made a comment that I responded to. He asked, did Olivia make them better, or did she make their jobs easier? And my point is, it's the same thing, because if you make them, of course they're all stars. You can't deny that they're all stars. They're great players, right? But if you make their jobs easier, then you allow them to be who they are on the court. And so they are a better version of themselves with Olivia Miles on the court. Who did Caitlin Clark do that for? Maybe you can argue Aaliyah Boston that first year, because it was all about, like Brooklyn said, it was all about the pick and roll with Aaliyah Boston. And guess what? Aaliyah Boston showcased another thing that people didn't realize that she was good at. Aaliyah Boston's a great decision maker. She's a great decision maker, especially as a big. She's a great decision maker. So so I'll give Caitlin Aaliyah Boston, but who else has she made better year over year? And that's the difference. And I don't want to keep it about comparing Olivia and Caitlin, because as Brooklyn said, for me, it's not even about Olivia and Caitlin. It's about what Olivia is doing, and regardless of what Caitlin's doing. So it's about how special Olivia is playing, and all this while being a rookie. I mean, like that's an MVP. She's putting up MVP numbers, and that's an MVP narrative, dog. I don't even. It's
That's a mic drop. Hold on. Mute up. That's first of all, shout out to Be Well, because that's a mic drop statement right there. Number one, but number two, everybody welcome my homegirl Paige to the panel.
Hi.
Hey Paige, what's up? Yeah, Be Well. I ain't mean to cut your wisdom. I just wanted to welcome Paige. You can land your plane, Be Well, and then Paige, I want to hear. I want to hear your thoughts on the topic.
My plane is on the tarmac. I'm good.
Got you. Was you listening, Paige? You know what we talking about?
You can recap me just a little bit. I just got in here.
All right. So basically, we was going over the MVP race, and ESPN just said that Caitlin Clark is number 2. She leapfrogged Olivia Miles in the MVP race. So then both Be Well and Wody was debating on the impact of Olivia Miles versus the impact of Caitlin. And I guess they in what they mean to the MVP race. I guess that's the best way to put it.
Okay.
And just for context, this is a silly conversation because everybody on the panel know Asian number 1. Like we arguing 2 and 3 right now, just because ESPN put it out. But just putting that context out there.
Okay. I'm just gonna say Olivia should be in that MVP conversation with the numbers that she's putting up, and the way that she helps Minnesota on the offensive end a lot, because they look like a completely different team when she's not on the floor.
That's a fact, and then to have that much impact as a rookie, it's crazy.
Yeah.
Especially with, I think B Will made this point, or somebody else made this point, especially with Fee being out all season too.
True, yeah, she was able to handle it without Fee being on the court.
Yeah, that's a good point. Pat Tracks, you still there?
Some might have fell asleep. I want to one thing. One person's numbers did jump up, but I didn't pull up her career bio yet. One person I did notice already, their numbers did jump up. Was Kayla McBride's. There's also a difference in Courtney Williams' stats. There's a difference from this year to last year for Natasha Howard. But Natasha Howard, like I said, her last year in Dallas was better than this year, which is factual. She was 17.6 compared to right now. She's 15.5, but this is still considered a
What's
good
the
season.
field goal percentage of both
Field
years?
goal percentage. Field goal percentage was 45.6. This year's 58.3.
There you go. It's a huge difference.
Yep.
And defensive numbers look about the same. One more assist here, one more rebound here. And 27 games played. Sorry. 27 games played in that last year in Dallas. So far, she's played 4 more this season. So, all right, we'll go to the prior year. She played almost a full season, 39 games. When she played 39 games, that was 16.5. That was 45%. So yeah, her shooting splits, she had a good shooting year also with Indy at 55%. The best shooting she's had so far in her career is 57 with Minnesota in 2016. 2018, Seattle, 54%. 55 with Indiana last year, but that's on 11 points a game, and now 58. This is her best career field goal percentage at 15 points.
All right, MDT, we hear you typing. So what you got?
Sorry.
What you got on the conversation? We heard what your keyboard thinks.
I was doing so good. I had it muted for so long. I'm sorry.
Got MDT.
Okay, and we are talking about MVPs, or are we talking about gravity? Because
just what you thought about the conversation so far. Well, whatever you want to add to it between what B Will, Paige, and Wody had to offer to it.
Yeah, we were talking about gravity, I believe, and impact and such, and whether you're on the CC side or the Miles side, the numbers are so close. They're comparable. I know that CC's taken her out in terms of the points per game and assists and so on. Although the gravity stat, I just was looking that up just a moment ago. It's fairly close, but Olivia Miles trumps CC this year anyway in terms of win-loss record. She's playing on the best team in the league. She beat her head-to-head, and also, more importantly, I suspect her team is 9-4 against playoff teams. Caitlin Clark is 6-8. I don't know when it's that close. Can we sit here and still say that one player is far and above better than the other when it's that close? You can argue all day long and say, well, Olivia Miles went to the Lynx. Yeah, but I don't think anybody can.
Absolutely can, because the Lynx better.
Nobody had the Minnesota Lynx doing this well. Not even their coach had him doing this well.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. My to your point, MDT, my beginning season predictions, 2 teams I had absolutely wrong. I thought Phoenix would be in the playoff hunt, and I thought Minnesota would be outside of the playoffs. I was absolutely wrong about both of those predictions.
I thought Minnesota was going to be in it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, so that means Paige was ahead of the curve. She knew it before everyone else.
But some people was smarter, because some people did say Cheryl Reeves never have losing seasons.
Yeah.
So some people knew that. I guess I was one of the slow people in the back.
Yeah, me too. And if there's anybody that was going to pull it off, it was going to be her. So that's probably what Paige was thinking. But I think I was talking about some people here in the chat about this. There is a concerted effort, and I just noticed this. This is anecdotally, of course. This isn't something I've tracked over time, but they're really, really trying to sell the Fever. And also by default, Caitlin Clark, really trying to sell her to drive these games to make sure that people are watching. So it's a lot of this stuff, and I can see why people in the chat get a little annoyed by that, and it becomes skewed in terms of accomplishment. And I think you could even argue that the ESPN article of introducing her into that MVP conversation is about that.
Absolutely about that.
We want you to watch the games, and if we believe that she moves the needle, we are going to keep injecting her into these type of conversations, whether it's truly appropriate or worthy or not.
Right. Everybody, listen, this should be interesting. Everybody welcome Clark to the panel.
Hey, Clark.
What's going on, Clark? You might be muted. You muted yourself?
Give me a second. Okay,
I muted you.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I thought you muted me. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Get ahead. What's going on, bro? What's your thoughts?
I've got a few thoughts about Atlanta, but I wanted to ask this question to the panel. The Aces have 3 games coming up. Of course, AJ is spectacular, what she's doing in the W at the moment, with her stats and everything.
Hold on. I gotta pause you for a second because your name is throwing me off. Who are you a fan of? Who's your favorite player?
Angel Reese.
Okay, listen. With a name like Clark, I expected shenanigans. So you stole me off. All right, gang, continue.
Yeah.
Continue.
No, I'm an Angel Reese fan all the way since 2024.
Okay. Where name? Continue.
Awesome. So, wanted to ask, Aces got 3 games coming up. One on the 6th, the other one on the 8th.
Okay, yeah, I remember you asking the question in the panel.
The 6th, yeah, the 6th is with Indy. The 8th is with the Lynx, and the 9th is with New York. I wanted to ask the panel: how many games do you think they can win?
Well, I'll go first. I'm about to say obviously they can win all 3. Now, will they win all 3? That's yet to be seen. So I'm gonna go knowing how the Aces is playing. I'm gonna say 2 out of 3, and I'm gonna say the game that they lose is. You said they play against Indy, they play against New York, and they play against who?
The Lynx. So it's Indy, Lynx, and New York.
All right, I'm gonna say they beat Indy. I'm gonna say they beat Indy. I'm gonna say.
Hey Clark, you gotta turn on whatever's on the TV behind you.
It sounds like he at work. Just mute your mic, Clark. It sounds like he in a room with other people. I'm gonna say they beat Indy. That's a tough one. I'm gonna say they lose to the Lynx. I'm gonna say they beat New York. I was gonna flip it because I was gonna give New York something, but I'm gonna say they lose it. They beat New York. They lose it. They lose it on Lynx. I think they go 2-1. That's my prediction.
Clark, if you can hear me too? What do you consider a good game for a player, stat wise, statistically? Whether efficiency, points, whatever. I would like to get a baseline for people. I can have something else put up here too that I want to share.
It depends on what position they're playing. So if you give me a position, I'll give you my thoughts.
That was a great response, Bob. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Okay, point guard, yeah? All right, cool. So I would say with the point guard, it will be. I always think field goal is a good number for every position you're playing. Field goal, points. I don't think it's when it comes to point guard. I don't think it's optimal. It's not. I don't qualify it as important. I think a point guard can have like 15 and be like someone
Okay.
that's good at defense, and they can assist the ball, maybe even six. But it's not about just the stats. You have to look at how they're improving the game, right? How they're making chances for their teammates, right? So when it comes to a point guard, it's not really about the points or the assists. They can have a 15 and 6 on the stats, and they played a really good game because they're good at the back when they're defending. So point guard, that's how I view it. I don't. I'm not with the Clayton with CC's sort of gameplay. But Olivia is doing her thing because she's got the points and she got the assist, and then she has the improvement when it comes to making a team just flow. So Olivia is like just having the cherry on your cake. So that's why she has to be in the MVP talk, because she's good on the eye and she's good on the stats as well. Those are my thoughts. Give me some feedback on what I said.
I would have liked to hear I would like to hear from everybody their own personal opinion on that. But you gave me, all right, a good field goal percentage, and a good goal percentage in your eyes is around what number?
Okay, good. Above 50.
Above 50 field goal percentage. Okay. 15 points above
Yes.
field goal.
Yeah.
50. So this man gave me definitives, and I like it. He said about 6 assists, about 15 points. He don't really care, but play good defense. Cool. We grant that, right? And protect the ball, and about 50% field goal. All right, cool. And anybody else that want to give their opinion, I'm all ears. But that's one person here on the panel.
Like my opinion on point guards, or
We're talking, specifically since this is kind of a conversation about point guards. Yeah, Paige, you're there. What do you consider using even some of the same metrics like he used? Field goal percentage, points, assists, so on and so forth. But for a point guard, what do you consider a good game to be?
low turnovers.
What's and to be specific, under what number? Since you say low turnovers,
Under 2 or 3.
damn.
But that depends, though. But also, what's really important is, in my opinion, is if you get your teammates involved and how easy their shots come. Because that's really being a point guard, is making sure that your 2 and your 3 guard and your 4 and your 5 are in the right positions to score the best for them, and knowing where they like their passes.
So true.
Because that's really what's most important, in my opinion, as a point guard.
That's really your only measure. You said now repeat that for me again. You said low turnovers and what else?
And a good IQ, and being able to know where your players like the ball to be at.
Okay, and I accept that. I like that answer too. That is just something also. It's kind of hard to quantify, and it's also a little bit subjective with good IQ. We kind of know them players like, say, the Chris Pauls, the Chelsea Grays, the players who do have good IQ because of the decisions that they make on the court, and even sometimes pre-reading plays and making things happen. Hell, LeBron James, one of the highest IQs of the game, even modern day. Just a little hard to quantify, but all right. And what about, say, points wise? Do you have any expectations of scoring?
Yes, points need to at least be between 15. I think also it's a pretty good number, in my
Is a
opinion.
good number. I think 15 is a fairly decent number. Like you contributed with 15. Okay,
Yeah.
so 15 I see
Plus with
seems so
those
far to be the
assists
baseline for me.
also, it would be nice.
And you fall at under a good game.
Yes.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, do me a favor, man. I'm being real lenient with the background noise because I know Clark is new and he not at home. But please, if you at home, Mute your mic. I don't want to hear the typing. I don't want to hear the background.
I muted.
No, you good. You good, Clark. You good. Gary, Wody.
Listen,
Anybody else wanted to chime in on that? But like I said, I have some numbers.
No, I'm letting your I think you got enough to make your point. I'm letting your conversation go. That's all. We listening. We tuned in.
I will chime in if I have a chance. I will chime in.
Sure, go ahead. Be Will, right?
So just Be Will.
You got it, my brother.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, first of all, I just want to make sure I'm gonna state this, and then I'm gonna answer your question. I just want to make sure we're not comparing. We aren't expecting NBA numbers for WNBA players. That's thing one.
We ain't expecting that. We're not expecting that. No.
But for me, a good game from my point guard means, number one, like you said, Paige, getting your other players involved, getting everybody involved, getting especially your star player, your key contributors, getting them involved early and often and in moments that are critical, right? Being able to look at what's not only the court, but also what's going on. Where's the momentum, right? Who's got the momentum? Is it swinging? Your assist to turnover ratio is more important than your assist, because I will grant you, if you got 10 assists, then you probably gonna have more than 2 turnovers, right? But you shouldn't have 6 or 7, right? So assist to turnover ratio is more important to me than the total number of assists or total number of turnovers.
Hey,
also,
how about 20 assists and 7 turnovers? You can live with that?
Who's getting 20 assists?
And 7 turnovers. 20 assists and 7 turnovers. Like a game you got a game where you had 20 assists and 7 turnovers. Could you live with that?
That is not a good game.
Hold on. B Will just asked, are you going to talk about NBA numbers? And you jumped past the NBA and you went straight to Monstar numbers.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Like 2K.
I mean,
right, 2K numbers, right, Paige?
17 assists and 7 turnovers.
Hey, Paige, he's telling us what he did on his 2K. He telling us what he did on 2K, right? He bringing up his 2K.
He couldn't just go with Caitlin's 10 turnovers. 10 assists. He couldn't even go with that. He had to go something stupid.
Hold on.
In a WNBA game, 20 assists is not a good game. That is the most spectacular game that has ever been played.
Let me ask him a question, B-Will. Hey, Wody, you using Caitlin Clark on 2K and you getting 20 assists or something?
That's crazy.
What is going on?
No, I gave him an extreme on that one because he said like at 6 and 7. Yeah, that's bad. Like we all are well aware that turnovers for Caitlin Clark is generally hovering around 4 to 6. It's bad in that regards, but a lot of times though, even with all those high turnover games, the team still ends up winning. So then it's like it's something I saw. It's a book called Output Over Outcome, right?
Wait, time out. He just said, you just said if you get 7 turnovers, that means you gotta have 20 assists, right?
No, so I gave him that extreme because I said
I'm asking you a question. You said that's extreme. I'm asking you a question. So if you're saying 7 turnovers is extreme, what are you saying 6 turnovers is? And how many assists you supposed to have for that?
That's still extreme. But now,
you said that's what she get though. Never mind.
Yeah, on a regular 4 to 6 is about like on a regular you expect to see that from Caitlin Clark, right? But he said like as brothers say like 6 and 7 that's bad. It's the assist to turnover ratio, right? Because again, a lot of people also assume that it is. A lot of people do assume that the turnovers lead to bad outcomes, and generally it does. But there's games people have high turnover games and they're still winning the game. So the outcome, regardless of your output, still ended in a win, and you want to clean that up, right? But now, when you say no matter what, everybody would say 6 turnovers is bad. You say you had 6 turnovers, 7. Everybody would say that's bad. Then let's say you had 15 assists with that though. Be like, well, you had 15 assists, but you had 6 turnovers.
Let me pause you right there, Wody, because I haven't finished answering your question because your question was what's a good game for a point guard, right?
Absolutely,
So
yeah,
let's take
absolutely,
let's
right.
take your
We just went on a
love.
tangent. My bad.
Let's take your love for Caitlin Clark out of it. What's a good game for a point guard? In my opinion, a good game for a point guard, assist to turnover ratio matters, right? But in terms of straight stats, 6 assists is a good game. But if you have less than 3-4 turnovers, so 6 assists and 2 turnovers, that's a good game. 8 assists and 2 turnovers, maybe 3, that's a good game because anybody would tell you that a good assist to turnover ratio is over 1.5. 2 is good, is really good, right? It's your assist to turnover rate. So if you're getting 2 assists for every turnover, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. 3 assists to turnover, that's really damn good. That's damn near elite, right? Not talking about 4 to 1 turn, right? So we got to put it all into perspective. So that's my assist, right? In terms of points, it depends on the team that you own and what's going on in the game. But if you a point guard, I don't expect my point guard to be my primary shot taker. That's not their job. And so if my point guard gets 10 to 12 points in a game, oh, that's sweet. If you take that, anything above 12 points to me is pretty exceptional for a point guard. If
I hold you right there? Brooklyn
if it's a true point guard role.
Can I hold you right there, B. Will? And I apologize in advance because Brooklyn, you said this in a conversation with High Tracks the other night when the brothers was talking, and Jonathan Gonzalez was up there, and then we were talking about point guards in general, and they said something, and I'm quoting to you as best as I can quote you. You said when these dudes was like taking too many shots as a point guard, taking too many shots, right? And I understand where you were coming from. And you said, yeah, that's kind of like a older style way of looking at things because, you know what I mean, the modern style of point guard or the modern style of the game, you have guards have different responsibilities. The Jalen Brunsons, the Cade Cunninghams of the world, right? Your primary ball handler can also be your primary scorer. That's just kind of like an older way of looking at the game, and I understand because again, what we grow up on, what we see is what we lean to, right? But I think Isaiah Thomas also is one of those guards where you started seeing more of a modernization of the position because he also was a primary scorer as well as your playmaker, right? Got him.
You ain't got nothing because we talking about women's game. I thought we covered
even still, but isn't there some type of progression to the game coming? Don't we expect a progression?
Hold on. Let me add some context to what he's saying, especially since you brought me up. So, the role of the point guard stays the same regardless of what type of player you are. All right, we understand that, right? The point guard role is to come out and run the team, run the offense. Now, what you're saying, Wody, and this is subjective. Everybody believes something different. This is my view, right? Because some people don't like their point guard to be scorers, right? Some people like their point guard to be traditional to the role of point guard and make everybody else better around them. My point is, all point guards ain't the same, right? You don't have to go to the NBA. Look at Kelsey Plum. All point guards ain't the same. Some point guards are score. Some point guards are score first point guards. Some point guards are pass first point guards. They still point guards. What some people like to say is, oh, if you score first point guard, then you're really not a point guard. You a shooting guard. That's not necessarily true. Yes, you could play both. Yes, you could play both positions, but you could also be a point guard. It really depends on your team's offense, right? So let's just say, for an example, and I'm going to make this short and land my plane. Let's just say you have a team like Minnesota Lynx, where you have a player like Olivia Miles, right? Where her job when she runs the point guard position, she's gonna score. And she's gonna score in the clutch. We've seen her do that in the Fever game. But and I think she also had she had a big game in that game anyway. But she's not coming down. She's gonna come down and score when it's the best shot for her. It's the best shot for the team. She'll get the ball to somebody else if they take her away, right? That's the role. That's her role in the way she plays point guard. Everybody don't play point guard that way. You have somebody else, like let's use a Kelsey Plum for an example, right? Who's gonna play a little bit differently than Olivia Miles do, and she's gonna look to score more. But that doesn't just because she looked to score more don't mean that her job isn't still when she draws it. Remember, we said how you make your teammates better is different ways. When she draws the double team now because she's such a scoring threat, her job is still to find people. What Jalen Brunson had to do, to your point, I land my plane with this. What Jalen Brunson had to do in the finals, because he was the go-to scorer, the go-to player, it was times where he had to decide whether to play traditionally as a point guard and get his teammates the ball. And it was times where he had to decide, all right, now I'm going to be selfish and take over. Why? Because I'm the best option. The best option is actually me, right? So depending on who you are as a point guard and your skills and abilities, you're leaning more into your skills. And I think that's what makes basketball beautiful in general, is the fact that everybody ain't the same. And that's actually one thing I get pissed off about with people is when people try to squeeze everybody into one player. People like the way Chelsea Gray played point guard, so now they want everybody to be Chelsea Gray. Well, everybody ain't Chelsea Gray. Some people is Paige Beckers, right? Some people is Jordan Canada, right? Some people is Veronica Burton, right? Depending on how you play the position, you can play it differently. Some people have better skills in the position. Some people are better passers in the position. Some people are better shooters. Some people are better defenders. Right? Some people are more athletic than others. So you want to basically play the position to your skill, but the role of the point guard never changes though. Your role of the point guard. Now, the only time your role of the point guard can change if you want a team like Phoenix, and we know Alyssa Thomas is a point forward. So even though she's a forward, she plays more of a point guard role. That frees up somebody like Kelsey Plum to just be a scorer. You get what I'm saying? But other than that, the role of a point guard never changes.
And even as you say that too, right? What you hear, I will hear quite often though is too many shots. My point guard is taking too many shots, or my point guard is ball hogging this, that, and the third, right? It's generally, I look at that as those people are coming from a different era of thinking of what the point guard is supposed to be. That's all. Go ahead, Paige.
I agree and I don't agree at the same time. Because, like Brooklyn said, the point guard's job is still to make the best decision on the court and get the best shot possible. And I get what you're saying, though, Wody. But I think the issue is sometimes she does shoot it when it's not really the best shot they could have had that position. If you know what I mean.
And then also to piggyback on what Paige is saying too, you also got to take into account, depending on how you play the position, once again, you can handicap your team, right? Yeah. So like, let's take a look at James Harden or somebody like Luka, right? Somebody like Trae Young. Great players, offensively amazing players, but sometimes in playing that style where you want the ball, your usage rate is so high, you do two things. One, you make it so very easy to guard, right? Kobe said that. When Kobe was critiquing James Harden game, he said that style will never win. Why? Because you always know where the ball is at. You always know how to set your defense up. The second thing you do is sometimes you could take your teammates out of rhythm. And that's the point I was making, that sometimes Kelsey Mitchell has to like adjust her game now playing with Caitlin, because in times where she will probably get it and go, she got to wait for Caitlin to make the decision. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, but which is all said though, her scoring numbers are up with the girl on the court with her though.
I will say this about Caitlin. So one of the things I love when Caitlin does, because I love good basketball personally, when Caitlin gets the ball and pushes it and gets up the court and to the rim before anybody can turn around and react. I love that. That's a point guard. That's a point guard making the decision. Hey, I'm about to be the point of attack, and I'm gonna go as far as I can until somebody stop me. Oh, nobody stopped me. Bam, I'm at the rim. I'm scoring. That's a point guard. That's a point guard scoring, right? It's not like being selfish and taking stupid logo threes and not. And so here's what I will say, Wody, in real
I knew
money.
that was the problem. I knew that was the problem.
No, that's not a problem.
A lot of the OGs say the same thing though. They don't like that shot
let me,
selection.
if you let me finish, I'm gonna tell you why it's not a problem. I don't mind Caitlin pulling up a logo three every now and again because that's one of her things. That's one of the things you have to guard for. So it keeps the defense honest, right? So Caitlin every now and again pulling up that logo three that works within the offense because you got to keep the defense honest. My problem with her doing this at times is she does it at the wrong moments. You mean she does it at the wrong moments, right? So like it's not the logo three. A logo three, let's all agree. A logo three is a low percentage shot for everybody. I don't care. Caitlin, I don't care who it is. A logo three is a poor percentage shot for everybody. But you got to keep the defense honest. So I don't mind that at times. But you got to do it within the offense, within what's going on the court. And she's not the only player that I have this fault with taking shots outside of what's going on the court. Of course, she's not the only player I have this fault with. But since we're talking about point guards, that's where I see the issue. It's not the logo three itself. It's like when you choose to take your shots because that's your Caitlin Clark, right? You Caitlin Clark, you gotta shoot a logo three, right? If you don't shoot a logo three, people will stop respecting it. And then now you put your offense in a worse position because now teams you don't have the same gravity. So you gotta shoot it every now and again. But the times she does it is sometimes poorly chosen, as well as my last thing I'm gonna say about Caitlin, because I don't really want this to be, because again, you ask about what a good game for a point guard is. I don't want this all to be about Caitlin, yay or nay. Like, is she a point? That's not, because that's not your question. But I will say this: when the game is on the line in clutch time, what we don't see for the Indiana Fever is Stephanie White putting Caitlin Clark in the position to make a decision. We don't see that, right? We don't see that, and we know why we don't see that. That's something. Again, she's a third-year player. That's something she got to grow into because she ain't never had to do that. She always been able to do what she wants, but we don't see that. Eventually, we probably will as she grows into the game. But like, come on, we got to be real. We got to be for real.
And I will say this to be fair, to Caitlin, and I think everybody up here is being fair because everybody's telling the truth. But another truth, right, about Caitlin is because I think this is where Bodie Mack is leaning or trying to go, right? Instead of because we answered his question, but I think this is really what he's trying to find out. I think Caitlin is a good point guard, right? I think what we're saying is, and I think we always say this, we say this every day, she just got things to work on. It's things that she, you know what I mean? Caitlin isn't a bad player. Caitlin is a good point guard. But
why is that such a crime to say?
It's things are part of her game that she needs to work on. That's it. So nobody's up here saying she's a bad point guard. But I think that's what Wody was trying to get to. He was just getting to it a weird roundabout way. He should have just asked directly. But yes, Caitlin is a good player. She's a good. Hold on. Let me finish. Caitlin's a good player, right? She's a good point guard, but there's certain things she needs to learn to be a better point guard, right? To be a better point guard. And if she does those things, that then now the conversation. Because here's the problem. Here's the issue. Here's why we just can't. And here's why sometimes it's hard just to celebrate Caitlin Clark, right? Because of things like this. People got to realize. Like for instance, I was on somebody's panel the other day. We was talking about the Wnba conversation, and they said, "I throw Angel in there." I said I wouldn't, not because I don't think Angel has a game that could possibly be an MVP candidate in the future. I just don't think she's there today. I think she will be there. I don't think she's quite there, right? Same thing with Caitlyn. But the problem is people throw her in these conversations too early. Well, now we got to shoot it down. Now we got to be like, because why is she number 2? She shouldn't be. She ain't been playing. Yeah, you're going to have great numbers, but the reason why what we know is it's clear to me. If it's not clear to nobody else, when you have big games against bad teams, that's going to help your numbers. When you have a game where you go 45-10 and you go to the line 17, it's going to help. So I get it. Yes, your numbers look great, but people want to point to that like that's the only thing. Right. You get what I'm saying? We understand why her numbers is her numbers. She shouldn't be mentioned right now, and it's no disrespect to her. It don't diminish her, but she shouldn't be mentioned in the conversation right now. MVP, at least not with those two. If you want to mention her with some other people, great. But those two is doing some astronomical things. If you go look at Asian numbers, y'all keep talking about numbers. Y'all want to know what my favorite number for MVP is? Pi. I don't know if y'all familiar with Pi. Go look up Pi. And then go look up Asian numbers and tell me who close to her.
Yeah, it's not close.
Nobody.
It's not close.
You know what I mean? And if you don't know what Pi is, go online right when we finish this chat, go online. It's a great YouTube page. I forget the name. I wish I know the name, but when y'all pull him up, it's gonna be a white guy with long hair. He breaks down all the analytics and he basically tell you. Say it again.
I forgot what I've heard of it.
But he basically
efficiency or play impact rate.
It's something like it's player impact player impact estimate. That's what Pi is. Player impact estimate. But the guy, he basically breaks down how MVP's been chosen in the NBA for the past umpteen years. I think it was only one person. I think it was like Joel Embiid or somebody who wasn't, and then like 10 years ago might have been somebody else. But the player impact estimate stat has accurately predicted who's the MVP is, and it works in the WNBA too because it's basically based off of everything you do on the floor, your impact on the court against everybody else. Asia is like by far not like nobody's close to her. You get what I'm saying? So go look that up, man.
I'm familiar with that one.
Yeah, that's something for y'all. That's some homework for y'all. Go look up Pi when y'all get a chance. Whatever. Not saying you got to use it, but that's just something extra to have in your arsenal to know.
It's more advanced analytics, and I mean every advanced analytic is tracked by something. Some people don't like it, don't favor it, especially if it doesn't favor their argument, but generally it tracks something. And I respect it because we found a way to put a number to everything. Even like saying defensive rating, right? A player's defensive rating. If we, play impact estimate and I talk about the worst defensive rating on, say, a certain team, you know what I mean? Then if somebody is far beyond the worst on the team, and then the next person is 30 or 40 points higher than them, then I would be like, when I come into certain discussions or certain debates and I hear what people's arguments are, like I referenced earlier. I said it's certain things that people I even see around these spaces will stay in an argument or champion, and then when the argument comes again for a player that's not their favorite, they'll use the same metric but in an opposition. I find it to be disingenuous.
Exactly. That's fantastic.
Well, you never heard, for the record, you never heard me do that. I stand 10 toes on everything I say.
Yeah, you didn't hear me do that either. So, yeah, to the point of what the previous panel member just said, that you can use stats to back up a lot of different things, and you can skew it your way to make your argument. To me, the litmus test: are you willing to say your favorite player has limitations and needs to improve? If you're not willing to do that, then what does that say for your credibility? It's fine to glaze a little bit, but if you want your team to win, more than likely that some of the players on your team is going to have to improve, even your favorite one. And Brooklyn said this just a little bit ago when we're talking about CC and Angel and MVP race, and some people get offended if you don't include them. That doesn't mean that we're saying they're not great players. They are. Asia's likely to make a first team all NBA or second team all team NBA. Caitlin Clark the same way. I don't think it's criminal to say those sorts of things. So we'll leave it there.
And
Absolutely.
I agree.
I'll Paige, go ahead if you have something to say.
Oh, I just said I agree.
Thanks,
I'll
Paige.
throw this sticking on to the topic of MVP and speaking specifically Olivia Miles. Right, I'm gonna show you the depth of how I can make a conversation about, say, we want to talk about Veronica Burton or Carla Lake or Lila. But anyway, speaking of in terms of Olivia Miles being number 2 on this MVP voting, right? If I
Well, apparently
let's
she's number 3. Caitlin Clark is number 2.
Ugh.
okay, well,
According to
Olivia Miles
ESPN,
being
that's
this
why.
high,
Ugh.
I respect her name being in the hat because one, yes, I do like the metric of the team was sustaining with her at the helm with one of your superstars being down, right? And she still had fairly serviceable numbers, even though you want to say, okay, 19, 4, and 6 is what it is, right? But where you throw, okay, your good games against good competition, or you fell short against subpar competition. I have the WNBA website pulled from the WNBA website, Olivia Miles advanced box scores, right? Will basically show me what she did every game that she played. And then you can click on certain ones and put to the top, in descending order what you want to per se look at. Now, as everybody, I don't know what everybody's familiar with, but in assist to turnover ratio wise, there was the game June 19th against Golden State Valkyries, a good team. She had 7 points, was 1 for 10, right? Had 4 assists and 6 turnovers. She had 3 steals, 3 blocks, which is good, 5 rebounds, right? But that's against quality competition, a hell of a defensive team. She had 7 points, 4 assists, and 6 more turnovers than assists. That was a win, though. They won, regardless. Well, I said output over outcome. Regardless of the bad game, the team won. They won that game. Then in a loss against the Las Vegas Aces, another quality opponent, she had 29 points, right? They lost though. 29 points, 11 for 20, 55%. So by all measures, a good game. But she only had 1 assist and 6 turnovers, right? I think again that went to the back of people's mind. Just like with the news cycle, a lot of things get swept over. In another win where she had 33 points against Phoenix, who we don't consider a good team. We would consider that maybe subpar competition. No slight to any other team that beat them, but a lot of people I don't think give much respect to Phoenix besides Alyssa Thomas is there. She had an amazing game, 10 for 16, 33 points. My bad. 8 assists, 5 turnovers. That assist to turnover ratio still kind of skewed, but it was still a great game. So all in all, and there's still others here too. Is if I was looking, I had it in descending order of turnovers, so I could look in comparison to assists to the turnover ratio. Right? She had a 10 assist game with 4 turnovers. She had a 6 assist game with 4 turnovers, a 2 assist game with 4 turnovers, so on and so forth. Like, is the one time where there was a few times where she had it in the complete opposite, and it was under 3 turnovers. It was a 10 assists, two turnover game against Phoenix, 7 assists, 1 turnover, 6 assists, 1 turnover, 5-1. So maybe those are sticking to the forefront of people's mind, but there are times, even with mediocre to mid-tier to great competition, she letting that thing go. She's still getting her numbers though on the scoring side in certain games. Maybe that would be a slight against somebody in the MVP conversation. I land my plane.
Great points. And the gravity speaks to what she's done. A lot of those games that you talked about, Nafisa Collier wasn't there, and can't ignore their win-loss record, especially against playoff teams, current playoff teams. She is moving that team along more so than anybody on that team, and I just don't think that can be ignored. If there's anybody that's going to unseat Asia for the MVP, it's going to be her. They do have a difficult stretch of games coming up, but they can pull it off. We're going to see. Because Aces have a difficult schedule too. So do the Fever. So do a lot of teams, We're going to find out. That's good. That's the great thing about watching this game is that we're going to find out.
Yeah.
And one reason I asked, oh, I'm sorry, Paige. And one reason too that I asked, because I like to get like basically a baseline where everybody feels like what is basically a good game for a point guard. I was looking at that metric in comparison to good teams that she's played and what her performance was like. For the most part, Olivia Miles has scored 15 points against most of her opponents, except in the times that she had 14 4 times, 13 3 times, 12 once in that 7-point game. And in some of those worst, you know what I mean? If 15 is a good metric, she had 15 against Dallas, they won, right? She had 14 against the Liberty, lost, had 14 against Phoenix. I don't know what we say about Phoenix. And 13 against Phoenix and 13 against Chicago. I don't know how we feel. And 13 points against Seattle. 12 points. Oh, they played Phoenix like 3 times. So every time she played Phoenix, somebody's been locking her up. And 7 points against Golden State, 13 against Seattle, which we said Seattle is a bottom feeder team, but they won. She played 31 minutes, 13 points, 5 of 15. I don't know.
Heard that
somebody locked up on her.
And I've heard that conversation about Golden State locking her up, and especially when comparing her to other players.
And Seattle did too. And Seattle did too.
Forget, Minnesota won those games, so someone else was contributing. So that gets me back to something that I say, yeah, we get into the stats, and I love it. I love it too, and it does tell you the story about what happened during a particular game. But the eye test matters too. To what are you seeing, and what are the outcomes, like you mentioned earlier? That's very, very important.
Yeah.
What are the outcomes?
Right, so then Chicago.
Hold on. Let me add this in here. Hold on, Wody. Let me add this one thing in here. We forgetting one thing. She's a rookie.
Oh, yeah.
I was about to say that, but
We're not talking about a player in their third year, in their second year. We're talking about a player in their first year. So imagine the other rookies that came out against tough defenses and had a bunch of turnovers or got shut down. And you got to remember, you got to compare rookies to rookies.
Yeah. Clark's rookie year, her team only won 20 games. Well, only, that's still pretty good. Paige's team won 10 games, I believe, last year. Yeah, it matters. It matters what you're seeing. There's going to be errors to be made, but it's undeniable to not understand how great she's played.
Oh, yeah. Big
if you take a look at Paige and then even Caitlin, she didn't play last year. So we're going to judge this year Caitlin and this year Paige, right? Look at the jump. And Paige had a great rookie year. So did Caitlin, right? And great rookie years, right? Look at the jump Paige had in year 2.
Oh,
right. Yes. Look at the Caitlin. Look at the Caitlin we see in this year compared to the Caitlin we saw in the first half of the rookie season. Right? It was bad. So now when you think about that and you look at Olivia now in her rookie season.
Yes, amazing.
Imagine how good she's gonna be if she get imagine Olivia if she get a Page jump in her year 2 like that.
And I believe she will, because again, I don't know what anybody's, but Olivia actually is having a good season, right?
Great season.
Now, a great season. Now, I just wanted to why I threw that caveat out there, right? I said, because somebody would say like Caitlin only cooks bad teams and be having bad games against good teams. That goes to show you why I say that sometimes conversational inconsistency. I'm showing you if 15 points, good assist to turnover ratio is a standard. Yes, we are grading a rookie. There's a lot of wins in those games where she's not having good production. Somebody else is picking up the slack. But these are some bad production against teams that we call mid. That people would discredit somebody to say, you go cook the Toronto Tempo. What is the Toronto Tempo? Well, having bad games against the Tempo.
Well, we knew you were arguing in bad faith, and you just proved it. It's all good. We knew it.
No, it's not a bad faith argument, B. Will. I said again, I'm searching for the consistency in the argument, and if that is a bad game for somebody else to do, or it doesn't matter because beating
Seattle,
the thing, Wody, bottom of the battle, then are we not holding that same standard for everybody else?
Wody, here's the thing.
Mar against somebody in MVP talk.
Wody, here's the thing, right? You never heard nobody give Olivia Bounds a pass for having a bad game.
No, my point
If she
being,
hold on.
would
Listen
be
to what I'm
a
saying. Listen to what
harm
I'm saying.
in
Understand? Hold on. Understand me, Brody, because you brought up the points. Understand me. If Olivia Miles have a bad game, we'll hold her accountable for having a bad game. If she comes out, she has too many turnovers, or she doesn't play deep, whatever it is, we'll hold her accountable to that. So that's not an issue. Nobody has an issue with holding Olivia Miles accountable for having bad games. One, two. Also, keep in mind, you're still talking about a rookie. So you don't have the I get your argument, it just don't make sense, right? Because nobody is sitting here saying Olivia Miles never had a bad game, and nobody is sitting here saying that if she has a bad game, she shouldn't be held accountable. Nobody is saying that. You try to make that
So
point,
I'm
but
looking more
nobody is
so
saying
towards
that.
like the voters, the
And hold on, and she a rookie. So now you comparing a rookie to a third-year player. You just is what do you like? I don't get it. I really don't understand. Like,
it's not necessarily diving too deep, but specifically talking about the MVP, right? Well, I said the people who are making the voting, right? If you wanted to hold something against somebody, or people was like, why is other people up there, or Olivia should be above others, right? Well, if you're again looking at the voting for MVP and you're falling short against what we call subpar competition, I can hold that against you in the voting. Then hence why somebody else
you can
who did
hold
good
on,
against
Wody.
the
You
same competition
can,
put them
Wody.
in that same light.
Wody, you can't hold on, listen to what I'm saying. You can, depending on what the criteria for the voting for MVP is. So I said this earlier. Typically, people vote MVPs off of one or two things. And MDT said it already, and I think B Will even said it. People vote MVPs off of record. So best player on the best team usually is how you get your MVP. Or you just have to have a super amazing statistical season.
Yeah.
That's how you get MVP. It's not based off of what beating bad, whatever it is you're trying to say. It's not based off of that. It's based off having the best record and being the best player on a team with the best record, or having stats so amazing that is going to go down in history. These stats is like you can't ignore them. That's how you get MVP, bro.
I think the stats going down in history weighs way harder than the record. But if it's close, I'm gonna ignore the men's side of the game, right? But sometimes there's some overlap. But when it's close, I think that's when they want to use your team's record as something as a part of consideration, right? Because overall, MVP still is basically an individual award, just like being a defensive player award, 6 women, so on and so forth. They're looking at what the numbers you put, something that I can tangibly touch and say, hey, you were the best at this, that, or the third, and that's the reason why you're getting this award. And then sometimes, just because of the similarity, may another player was close to you, all right, well, then I'll throw the record in it. The record only comes in, I believe, in that regard.
No, that's not true, because if you look at Michael Jordan in the 80s, there was a couple times where his stats was the best stats in the league, but Magic Johnson was winning the MVP.
Them 30-point years,
Wody.
Yeah.
Wody, can I ask a question?
Go ahead, my brother.
Yeah, because we're looking at Olivia Miles and Caitlin, right, at the moment.
More so Olivia and her MVP, and Caitlin because she's above.
Okay.
She's in the talk. She's part of the conversation.
Okay, cool. All right, so let's look at field goals. Field goal percentage for Olivia and field goal percentage for Caitlin. Also 3-point percentage for Olivia and 3-point percentage for Caitlin. What are the numbers? Do you know the numbers? Do you think those are important? Do you think those are...
I would just have to switch over, but I have both of the box scores, advanced box scores, put up on 2 different tabs. It just take me like a second.
First, do you think? Do you think those are important or not?
Yeah, that is important. That is important. That shows efficiency.
Okay, cool.
That shows efficiency.
All right, cool. All right, so just off your head, what do you think Caitlin's field goal percentages? I think it's like 43%. Last time I checked.
Her 3-point percentage?
And no, field goal.
Oh, field goal. Okay, yeah, it should be around.
Yeah.
Something
It's
around
about 43.
Yeah.
And I think the percentages, I think it went up a little bit. It's either 36 or 39. That's a 3-point percentage. What? So are you looking up that now at the moment just to?
It's not
'cause I
39.
want to check your as well.
It's not 39.
What was the 3%? What's the 3 percentage number on Caitlin? Have you got it on you, Brody?
Brody, you got all the stats, man.
I was talking the whole time. I didn't realize my mic. I was talking the whole time.
Come on, Brody, man.
34.9.
Get the number.
I didn't realize you couldn't hear me. I didn't realize I was muted. I was saying 34.9. I thought you heard me this whole time. Yeah, 34.9, which is above league average, and 44 field goal. Currently from the WNBA website.
That's what I got too.
Yes.
If it's 34.9, you can just say 35. You don't gotta say 34.
Yeah, and that's above league average 3-point percentage.
By how much? How much above the league average?
2 points. 2%.
2 points.
Yeah, about 2%. You could even chat GPT that real quick, that answer. You see what in overall, in general for this season, I could chat GPT and get them to like the search, but everybody shooting and get like the average. And
I like to do that, but sometimes it lies to me, and I have to say it twice, and I have to call it out, and then it'll apologize to me. So I don't know.
Yeah, that's the one thing I hate about AI. AI will lie to you and apologize to you. Like,
oh my bad.
I've said, what am I supposed to do when I'm trying to debate people? It says, well, don't use me, verify your facts. Then why did I come to you in the first place?
Yeah, I'll be getting mad. Sometimes I get aggressive with AI, yo.
Yeah.
So I will say this, guys. When I talk about stats, I'm not in the weeds as much as Wody, and I salute to you. But in terms of these playoff records, I called AI out on that. You're wrong. Why are you wrong on this? Because I'm counting them up. I'm going through and counting everybody's win-loss totals versus playoff teams.
AI will tell you some stats from last year. It's like, yo.
Yeah.
What we doing?
Yeah, I was looking up some television ratings, and it included a game against the Sky in which the Fever played the Sky from last year when Angel was involved.
Yeah.
It's including it in this year's total. You're lying to me.
Damn, what was I about to say? I feel what was I about
you're
to say?
talking about Chat GPT. And
no, something to what you just said too, though. It was in response, but damn, I forgot.
But I like the way.
I'm gonna have it. I just put it in real quick. Let me see if I get a quick answer to that.
I've got it. I've got it, Brody. I've got it.
Oh, right now this season is actually now at 34.2.
34.2.
Okay, 34.
This season.
I'm gonna give it.
Like 32.
I got 34.9 this season.
No. This let's not talk about last season. This season, Brody. This season. Let's stick to this season.
Yeah.
So Olivia is 38. She has more 3 points. Her percentage on the 3 points is 38, and then her percentage on field goal is 50%.
50.
While Caitlin is 50.2, yes, and Caitlin is 44.6.
And now, how many shots does Olivia? Because that shows you that too. And how many threes does she attempt a game? Plus,
About
in
half.
comparison to make.
Good point, Woody.
Don't do that. You don't want to do that. I
Don't do
promise.
it, Rody.
3.7 attempts.
Don't do it, Woody.
Olivia
don't
attempts
wanna do that.
8.7 threes
You
a
don't want
game
to.
and makes 1.4. Right? So that's not a high volume. It's not a high volume.
But why
Caitlin
do you
attempts
have to be
7.5
high
and makes
volume,
2.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a
That's
higher
even
volume.
worse. You're making it worse. You're making it worse. You're making it
I don't know
worse,
if you
though.
feel like that's worse, but that's low. If I take 1
No,
3 a
that's
game,
not smart. If I'm
I
not
take
getting my
2 threes
points,
a game. No, but look, if I take 2 shot attempts a game and make 1, I'm going to be 50%. If I only take 2 and I make 1, it's going to look good. It's kind of like in the same realm of like what people talking about. Ada Wilson is shooting the highest 3-point when she was for a minute. She's shooting the highest 3-point percentage in the league. Cool. She take 2 a game, 2 to 3, and she make 1 to 2.
Nobody's making that.
She gonna be
Nobody's
high.
making that argument, dog. Nobody's making that
It's
argument.
not though, but I'm using it as another point of reference, right? If you
Nobody's
don't
making
take
that
a
argument.
lot, you don't got a lot to risk.
Nobody's making that
Nothing
argument,
risk, nothing
dog.
gain.
Like if you listen, if you taking so Woody, if you're gonna take an inordinate amount of 3-point shots, then you gotta suffer a lower field goal percentage and not complain about it. Because
Like
a
Ryan
3-point
Howard.
shot is a low percentage shot. It is.
Like
It
Ryan
is.
Howard.
And the logo 3 is an even lower
why is
percentage
Ryan
shot.
Howard getting strays? Why is Ryan
Like
Howard
Ryan
getting
Howard,
strays?
Ryan Howard, I love Ryan. Yeah, I paid
Love
money to
Ryan,
watch
though.
Ryan
I'm not
Howard.
gonna lie, that was a good clapback though, Roddy. Right, I would be thinking it.
Leave Ryan alone, man.
And scoring 17 to 18 a game.
Well, what's up about
Listen,
CC? What's
there's
up
no
about
and
CC?
look, and there's nobody giving Ryan Howard a pass. That's the thing. That's what you're
I'm
not
giving her a
mentioning.
pass.
There's
I'm giving her
nobody
a
that's
pass
giving
for
Ryan Howard a
she
pass.
been this. I'm giving her a pass because she been this, and did she been this, and this is what I
Don't
expect.
let Brody do it. Don't let Brody do it. Let's
Stop.
stick with CC.
Stop it.
Let's
Come
stick
on,
with
man.
CC.
I ain't gonna
Brody
lie.
ain't gonna do it.
This the
Stop
funniest
it.
thing you
Brody
said
ain't
all
gonna
night,
do
Roddy.
it. Brody ain't gonna do it.
Come on, man. Come on.
I
You better than this, Brody. You better than
I
this.
paid my good $30 to go watch her do it in 2025. So yeah,
You
Come
better
on,
than
Brody.
this, bro.
Come on, Brody. Let's stick with it. Let's stick with it.
You better than this. I know you are.
how many sheet? Matter of fact, Ryan, I'm about to pull her stat sheet up right now. Go ahead, y'all
Oh
go
my
ahead.
God.
We don't need to.
Pull that up right now.
Come on, Brody, man.
Percentage
Man, keep it
36-1.
Brody. So you're gonna go down like this? You're gonna go down like this, Brody? And that's how you're
Man,
going
she
down?
takes 8. Yo, Ryan takes 8 a game and shooting 36 right
8.7.
now. It
That's
says
better than Caitlin, but
36.1
still.
on 8 attempts. Still, that's a lot, but she making it though. Keep shooting it.
Would you
Keep
expect
making-
Miles'
keep
number to
making
go
it.
down if she took more
Son,
shots?
bro, she took 9 last season and still made 3. This is who she is. She took 8 a game in 2024 and made 2.7. 7 in 2023. This is who she is. It's who she is. Keep shooting.
So let me ask you this.
Brody, you think you're slick?
She shoot threes.
All right.
Don't be mad when y'all tune in the Atlanta Dream games and she chucking. That's what she do. She shoot
Since
threes.
you really want to go there,
And she make those.
we talking about Caitlin and Olivia.
She made those.
How many
36
3-point shots is
That's
Caitlin taking a game?
It said about 7. About 7.
And how many is Olivia taking a game?
3.7.
3.
So if Olivia at 38% took 7 3-point shots a game,
I could find this. I could find that answer.
Would you expect
I could
her
find you
numbers
games
would
to
you
go
expect
down?
a lot and see
would
what
you
she
expect
did.
her to be better than Caitlin?
I can give you an answer somewhat. I can look at games she took a lot of threes and what she actually made too, though.
Oh,
We could do that too. Just for the sake, for the giggles.
What do you think it's
Look
going
at
to
her
show you,
advan-
Bodie?
I go back to the advanced box score. I go to 3-pointers attempted. Game she took a lot. I ain't gonna hold you. It looks fairly decent up to a certain point. There was all right, and I give you all right. After let's say 5. 5 is the benchmark, right? The games that she shot 5 or more, Toronto 4 for 5. Las Vegas Aces 3 for 6. Washington 1 for 6. Indiana 3 for 6. New York Liberty 4 for 7. Minnesota versus Phoenix 5 for 8, and 8 for 11 against Golden State in the one that they won where she had 28.
So she's shooting over. She's shooting over 50% in games that she shoots more than 5 threes.
Not all of them, but some.
No. On average, she's shooting over 50%.
Okay, you want to stay on average? Okay, all right. She had a 33% outing one time.
Because the only thing you said was when she shoots more than 5. The only stat that you
use 5 as a benchmark, right? You use 5 as a benchmark.
No. The only stat line that you produced that was less than 50% was when she went 1 for 6. Everything else,
you know what gets crazy?
Everything else, she was every other game that she shot more than 5 or more threes. She, by what you just said, she shot over 50%, 50% or better.
Crazy thing though, right?
Hey, look, but that's because he didn't get past that Toronto. Hey, once you get past that Toronto game, after we won those 2 fever games, it get dark after that.
I mean, that's what I'm saying. Right? Like you keep proving your own point, man. Like
I don't know.
You just read us the stat. You just read us.
It's 38%, right? That's some great shooting numbers. But now, which I find this is something I find weird with this, right? When I go below 5, she's inefficient. 1 for 4 against Seattle, 1 for 4 against Los Angeles, against the Sparks, 0 for 4 against New York Liberty, 1 for 4 against Dallas, 1 for 4 against Washington, 0 for 4 against Golden State, 0 for 4 against Chicago, 1 for 4.
What about her 2
it
gets
spooky. It's weird.
Half of those games,
but it's the stat line that you. It's the stat
1 for 3 against Seattle. 0 for 2.
It's the standard. It's the standard.
0 for 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times.
But
0 for 1, 0 for 1, 0 for 1.
But Wody, it's the standard that you presented.
And there's many.
You wanted to find out how she does when she shoots more than 5 or more, right?
Yeah. It looked good in some of those cases. And then I said it's weird when she take less. It's weird. She take less than 5 every time.
I agree with you.
5, she's inefficient.
Well,
I agree with you. That is a weird take. I mean, that's a weird stat line.
Yo, hold on, man. God, Paige. These guys not gentlemen.
Okay, I got a question for you. So, Wody, if you were a coach, you would let your point guard just shoot the ball every time down the court, like you said, because she'll make more threes if she just keeps on shooting it, right?
If you hot, you can shoot. If you hot, you can shoot.
Okay.
My team employs Sabrina Ionesco. She shoots about 10. Okay,
let's talk about your team, bro.
Yeah.
Hey, let's talk. Why is your team about to fall out the playoff race? Let's talk about it.
That ain't gonna happen. That's not gonna happen.
Come on, guys. Jump him, guys. His team is a New York Liberty. they got one of the best rosters tonight, right? They got one of the best rosters in the league. They about to fall out the playoffs. Jump them.
They're
all
6.5.
No defense.
They're 6.5 or 5.5 games above the Chicago. I mean, it's in another year maybe where it was close, where the difference between 8 and 9 is a lot closer than what it is. That would be reasonable, but not the way it's currently playing itself out. So they're in 7th place. Yeah, they've got some things they got to fix, just like other teams. But to suggest that they're about to fall out, bit of a stretch.
Hey, this goes to show you, firing a woman just to go hire a man from the NBA don't always work out, huh?
True.
I mean, how Toronto look? How Toronto looking? I'm just saying.
I've got a question. I've got a question.
Without the.
That's a good point. How's Toronto looking?
First of all, no, that's not a good point. That's not a good point.
Team with a terrible roster versus all
right. That's not a good point because
that got to be a top 2 or 3 roster in the league.
I like the comeback.
Toronto was missing a big piece. So Toronto was missing a big piece in Slim. So
Yep.
that's not a fair
That's
comparison.
one. True that.
Yeah.
And I don't know why y'all saying that. Like the
Liberty's
top
have
team,
injuries
the top
too.
team got 25 wins, right? The second place and the third place team got 21 wins.
Right.
We got 19. What's so bad? That means it's just that the parity is at the top, not the bottom. The parity is at the top.
No, y'all
Brother.
not gonna let him get away with that. They the 7th seed.
Absolutely. It's
His
and
team is
every
the
team,
7th seed with
every
that roster. Y'all
team
not gonna let him get away with that, right?
But whoa,
every Dream is 19
Wally's been
wins.
injured. Fever's
Dream
been
19
injured.
wins. Indiana 19 wins. Dallas
It's
Wings
close.
19
They're
wins.
in
Liberty
it.
19 wins. I mean, what we trying to say?
But whoa, if they're gonna get back
I've
in
got
it,
some.
they gotta
I've got
play
some
with better
questions, bro.
defense. So.
What'd you say? What'd you say, Paige?
I said, if your team wants to get back in it, to get past some of the ones that are above them, they got to play better defense.
Man, look, shoot more threes.
Apparently, all Wody care about is
Okay,
threes.
so shoot more threes. I got it.
Shoot more
Okay, that's
threes.
a good one. That's a good team.
I've got some questions and statements for New York. Can I lay down?
Yeah.
All right. So lay down. Yeah. So I've got this. Is this
First
going
of
to
all,
be
but
very
hold on,
unpopular?
Bob,
All right.
just so I know, are you at work? Where are you?
Yeah, sort of. I'm outdoors.
Yeah, I mean, we here at church.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. It's a bell. It's a bell. The bell. Sorry. Okay, I'm gonna try and hold on. Let me try and get that the noise out. Give me a moment.
Yes, please. I didn't know if he was watching the Christmas Story.
It's just, I would say this, right? It's crazy because, like, I'll use Sabrina, right? In
What's
the games
Sabrina
that she
shooting
played.
numbers right now? What's she shooting from three?
The exact percentage, I had to go. I'll backtrack to that. She doing 34. She doing 34 points. She doing the same as Caitlin.
So she
On
below
one
league.
leg. Huh?
You said league average is 34.9, right?
34. It said Chat GPT told me 34.1.
So she's shooting 34%. So she below league average.
No, she above it.
I'll go with you.
34.2. 34.2 is league average from what Chat GPT is saying. If we'd believe that that's correct, and she 34.9.
Yeah, she's shooting
she a little over league
35.8.
average.
Yeah.
Right, cool. But then again, when we talking about people who take a lot of them, like one of the games that it was recently, I went to the Commissioner's Cup game. I'm glad I got a chance to see that. Jackie Young had 31 and lost. Right, boom. But it was, which game was that recently? I can't recall. But Sabrina was like 1 for 7 or like 2 for 9, right? And you would think at that point she would stop shooting. No, she was part of the reason that they came back and won the. I can't remember what team I was watching. I can't remember who they were playing, but it was clutch threes that she made that brought them back into the game and got them like a 1 point. It was like a 1 or 2 point win. I forgot who it was. But
Seattle beat y'all?
No, we beat them both times. And Sabrina didn't have great games, considering what people wouldn't call that a great game, right? They wouldn't call it a great game that she had in the last one, but she went 7 for 10 on the one on Monday, 7 for 10, and went 4 for 6 from 3 with 5 turnovers and 5 assists. It would say it's an iffy game, but 18 points, cool. Today she went, but they won. Then today she go 4 for 14, 15 points, 1 for 6 from 3, but 6 assists and no turnovers. I don't know. Is that still a good game? They won though. 4 for 14, 15 points, 6 assists, no turnovers.
I feel like your
know.
conversation, Wody, with they won though, is it's not
They
just
won,
one
though.
person on the court. I mean,
Yeah.
somebody else could have picked up the slack.
Absolutely.
4 for 14 is not a good game.
Yeah.
15 points, 6 assists, no turnovers, 5 rebounds. And
4 for 14 is not a good game.
It's not a good game. You talking about shooting wise, but she did other things on that court though, right?
She did other things, but it's still not a good game, right? She
6 assists, no turnovers, 5 rebounds.
She played okay, right?
Okay, it's decent.
She did other things.
Decent.
But so again, you can't just make these statements or ask these questions in a vacuum, because one of the things whatever else Sabrina did in that game, what Sabrina is a shooter. That's what you expect out of Sabrina. And so 4 for 14, that's not a good game, right? Is it a horrible game? No, because she did other things, right? So, like, you got to have nuance, man. It's like, people argue things and don't forget to bring in nuance. Like, nuance is important when you're trying to have understanding, right? So you can't just say in the vacuum, because she had a bunch of assists and a few turnovers that she had a good game. No, she didn't have a good game, but she was able to compensate for some of her lack from some of her from the poor aspects of her game. Because again, New York counts on Sabrina to shoot the ball and score at a high rate, right?
The 2A, be the 1A or the 2A, right? That's the second scoring option basically on the team. So
whatever it is,
that's like being the Paul George to the Kawhi Leonard.
Let me ask you this. Let me
rephrase that. That's like being the Jackie Young to the Asia Wilson. That's what Sabrina's called on to be, even though we got JJ.
Wody, what's the best version of Sabrina?
The best version?
Yes. What's her stat line? Best version of yeah.
I'll be OD saying 20 points, but yeah, 25 and 6.
On what shooting percentage? Because you need her to be efficient. What's her shooting percentage on the?
We talking about the wrong thing about the Liberty. Paige already said it, man. We need to be talking about why they don't play no defense.
Yeah, I mean, you
the Liberty don't play no defense.
No, I mean, the Liberty.
That's why y'all losing.
That's why you guys.
Maybe them tall bodies don't move as smooth as they thought. But hey, yo, Leone Fever's been missing in action too.
That's true. They missing Leone and Benija.
I was about to say maybe because y'all don't play Benija.
I was about to say that.
They're not playing Benija, Laney Hamilton, and they missing
MSL feel like there's too many white people on the team.
I mean, white. I ain't gonna say all that. Some white people. Can
it's not about that. It's not about white and black. People play ball.
Really not. I know. I'm just joking.
It's not, but it is. It's not, but it is.
Hey, we got international. Hold up. As a matter of fact, I don't know. I guess it's white is right. But these are Frenchies and women from Spain. You know, they're not that American white. This is white with flavor.
It's different.
Oh, come on, French, stop it.
Don't act like you don't like Indian food. Come on now.
Stop it, man. Come on, man. Stop it. European is white, dog. Any European is white. Stop it.
What type of European we talking about? We talking about the Spaniards. Don't act like you don't think J-Lo was fine at one time. Come on now.
J-Lo ain't white.
J-Lo not a Spaniard.
Then what does the name Raquel Carrera tell you? What does the name Marine Johannes tell you? Marine Foto. That don't sound like
Spanish, German.
Denmark.
Stop it.
That don't sound like from Denmark. Yeah, if you said UNESCO, okay, UNESCO, old Russian sounding, what Arnold Schwarzenegger from? Austrian
Germany, Austria.
Yeah, one of those type of names. Yeah, Brianna Stewart. Okay, Astier, Johannes Foto, and Carrera.
Spanish.
Come on, man. Yeah. That ain't the regular white. That ain't just
what is regular white to you, dog? Please.
White?
Operationalize it for us.
Come on, man. Like you're not making any sense, dude. You're not making any sense.
From where Clark is from.
Iowa.
Where Clark is from. Yeah, that type of
Stop it.
That London white. That all hail the queen. I mean, God save the queen white.
Oh God.
Hold on. I need to know who are the good players on New York. Who are the good players? I know
all
some, But I
Hold
just
on.
need to hear. No,
Hold on.
name them. Name the good players. Name
Raquel
the good
Carrera.
players.
Raquel
Stewie,
Carrera.
Okay.
Stewie,
All right. That's
Jennifer
Fury.
Jones.
Obvious.
Sabrina,
Yep.
Well,
JJ,
Yep. Yep.
STA.
You know, you want to say? Okay.
Anju.
I don't know.
Not true.
I don't know.
I
Venus
like
Johannes.
Johannes
Marine
Rosser.
Johannes. Marine. Well, I don't know about Marine
She's
Like
Fusco.
All right.
SK too.
Raquel Carrera
Johannes.
is actually.
All right. Let's talk about Johannes. Johannes. If you get physical with Johannes, she leaves the game.
Yeah.
Let any team get physical with her, she leaves the game. She's gone. She's completely gone. She can, let's say in second quarter, she can be hitting the threes. You do some adjustments. She's gone out of the game. It's easy to get out of the game. So I don't even see her as a good player because even my thing is New York only has maybe 3 to 4 good players on their roster that are consistent. When you talk about good players, you're looking for consistency, right? And the other players you're looking at, we don't really know them, right? So they need to be consistent to make a name for themselves, right? So we know Stewie, we know Jocko Jones, we know UNESCO, but Johannes, she's not consistent.
You tap
Yeah,
into
right.
EuroLeague
So
basketball over there. You watch some EuroLeague since you on
do,
that
do I
side?
tap into what?
EuroLeague.
I'm not, I don't really watch that. No. I'm
I
a
went.
tennis man.
Yeah.
Tennis, and WNBA. That's it. I watch international football, if it's the African Cup or if it's the World Cup. That's it. That's my sport.
Hey, somebody said in the chat, "Be well, stop it." It was a good game. She had 6 assists, 0 turnovers. I guess you responded to that, but yeah, if we said
No.
turnovers is the mark of turnover assist to turnover ratio, that was good.
No.
That was very
So
good,
it's
and she
Sabrina
did
Young.
something. She
So
assisted on the boards, rebounded. That was very good. Somehow she got
again,
15 points. She hit all the bench. See, that's another thing. What I talk about, I said I like consistency. Now, somebody said efficiency. So, okay, cool. The efficiency wasn't there, but every benchmark was hit. 15 points. Everybody was saying 15. 6 assists. 6 assists was hit. No turnovers. And they won. It was a good game.
Wody.
It was
again,
a good game.
I didn't say it was a bad game, but what you need Sabrina to do.
As the point guard, too, it was a good game. It sounded like it was a good game to me.
Man, Wody, your team, if you had a WNBA team, man, they would go like 0-10 or something.
If I had a WNBA team, y'all forgive me. I'm signing Joanna, man.
Oh, Lord.
Joanna, man,
Oh,
gonna get a
God.
10-day contract.
That's funny. That's funny,
I
Woody.
ain't gonna
That's
hold you.
funny.
Inclusivity, you know what I mean? Inclusivity.
That's funny.
I'm all for inclusivity.
The young folks won't get that reference, but I do.
I did.
Paige saw Joanna, man. Please tell me you saw Joanna, man.
No.
See, young folks won't get that.
Oh
Yeah.
my gosh.
That's still funny though.
Did you see? All right, we this is non-basketball related because now we saying movies. All right. Did you see Paid in Full?
No.
Okay. Did you see Belly? Probably no.
No.
All right. Did you see Boys in the Hood?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Baby Boy.
No.
Dang, you did not see Baby
She
Boy?
young, man. She young.
Wow. Wow. All right. How many scary movies did you see with the Wayans brothers? None?
I'm not into scary movies like that, really.
Not scary. You know, the one that with the Wayans brothers, I said. Like, you know.
Look, we moving off of basketball. This is not.
Yeah, I know. I said this is not
This is
basketball.
not an
What?
indictment
Really?
on Paige's age.
But I'm just trying to see, like, what black cult classics did she actually watch? I'm just curious, right? Because Scary Movie, I guess Scary Movie would fall under a cult classic and also black. It hits two angles, right?
I
Scary
wouldn't
Movie
call
1, 2.
Juana Man a cult classic.
I wouldn't say it is either. No, but it was a movie that most black people did see from a certain era.
All right,
At
so
that
I'll put
time.
that
At
up.
that time.
I'll put
I saw Joanna, man.
I'll put that up so y'all can see New York's defense. They got the ninth ranked defense in the league.
You
Wow.
sure that's not like a Indiana Fever stat
Since-
there with the defense?
Since
No.
Mo 3 thought I was bugging.
Because I think I'm seeing similar defensive stats.
I'll go look them up on Basketball
I'm
Reference.
getting nightmares thinking about it.
Brooklyn, this goes to, bringing it back around. This goes to a question that I had when I was talking with Juju. Everybody loves Juju on her platform yesterday. On the Basketball Reference page, they'll show you the ranking of a team for the season, what they gave, how many points they scored, and where they ranked in the league, and how many points they gave up and where they ranked. And then they'd also show you defensive rating and offensive rating. That's advanced stats, and then the net rating and where they ranked, right? And so I asked the question. I said, out of all those, defensive rating or net rating, and then points scored or points given up, right? And where they rank, which one would you feel holds more weight? The defensive rating, offensive rating, or points scored, points against? Which holds more weight to you? The advanced analytic or just like the
I
straight
don't really
number?
think. If you asking other than the other ones, they kind of all the same to me. They don't really hold more weight than the other ones.
Let me see. And just for the reference, let me see where the New York Liberty are. The Basketball Reference page always be like behind like a day, right? But from what they had when they were 18 and 13, which is just the stats up to Monday. Fourth in the league in points.
Mo 3 marginal difference is the difference between wins and losses. What you talking about, bro? That's when I don't like, this is not rocket science. When teams are compared to each other, right? They comparing that when not to each other, but when teams are compared in the league, they comparing them to each other. So yes, if I score 90 points and you score 89, right, they're gonna rank it. So if the difference is 6 points or whatever the difference is, that's gonna be the difference in wins and losses. So it's gonna be more. You expect it to be a 10-point gap in between each team. They in the same league. They playing winning and losing the same, against each other, and all that's taken into account how they gonna rank you.
To answer this question, it's net rating that correlates best with winning in this league.
Yeah.
Well, the reason why I said it don't matter is because you got to understand that all net rating is they I don't know the word. It's a combination. It's a combination between your offense and your defensive rating. That's how you get your net rating. So that's correct. It really just depends. Like it depends on what point you're trying to make, because they all, it's not like one hold more weight than another. If you want to know all offensive rating tells you is it tells you who's the best scorers in the league, whether you're talking about a team or you're talking about an individual player, and the higher the better. If you're talking about defensive rating, same thing. The lower the better. Right? It tells you who's the best, defenders on the league, who could get you the most stops, who could get you the least amount of points, right? Who could get you the least amount of the most amount of stops, right? That's what that tells you. The net rating basically just combine a number and then tells you who equals out the most, who evens out the most. So it really just depends on what you're looking for.
Yeah. And what I say with that net rating too, it does hold some validity. It kind of shows in a way how more than likely, like what point separation on the scoreboard you might put against on average.
When I go, put it to you like this. When I go look at advanced stats, it depends on what I'm looking for. So if I'm looking at point guards, I'm basically looking at assists percentage. Matter of fact, assist ratio. Excuse me. I'm looking at assist ratio. I'm looking at assist to turnover ratio. Those are two different stats. So I'm looking at assist ratio, and I'm looking at assist to turnover ratio. I'm looking at turnovers, right? And I'm looking at PA. If I'm looking like Angel Reese, so I'm looking more rebounders, then I'm looking at offensive rebounds, defensive rebounds. I'm looking at her pie, right? I'm looking at that's pretty much it. That's pretty much all I'm really looking for there. If I'm looking at if I'm trying to figure out what you was asking earlier about the Sabrina Nescu's and the Ryan Howards and stuff like that, I'm looking at the true shooting percentage. I don't really like effective field goal percentage. The effective field goal percentage and true shooting percentage is the same thing. The only difference is true shooting percentage adding free throws.
Right.
Right. So effective field goal percentage is just your field goals and your threes combined. True shooting percentage is your 3-point shot, your 2-point shots, and your free throws all combined into one number. You know what I mean?
I heard people don't like free
I say
throws,
all that
Becky.
to say, I don't just look at advanced stats across the board. It's like, what am I trying to find out? What specifically do I want to know about this particular player or this particular game? Then I go to a particular stat to find that out. So if I want to find out who the best scorers are, who the most efficient scorers are, I'm going to go to true shooting percentage. That's going to tell me the number. Anything above 53% of a true shooting percentage is like average. Anything above that is good. So it's like when you find the people that's 55%, 57, 58, then you got good shooters. If you got somebody that's 53, they average. Anything below 53 is inefficient.
Ryan Howard is 56.3 true shooting.
So that means she's a decent shooter. She's shooting pretty good.
Yeah. So keep shooting threes. Shoot more threes.
Well, no, well, not necessarily, because true shooting percentage ain't just about your threes.
I know.
Yeah.
So
I know.
that's what I'm saying. So you got to remember, if you just want to try to keep shooting threes, you just got to look at a 3-point shooting percentage. True shooting percentage is saying keep scoring, keep being a scorer. Well, regardless if that's getting to the line, regardless if that's taking a midi, regardless if that's shooting a three. That's why true shooting percentage ain't just about 3-point shooters. True shooting percentage, you find out who your best scorers are as bigs as well.
Brooke, I'm not sure. True shooting percentage. I don't really like it because it adds your field goal, your free throws as well with it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Like what is it? Mo3 or Brody? Wody said Ryan should keep shooting.
I
It
said,
gives
yeah,
a
Wody
false.
saying keep shooting. She's shooting
Yeah.
a high percentage.
Exactly. So exactly. Rody says that, but it gives a false impression because yes, it's 58%, but I prefer the field goal percentage because it gives you a reality check.
Okay, it's up to you. Like I said, it's up to the individual person how much they put weight into, advanced analytics or whatever the case may be. It's really just what you're trying to figure out, and that's why I said, like, if you only care about one particular field goal, like a three, then that's the one you need to look at. True shooting percentage ain't gonna tell you just about the 3-point shooting.
Okay, for instance,
I like the joke. I like the joke with it, right? But I'll put it to you because since Ryan Howard's name here is brought up, right? And she sometimes catches the strays, but I rocks with Ryan to a certain degree. I love a lot of these advanced stats that they get here on the W site. I really do like it, even when you can go to a certain play and see the play in action. I don't know if they'll ever lock us out of that because you can basically watch the whole game just by watching the play-by-play of each play, what happened. But you go under the team, players, and under scoring, right? Scoring, if you ever go to the WNBA website, when you go to their play, you can go by profile, advanced, box score, so on and so forth. When you click on the next one next to it and click scoring, It gives you a lot of those advanced steps with the true shooting. And even shows the percentage of points they score, whether it be 3-pointers or twos. And the number one on the team with most of their points come 64.5% of the points come from threes is Tahina Papau, right? And the second person at 62.7%, most of their field goal attempts or field goals attempts or threes is Ryan Howard at 62.7.
Gotcha. Everybody welcome my brother Mo3 to the panel.
So most.
What's going on, Mo3?
Hey, Brooklyn.
What's going on, Jonathan?
Hey, I just want to let you know I'm going back to Atlanta on September 19th when they play the Chicago Sky.
Okay. Make sure you have your Barbie with you.
I'm gonna have the Barbie. All right, I'm gonna have them Barbie shoes. I know Barbie.
Heard you.
Oh,
Get them
Jonathan, you're
found.
gonna go see him also?
I'm finna buy the all ones Barbie, and I'm gonna have my bags all packed up. September 19th, I'll be out there in State Farm Arena to watch them go battle Chicago Sky. Well, you finna
Cool. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to
I'm
go.
going in, I think, a week to do the Atlanta and Indiana game on that Sunday.
Okay, cool. Good for you. Hey, let me know if you see some Caitlin Clark fans out there and they messing with you. Let me know so I can and I'll fly my ass out there right now.
I'll be good.
Okay, cool.
They ain't gonna do you like how they did that young lady in Seattle. I don't think they're gonna do you like that.
No.
What happened to the young lady in Seattle?
A woman who was a Indiana fan got spit on by two Seattle fans. Two Seattle fans spit on a Fever fan.
Oh dang, that's messed up.
I'm glad to hear that, Jonathan. You all right?
Yeah, I mean, regardless of what team you root for, nobody deserve to get spit on. I mean, I know a Caitlin Clark fan that works out in my gym. It ain't bother me at all. So I've seen some people that had on Caitlin Clark jerseys or shirts and all, or Indiana Fever shirts. I was like, long as they ain't pulling out no stupid stuff like they do on the internet, then it's all good.
Appreciate that.
I ain't gonna hold you. A lot of young dudes though, because I be playing on 2K online sometimes, and we talk. Occasionally, WNBA stuff will come up. It depends on who you come across. But I hear a lot of young dudes. They rock with Angel Reese. It is.
Oh
what
yeah,
it is.
Yeah. Here's the thing. I don't care about people around with Caitlin Clark. I just don't want them, bragging and being assholes about being a fan of hers. You know what I'm saying? It's like if you're a fan of her, cool. I mean, I like the fact that Caitlin Clark plays PlayStation games, and I love PlayStation, so that's a good a plus sign right there. I just need her.
Speaking of games, I just found out not too long ago that you can play games on your Fire Stick now. And so I've been trying. I found the game that I play, like my job, I'm able to bring like a little tablet and my Fire Stick, and I just put it underneath the desk and I'll be watching TV while I'm working. And I found the game called Dispatch. It's been out for a minute. It's like a choose your own adventure movie game. I recommend it. It's on Fire Stick. It's for free.
I'm gonna get Fire Stick real soon because Fire Stick got a lot of stuff. It's got it's got a lot of stuff that stuff that you want to watch when shit get too boring. So I've been thinking about getting it. I just haven't went through it. I might go to Amazon and get some.
I pay for Prime. And then under Prime, I pay for Paramount, MGM, HBO Max, Cinemax, Paramount. I think I said Paramount already, right?
Okay. Okay, I'm starting to get jealous.
AMC. I just buy all the bundles.
Is there anything you don't have?
Bundles. Anything I don't have? Yes, I don't have BritBox. I don't have Discovery. I don't have Nat Geo. Probably wouldn't, but Discovery kind of interests me with some of the stuff, watching like some of the nature documentaries. I don't have Crunchyroll, but I found a website that I can watch all the stuff bootleg. So I'm still missing out. But I got Apple TV. So I was about to say, I do have Apple TV too. But
good shows on Apple TV.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have WNBA League Pass. There we go.
Wow,
but I pay for every.
That's surprising.
I got every subscription. I can watch the games when they come on Prime.
Oh boy!
I don't pay for WNBA League Pass, and all the Liberty games
when,
come on my Hulu Live TV. So I get to see all the Liberty games on Hulu Live TV anyway.
You don't miss any Liberty games or any that are blacked out because you don't have the pass?
They're generally not blacked out, and then again, like I said, I play for Hulu TV. A lot of times they on CBS no matter what. Here,
okay,
for me.
Oh yeah, locally, yeah, I've seen some of that. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
They show the game anyway.
You with us now?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. My bad. My little brother out here tripping, man.
We go. Yo, Clark, when you're not talking, just mute up because we hear the church.
Yeah, sounds cool though.
I do it for a reason though, because like I said, where I work, I be looking for something to watch, because I'm like, top flight security. So even though I'm not technically supposed to be on my phone or nothing,
we won't
I
tell
have
anyone.
my little phone,
no worries.
Post my phone up and put something on to watch, or put a Bluetooth earpiece in my ear and just watch something.
Brooklyn, you're killing me here, man. What are you doing?
It's a good question though. What's y'all guys' thoughts of the Indiana Fever number one offense in the league by having a number 12 defense in the league?
They just made it worse.
Y'all think they could y'all think that offense is enough to overpower them to win a championship?
Oh boy.
If the defense could get up to a top 5 or 6,
yeah,
that ain't gonna
I
happen.
would say
that
no.
ain't gonna happen.
I would say no at this point.
I'll say no.
If they did that, y'all would have to concede.
Man, you guys are gonna give me nightmares. I'm already depressed. Make it worse.
If the Indiana Fever in any form or fashion got to a 5th ranked defense with a number 1 offense, that's basically the best team in the league.
Yeah,
I don't
would be
think
fantastic.
they're nowhere near that.
Unfortunately, the likelihood of that
that's
happening
like
is very slim.
This is another reference. I know you don't get, Paige, but I understand. I can see this is another reference. I know you probably don't get because it's an old reference. That's like the early 2000s Indianapolis Colts or the Chicago Bears type levels of being good.
Yeah, the Colts did.
Why don't you stop giving her references she don't know and just give her references she do know?
Yeah,
that's like 20. Even if I say 2016, 2017 Warriors, I don't know if she'll get that.
Yeah,
but
that's like when I was born.
Okay, that's like the Kevin Durant.
But Wody, we in 2026. So how about you use 20 things like that was in the 2020s? Stop going back to 20.
I can use 23, 24, but I don't even know if anybody even compares. And I would prefer to use a WNBA reference to make it hit home. But if there's nobody within the last 4 years that falls into that criteria, you know what? It is not quite, but the Atlanta Dream was 30-14 last year, and they were top 4 in offensive defense. But it's still kind of not the same. But yeah, they were top 4 in offensive defense.
Yeah.
Last year.
Fell victim to that 3-game series.
Yeah.
So got a little cold on the shooting and just unraveled.
But I mean, to be number 1.
His method to just keep on shooting, and it didn't work out.
Keep shooting till something hits. Right. Keep shooting till something hits.
Good one, Paige.
Something gonna drop.
She doesn't have any historical.
You're gonna make something. You're gonna make one.
Oh,
sometimes
Lord.
all you need to make is
just
one.
try Wody's method, man. Just
Wody.
keep on shooting.
Right, Wody, but just keep shooting, right?
Keep shooting that shit. Yeah, shoot.
It didn't work out last year.
I wouldn't tell Klay Thompson to stop shooting.
Looking, hearing Wody and looking at these numbers, I understand he's not a defensive guy, so that's
No.
why he likes the men. That's why he likes the Fever. He likes the Liberty. He's an offensive guy. He doesn't.
Right.
And that's
That's why
okay.
he
No,
invoked
you see, here's the
Thousand
weird
Volt.
thing that y'all gonna get. Here's a funny thing to y'all, right? I was never great at offense when I played basketball. I
Oh,
got to play because I was good at defense.
now we
So
know the truth.
I
You're
I
just
I
Ah.
we
I
get it.
admire good offense because
We get it.
defense came easy to me.
Okay,
So
so
Defense,
that
I
makes
will
perfect
literally, I will
sense.
put you in a pie. I put me on the basketball court. I'm putting you in the box. Like clink clink. I'm Tony Allen on the court with it.
we get it.
I can't score like that. I
I
can get
find
to the
that hard to
rim and
believe,
I can
Wody.
lock you down,
When
but I can't
when,
shoot.
when I imagine Wody on the court, I imagine in his head he think he putting you in the box, but I imagine what's really happening is he just hacking you all day. He the
Yeah.
guy
Yeah,
you
he
go out
just
and you
all on
play.
top of you.
Yeah, he just all over you, fouling you, sweating on you. You like get off me, Wody. The fuck?
He's
Yeah.
I
turnstile.
just got the ball.
I'll take your word for it, Wody.
Wody, maybe if you just used your method, it might have worked in your favor. Just keep on shooting.
That's
But
right.
Yeah, change your handle that. Keep on shooting.
yeah.
I like that.
Wody wasn't talking about real life. Wody was talking about when he get on the court in 2K.
Yeah,
Oh,
keep shooting, keep shooting, keep shooting.
oh man.
Oh, that's good stuff.
What's going on,
Can we
Mo3? What you?
move this on
Yeah.
off this slide here, man? You're
Oh,
depressing
I
me.
got you. I
Seriously,
got you.
give me a break.
What's going
Yeah.
on? What's going on,
Well,
Mo3?
that
What you
one, I
got?
mean, that's gonna make
Bruh, I
Wody
don't like
upset.
how you
With
trying
you,
the
different
Liberty, bruh.
We could put like Golden State's up there or something.
Yeah, hey man, talk to me, Mo3.
Yeah, man, you talking about they don't play no defense, bruh. They do
Yeah.
play defense. Their defense is not is almost
Yeah,
as good
get it
as
out, get it out,
it's
Mo3.
almost as good as the dream and everybody's all glazing the dream. Oh, they defense. If they play such good defense, and I'm almost as good as them in defense, how am I not playing defense?
I
That
mean,
don't make no sense.
the numbers kind of speak for themselves. You see right
Yes,
here.
you're right. The numbers do
Hold
speak for
on,
themselves.
hold on. Let me make one
Hold
point.
on, let me finish.
I'm gonna
Let me
shut up.
finish. You was the
I was
longest
talking. All right,
talking,
go
man.
ahead. Go ahead, Mo3.
The Liberty allows a lower field goal percentage. I get when they allow the opponent to shoot a lower field goal percentage, which is 45%, 45.1 if you want to count the 0.1. Whereas the Dream allows 48.8% field goal percentage. They also commit more. They send people to the free throw lines more. They allow 19.7 free throws per game, whereas the Liberty only allow 18.8.
But that's
So
subjective, though.
what you mean that's
Yeah, get them
subjective?
paid. Get them paid.
How is that subjective? People always saying, "Oh, Angel Reese don't get a lot of blocks," but blocks ain't about the only thing about defense. She look at her field goal percentage when she's playing against the other opponent. He holds them to their lowest field goal percentage. All right, so holding your opponent to a low field goal percentage is part of defense, and they hold their opponents to a lower field goal percentage than the Dream does. So that's defense. They're also doing that, holding their opponent to a lower field goal percentage without fouling. So
But is it really
I'm
without
so
What team are you
fouling,
proud
talking
or
right
is
now.
it
about?
the way we
Mo,
shoot?
I'm so proud right
What
now,
team are
Mo.
you talking
I'm
about?
so proud.
I'm
You
talking
talking
about
about
the
New
Liberty.
York?
I'm talking about the Liberty versus. I'm using the Dream because everybody was glazing the Dream for having great defense. So if somebody's playing
Mo,
great
so
defense
proud right now.
and my numbers are similar, I can't be playing bad defense.
Oh my gosh, Mo, I am so proud right now, bro. I'm smiling
What?
on this. Thank you, bro. Thank
Oh
you,
my
bro.
god.
What? I'm not. Listen, man. I didn't come here for you, Wody. I came
Can I
here because.
respond now, Mo3?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let
All right.
Franklin go.
So, only thing I'm gonna say two things. One, the only thing I'm listen. If you feel like the Liberty got good defense, cool. I'm not here to argue with you, right? The numbers is the numbers. They obviously are the ninth. They got the ninth ranked defense in the league, right? That's not opinion. That's facts. And if you look at right here, just the stats they have on the screen, obviously this is it's the worst stat that they have, right? It's worse than they offense, worse than they rebound. So it's obviously something that they could work on. Regardless if you think it's good or bad, it's something they could do better, right? It's closer to the lower half of the league, and even on their own team, they do other things better, right? Somebody
Yes,
sleep.
yes.
Somebody sleeping.
What you mean? You hear somebody snoring?
I think. Yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I
somebody
hear it
back
now
now.
too. I hear it now too.
That's in the background.
It's not me.
It's not me.
Oh, your
Not me
hot track
either.
is still up here?
That must be in somebody's background. Somebody not the fuck.
It ain't me because I muted as soon as you said that.
Shout out to my
Yo,
big
Brooklyn,
bro.
can I say something
Shout
real
out to
quick?
my big bro in the
Anyways, hold on.
building.
Oh,
Shout out Simply Ball dropping. Hey Seb, I dropped the link if you want
Oh
to
man,
the conversation.
hey, welcome
hey,
ASAP.
hey, 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 listen, Brooklyn.
Yeah.
The way they're ranking the defense is only on points allowed. They're not using the other metrics. They're only going off of points allowed.
I know what they going off. They going
All
off
right.
of
But the things I'm talking about defense that's not just points allowed. That's other
right,
things
but
that
I never
Is
disagree
that is
with
that
you, brother.
Roldy? Is that Roldy? Is that Roldy
Nah,
sleeping?
I'm on mute.
and
That ain't
and
me. I'm on
and
mute.
and
That's
and in the point
Wody.
That is
and in
not
the
me. I'm on mute.
I think that's Roldy sleeping. That's Roldy?
He,
Hold on,
and
everybody gotta give me hold
I'm
on, hold on,
on
hold on,
mute,
Moti.
bro.
Hold on, Moti. Everybody gotta give me hold on. I think that's B Will. I think he got
Roldy,
it.
wake up, Roldy.
I think it
I
was
got
B
I got
Will.
I think it's
I got
B.
I got the mute button
All
on
right,
my
we good.
actual
We
microphone.
good. I
So
found it.
even though I'm not talking, I got my mic muted.
We found it. We found it. We found the culprit. We
Was it
found the
B
culprit.
Will?
It was B Will. Go ahead, go ahead, Mo3. But yeah, Mo3, I wasn't disagreeing with you, bro. If you feel like I said, if you feel like they play good defense, they play good defense. But even
They
with that
middle of
good
the pack.
defense, they obviously still the ninth ranked defense in the league.
All right, they middle of the pack, bro. They middle of the pack defensively. I could give you something else too that is really that is a real indicator of how some of these teams are doing. The team, and I think you would agree with this. The team that gives up the most points in the paint is the Indiana Fever at 43.8, right? So they just like straight doodoo when it comes to giving up points in the paint. And the Fever are at the very bottom. Then the Toronto Tempo at 14, the Sparks at 13, the Wings at 12. Like, and it all lines up, right? Again, to it how some of these teams do, because most teams try to attack the paint, try to get in the paint and get their points in the paint, right? The best team stopping points in the paint is the Golden State Valkyries, and most people think they're the best defensive team. Cool. Then the Washington Mixers come in at 2, the Lynx come in at 3, the Mercury at 4, the Aces at 5. The Liberty fall at number 7, and you would think so because they're such a big team. They're the 7th best team at stopping points in the paint and giving up 39. So they're middle of the pack. They are a middle of the pack defensive team.
True, and also
Can,
they're very
can I
long. Also,
can I also say that we need to give some respect for the Golden State. Lynx is number one, right? Lynx is number one, and they're above everyone else. They've only lost 6 games. Golden State have lost 9 with the Aces. So it's Golden State and the Aces are on the same numbers. So we need to respect Golden State. They've done pretty well. So I just want to make that clear that we need to respect Golden State. I know Aces are a championship team, but they have the same points as Golden State at the moment. So we'll see what happens. That's why I was asking about what's going to happen with the Aces this next game, because if they lose a couple of games, hey, the Golden State is going to be above them. So That's just something to look at as well.
I got something for you for the Angel Reese and the Dream fandom. That is a very good stat for the Atlanta Dream. As I'm still here on this page, the Atlanta Dream give up the fewest second chance points at 9.6, and they also simultaneously give up the fewest fast break points at 7 in the entire league. So they're number one in those two defensive categories. They don't give up second chance points. They're number one, and they don't give up fast break points. They're number one.
That makes sense.
It kind of
That's a good stat.
jives when you look at the players that they got, right? It makes
Yes.
sense. Sometimes the numbers tell the truth.
Can I ask this? This one question I want to ask. Do you? I have to be honest. I'm a Caitlin Clark hater, but I have to say that maybe the last 7 games she has been playing well. I want to get your thoughts on if she's been playing well and where she improved on. I have to be honest. Like if I see something change in a game, I have to say, okay, because she's not just. I don't think she's chucking up threes like that anymore. Am I wrong, or am I seeing something else?
I don't think you are, but the last couple of games are showing all of y'all something that a lot of people was critiquing her for and saying. I just think it's an asinine statement for a lot of people. Like she ain't did no work on her game in the off season, especially people who are just singularly focused on certain things, like the Kobe Bryants and all over the world. No comparison to CC to Kobe, but those people, those type of personalities where they just want to excel or perfectionist types. The last couple of games she's been showing y'all, besides just driving to the basket, the turnaround and the pull-up mid-range. She goes for a turnaround fade. That's like, one way or the other. And the pull-up, she still does that step back that she normally does at the three-point line. She does it in the mid-range. A lot more mid-range shots being taken and a floater. But you weren't seeing a lot of that in year one. But a lot of people would say she ain't did nothing in the offseason. I don't know.
She's still pushing off though. She's still pushing off, right?
I'll let Brooklyn handle that one. I said it's been less frequent.
Okay, so she's still pushing off, and then
yes, she's still pushing off.
Her turnovers are better.
No, it ain't
her
better.
Turnovers are better.
The turnovers are not better.
A little bit better.
Like, expect her to be four turnovers a season, unless it's like a drastic downturn going forward. But it's basically been.
I'm talking about the last 10 games. The last 10 games, it has been a little better.
The last game was 4.
I mean,
the last game was 4. The last game was 4, and the last
I'm not saying you want.
Go ahead.
It hasn't been reckless. I've been watching her games. She hasn't been reckless in her plays like before. I'm not saying that she's perfect now, but she hasn't been reckless like with her turnovers. So that's one good thing. Right? But she's still pushing over. The second thing is the media is just giving her everything. That's another thing I really don't like. Like what the media is doing at the moment, giving her number 2, the whole referee thing with the 45 points, her just the foul she had, the travel she had in that game. That's the issue. I didn't like about this last 10 games. She is what's going on with the media, and her turnover has improved a little bit, and she's still pushing off. Those are the issues. On my side.
If you have it pulled up, right? Yeah, you just said last 7 games or so. Okay, so just for everybody, what I noticed here, June 20th, she played the Atlanta Dream, and she had 7 turnovers, right? Then immediately after that, June 22nd was the next game. They lost that game. The next game they won on June 22nd. She had 24 points and only had 3 turnovers. Then after that, from June 22nd up till now, almost every game except 2 in between, she's had 4 turnovers every game from June 22nd, except 2 times, and that would be Indiana against Connecticut. They won 27 points, 6 turnovers, and Indiana versus New York, the Liberty, they won. She had 17 points, 7 turnovers. But every of them games from June 22nd, after she had that 7 turnover game against the Dream, it's been 4 turnovers.
What?
Well,
it
is what it is.
It is what it is. You're correct. Hey, Brooklyn panel, I'm going to jump off. Thanks for the time tonight. Appreciate being here. Appreciate everybody's opinions. And we'll see you next time. Salute.
Appreciate you, Brody. I don't know if y'all can see that, but that's Caitlin last 15 games.
The scoring output? Oh, from June 20th, you pulled it up? Yeah, that's basically what I'm looking at, the advanced box score. Yeah. 26, 24, 19, that 9-point game, but she played 16 minutes. Okay. Oh, yeah, I remember that game too. She left the game in like the second or third quarter. The game was tied or so. When she left the game and refused to come back, everybody said that she quit on the team, and they ended up losing. That's a weird one. Man, everybody has the game was tied or a 1-point game when she left, refused to go back in the third quarter, and they turned around and lost again.
Bruh, are y'all looking at this field goal made column? Y'all don't see like y'all don't think that's hilarious? She got 26 points on 5 field goals made. Look at these: 4 field goals made, 5 field goals made, 4 field goals, 5 field goals, 5 field goals. Like,
yeah, all right, but even still, when you say that, even if still you say 5 field goals, 19 points, that's not crazy. 4 field goals, 9 points, that's not crazy. 5 field goals, 12 points, that's not crazy. 4 field goals, 13 points, that's not 5 and 17, that's skewed, not crazy. Where you're
26
the
points
27 off
look.
8 made, the 32 off 9 made, the 26 off 5 made. Okay, that 19 off 8, not so crazy. And I mean 19 off of 8. That's like basically you made a 2.
Yeah, 19 off of 8. That's not
crazy.
That's not that bad.
Even the 24 off of 8, I wouldn't say so
off
bad.
5, that's bad. 32
and then
9,
the 45.
27 and 8.
I know it was not the case. But let's say you make 10 threes. If you make, and I know that's not the case, but let's say you make 10 threes. Yeah, you get to about 30-something points. We've seen people
She's
go just
not
crazy.
making no
But
damn
that wasn't the
threes.
case, though.
Stop it, bro.
It wasn't that. We know that. We know
Stop
that.
it,
We know
bruh.
that.
So
I'm
why-
just
so
saying
if we know
the
that, why would
45
we
on
even bring it
11,
up?
it's like, because all right, that game people talk about it was 17 made free throws, minus 17 from 45.
You ain't tired, bro? You ain't tired? I know you got to be tired, bro. All these damn hoops you jumping through.
Nah, it just since we on topic, on target.
What are you talking about? Why? All right.
We on topic, on target. Quick math: minus 15 from 45. It gives you 30. Now take 2 more off
my
of that.
God, not
That
the
gives you
math.
28. 28 points off of 11 made shots. That still would have been a good game.
Oh my God.
Still would have been a good game.
Bruh, you
Gordy played too much 2K.
no, the reason
Yeah,
why
this ain't no.
I brought that up is because of the fact that damn, that was a good game right there with the six threes. Oh, and she had one with 5 threes too. But the rest, look at that: 1, 1, 1,
Mhm.
3, 3, 2, 2, 2. There, she got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 games that are at least 1 and 2. Then she got another 2 more games that's 3. And look at her attempts. Look at that: 1 for 12, 1 for 14, 2 for 14, 2 for 2 for 9.
That 11 for 18. That 11 for 18 look kind of good. Can't hold you. 11 for 18 look good. 11 twice, 2 times 11 for 18. Okay, that looked good though. 8 for 13 look good. Hold up. So are you alluding to that some of those, a lot of that got to be just free throws? I'm sure that's what you're alluding to. Because then the shooting splits, some of them are good splits, but then the points are higher than what the splits say. You know what I'm saying?
Man, Wody, you're doing like rocket science.
I'm able to. I'm able to. I can get
Oh
into the
my god.
finite, the minutia. I can't get into the minutia of things.
Let's be honest. Looking at her numbers, right, and thinking of her turnovers per game, does that shout out MVP? I'm just confused. Is there any way that shouts out? Maybe I'm wrong. You guys tell me. Looking at her numbers and then looking at her turnovers and her percentage, 3 point percentage, and her field goal, is that MVP? Like even top three?
No,
Definitely top three though, bro. Because then
definitely not when your two guard is
nobody else's
scoring that many
numbers
points, also.
are comparable for the different areas that she touches. The turnovers always is a mar against her, but then she's up there with the assist numbers. And it's like they always put
Okay,
Alyssa Thomas.
okay, but
They
that
always put
ends.
Alyssa Thomas
That's
in MVP talks, and Alyssa Thomas
but
scoring numbers
that's
be down, but her
But
assists be up.
Alyssa Thomas was in MVP talks, getting all those triple doubles.
It's not all equal.
exactly,
I
and
mean, like it's because
she
she rebounds
and
along with the assist and score. But it be the
she didn't
scoring
make
be
she didn't
like
make all
14
stars.
points, 8 rebounds, 8 assists.
She didn't make
Like,
all stars this year. She didn't make all stars this year.
yeah,
Alyssa
she didn't.
Thomas didn't make all stars this year.
But I'm thinking about that
But
2024 year
but
where she was up there in the MVP voting, and you'd
no,
have to look
let's
at what
not
her
do
numbers
that.
were.
Let's stick to this year, man. Let's stick to this year. Let's not
Yeah,
go back to
they
last
play
year.
two different positions, also.
Yeah,
And
but I mean,
like
like again,
what
it
Paige
comes
said,
to
Paige
it's beat on the numbers. It be on the
triple
numbers.
doubles, triple doubles. If you're going back,
All right,
she's got
all
a
right.
lot of
So
triple
I'll put
doubles.
it to you like this: the if we talking about position, right? We eliminate Alyssa Thomas from the conversation because she's at a different position to it. The girl is then the leading
That's it.
assist getter at the point guard position. That kind of puts you in the conversation.
But she has the ball in her hand 24/7.
True, Paige. I'm cool with that.
And she's
I
turning
just
up.
like
She's turning
I
over
would
the
like
ball.
to
She's
I would like
turning
to
over
keep
the
it
ball.
cool, but that necessarily don't is never being held against nobody. The turnover numbers. I'm not gonna
What
bring another
No,
happened?
no,
You
no.
number,
back
but
you back on the
the
stage mode,
Your
turnovers
Rich.
generally don't
turnovers.
get held against you. They look
Your
at your
turnover.
scoring. They look at the tangible stats, your rebounds, your assists, and your points. Blocks don't necessarily get taken into a consideration, but they'll throw it in there if they're trying to put you over. Steals don't necessarily get put in there, but hell, if you got like you average 4 steals a season, like damn, we can give you the depoy then, right? It don't necessarily go into it unless it needs to be something to put somebody over. They start adding in that extra, like I said earlier, like with the team record, but it always is points, assists, and rebounds, bro. Always is.
I'll give you that because I know with CC they don't look at turnovers. We see, I can't say with other players, but with CC they do not look at turnovers. As in the media and those that are going to look at MVP. You're right about that, but I'm talking about. But if you're looking at basketball, right, that's what we're looking at. Basketball. You have because you can't have bad 3 points. You can't have I mean percentage wise, you can't have bad field goals and then have bad turnovers and then you just forget all of that and then say, okay, she's got good assists and she's scoring good. I mean, those are three important elements of the game that you're gonna forget about, that you're gonna just let go, that she's doing really bad at. And then she's bad at defense. She's a hole at defense. She's bad at turnovers. Her percentages are down on field goals. Her percentages are down on 3 point percentage. So you look at all these things, and all you have is her points and her assists. That's my point. That is not MVP. Do you understand? Because they're definitely going to look at percentage.
I do drive with what you're saying. And I wonder how the voters weigh that. And so Clark, so don't take this as like as a dismissal of the point you're making. But I look in the history how it was most of the time it was being voted on what the voters. The criteria.
Wody, when you're not talking, just mute up. I mean, I'm not Wody. I'm sorry, Clark. When you're not talking, just mute up because we can hear the background noise. It's hard to hear. Okay, Wody.
The when I look at what a lot of the voters outwardly said on a lot of these different platforms, right? ESPN's and this, that, and the third of the MVP candidates or people who was in the running, they were always talking about some type of statistical category that we can tangibly see. Then when they started uplifting and boosting people up, like she's such a winner, you know what I mean? Oh, she's the leader of the team, all that other ancillary stuff that goes around it, but it's always somehow going back to a statistical category that they are leading in, that they doing numbers in, going crazy with. It always goes to that, bro. Never
But
fails.
Wody, she's not even the leading scorer on her own team.
Right, and then the second place person, the second scorer is on her team. So if again,
Kelsey Mitchell is above her in scoring.
True, and here's the next kicker too, right? Somebody said earlier, Paige. Somebody said who makes who better. This and the third. I had Kelsey pulled up since you had her mention. I had her career numbers pulled up, right? What she was doing.
God. You gotta
every year.
When you pull up Kelsey Mitchell's numbers, you gotta pull up what kind of team she had.
Bro, look at Kelsey Mitchell's numbers last year when Caitlin was on the bench.
Yeah.
20 crazy. This year is 24. And this year is 24. The year before it was 20. The first year, Caitlin, and matter of fact, Kelsey Mitchell was adding 1 point to her average every year she's been in the league. So she already was getting better. Year one was 12 points. That's rookie year. Year two was 13 points. Okay, year two. Year three was a statistical jump, 17 points. Then the next year, it was a slight dip, 17 still. 18. First year with Aaliyah Boston, 18 points, right? She had 18 the year prior, but 18.4 the year prior before Aaliyah Boston. The year with Aaliyah Boston, 18.2, a slight dip, right? And then first year, Caitlin Clark, a 1 point jump, right? And a 2 point jump in efficiency on her field goal percentage. Then the year without Caitlin Clark, a 1% dip in her field goal percentage, but another 1 point jump in. So she was already getting better. And then full season with Caitlin Clark after Caitlin Clark being better, a 4 point jump and a 5 point jump in field goal percentage. Who was making who better?
Wait a minute. I'm going to turn this on
She
you.
was already getting better. You said it yourself. She was already getting better before
and she took a major statistical jump when she had her PG with her. amazing, not just a 1-point jump. She took a 4-point jump and a 5% jump in field goal percentage. This is the first year she's been 50%.
She also had
all the other years was 44 and
after
42.
3 years.
She also had a better manager and she had better players. Not just Caitlin come into the team as well.
And it's not all due to Caitlin, but she gets the ball when she's open. Because Caitlin be feeding.
Man, most of her points come off ISO. She
Kelsey on the
even
floor
when she's open.
Hey, also 53. Hold up. I also got that pulled up too. 53 of the field goals out of Kelsey Mitchell's 230 was assisted by Caitlin Clark.
Whoa, you know
53
why?
out of
Because
251.
Kelsey Mitchell was coming to the basket to help Clark out when she got double teamed.
75% of her shots are generated by herself.
No, because then there's other people that assisted too. But you can see that on you see that on the website too.
Or
I'll tell you exactly how many of her buckets was assisted because that's on there too. It does tell you exactly.
Yeah, but we don't need to see that. We just need to know what you just told us about her shots being assisted by Caitlin.
Right, 53 out of
the 200 and how
out of
much?
251. 53 out of 251.
So less than 25% of her shots are generated by Caitlin Clark.
And then you have
all right,
assisted
cut it out
3,
now.
9,
Now
4,
you
12,
can cut it
11,
out.
1, 10, 33, 12. I would have to do that quick math, but like out of all percentage of her shots that was assisted by somebody, 12 by Monique, 33 by Aaliyah, 10 by Sophie,
We're not doing by
1 by Dances, 11 by Ty Harris,
we doing
12 by
Caitlin. You didn't say everybody made her better. You said Caitlin made her better. So why are you bringing everybody else?
Yeah, most of the assists that she gets are off of Caitlin. 53, which is still a significant amount.
Well,
Yes,
you know
but
why that's the case?
It's nothing compared to the shots that's not generated by Caitlin Clark. Over 75% of her shots has nothing to do with Caitlin Clark.
I agree.
Would you now if I tell you though, she's got about 60 of her other shots are assisted though. It shows me that she's even though she can ISO, she's a catch and shoot type of player, dog. She excels at catch and shoot.
Catch and shoot.
She excels if about 100 of her shots have been assisted, whether it be off a backdoor cut or a catch and shoot. Out of 251, she's a good catch and shoot. She excels more than trying to ISO. She excels off a catch and shoot, or you know what I mean, getting fed the ball and trying to go get a bucket. But she can ISO.
Yeah,
she can ISO. She can get to it. She's just more efficient when she catch it and she go. Catch and go. She more efficient.
Hey, K-Sab, Bodie up here doing his favorite thing, K-Sab. He causing confusion.
Yeah.
Yo, that's funny. Yo, Wody, you know what's funny? Yo, Wody, that's your show, bro. You gotta have a show called Causing Confusion. That's your show.
Shoot, that might actually be a good idea.
And you could be up there talking about all the 3-point shooting you want. Just shoot it. Shoot it some more. 1 to 9, 1 to 7, keep shooting.
Shoot, you can tell
if you shoot 35%, Sabrina, if you shoot 35%, Sabrina Ionesco, keep shooting. Because the league average is 34. Keep shooting. I remember, I never forget this season. The girl was 1 for 9 or something like that. The girl only made like 2 threes. We were losing.
About to produce that show on a perspective. Hey, Wody, I got you, bro. We're going to produce the show called Causing Confusion.
Yeah.
We're going to fight. I'm going to let you find your audience. Everybody that's like you. No defense, just keep shooting.
I might be hard to find. People like me might be hard to find.
People
that respect Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark, but lean more heavy the other way. I might be hard to find.
Brooke, what color wave is that on the screen? What color wave is that? That looks pretty good.
I forget the name of it.
Poison.
Nah, the poison one
No,
is the
definitely not
white one.
No.
It's not the Barbie because the Barbies is white, all white with the pink. I don't know the
Yeah,
names of these ones.
Yeah,
I
These
don't
ones.
have
that
that one.
that looks fire. That looks fire.
Yeah, these are fire.
I like the
On
black.
another note,
I like the black at the back. That
Yeah.
did y'all
looks.
see these Pharrell jellyfish Adidas? The shit's a glow in the dark. Did y'all see these?
The glow in the dark.
They got Pharrell collabed with Adidas and made a shoe called the jellyfish. It's like chunky shoe, and the shits is like all white, all different colors of white, and it glow in the dark. Like y'all got to see it. It's $300 sneaker. Like if you just want to say, you just call somebody broke with some glow in the dark sneakers, be like, yo, these glow in the dark shoes, yeah, but they 300 though. They 300.
I don't know if I want a $300 glow in the dark shoe.
Right? Tell me you stunting on them without telling me you stunting on them. Like $300 glow in the dark sneakers. Like, I'll wait
Can
till they go
I
on
ask?
sale.
As Atlanta fans, what do you think about what JC is doing at the moment? Because I'm worried because the way she's turning over the ball is confusing me. I wanted to know, like, is she okay what she's doing at the moment, or do you think there needs to be a change in Jordan Canada? I mean, Jordan JC,
Yeah.
because I'm like
So
I'm looking.
You can go, Brooklyn.
yeah, so
Yeah, go Brooke.
I feel like she needs to adjust. So what happened was, if you was watching early in the season, you saw like they was trying to find their chemistry. They didn't really have good chemistry, and so what she did was, Carson Mesco was a big film guy. So what she did was she sat down and she watched film and she figured out, what she can do to be a better point guard to help get her team going better. And then they kind of fixed it. They kind of went on a little run. That's when we went on our run there. And then, so she was playing well at that point, and then we even went on a losing streak. Even through the losing streak, it wasn't her on her; she was still playing well. When we went to the All-Star break, and coming out, it seemed like teams may have adjusted to her the way she's playing and the way the offense is. So now, I think what she got to do is she got to actually readjust again. Sometimes you got to do that in the season. You got to make multiple adjustments. So I think it's time for her to readjust, see how people are playing her, and she has to readjust. So my opinion is this. I said this when the show first started. I said this in the beginning of the show. So what she found successful before, when she was playing well and she readjusted, what she was doing was she was sacrificing her offense and she was just kind of like assisting, and she would get everybody going first, and then she'll pick her spots when she would score. People are kind of playing her for that now. They kind of like don't expect her to try to be aggressive to score, and they like able to wait on the pass, pick it off. So what I think she should do is, what I think Carson Mesco should do is get her going early, right? Because if you're going to be a pass first player, you still got to make people respect you. You got to still make people defend you. If people feel like they don't have to respect your shot, they're not even going to play you for it. And that's what's kind of happening in Jordan Canada right now. They're not even expecting her to be that aggressive. So I think in the first quarter, she has to come out looking to be a scorer just to make people respect her. And then she got to use that gravity to now then find her teammates. So I think that's what she's struggling with right now, is people just kind of figured her out.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
And do you think that I don't know, with the issue a lot of the times is the passing, right? The passing, like today her passing wasn't good. It was not good.
It
Like
hasn't been
she
good
had
since
some
the
bad.
All Star break, though. To your point, it hasn't like.
Yeah,
I think the first game when they played Dallas, she had 6 turnovers, and then the game they played after that, she had
yeah,
6 turnovers. So
seven,
it's so
seven,
after
seven.
7. So after the All Star break, to your point, she just been struggling. So like that's what I said. She need to watch some film, figure out what it is the defense is doing to her, and so she could adjust again. Because like to your point, it ain't just tonight. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
She been struggling.
it's not changing. It's not changing. It's been like 5 games. Like she's been turning
Yeah,
over the ball like crazy.
yeah,
Like
Yeah.
and that if your point guard is doing that, and also she's not good really offensively. She's not really a scorer like that. Right? She's
right.
she's like 12, 12, 15. That's a problem. It's
But
it's a problem. I don't know if she can change that.
hey,
That's my
Clark,
that's
I'm
my issue.
I'm
I don't know if she
Clark,
can change that.
I'm happy that you saying this in front of Wody because Wody think that we don't hold nobody else accountable. So I'm happy that you saying this in front of Wody.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
hear y'all.
yeah.
I hear y'all be on everybody neck. Ryan Howard shooting too much. Alicia Gray got how to play defense. They don't want
Wody
to
think
play
the only
defense.
person we criticize on turnovers is Caitlin. He don't realize like that's just something we don't like in general.
Yeah. I
I hear
mean,
y'all.
shoot, Jordan.
I hear y'all cook the
Yeah.
entire Atlanta Dream team when they lose the game. Where y'all think Cosco Mesco is selling. I hear it. Yo, Jordan Canada need to fall back. Ryan Howard shoot too much. Alicia Gray don't show up against a good team. I hear it. I hear all of it. I hear it. I hear it.
Mm.
But yeah, to your point though, Clark. Yeah, she just got to play better. You know, we hold people accountable. We give people credit when it's time to get them credit. But you know, when it's time to hold them accountable, we hold them accountable. So Jordan Canada she need to adjust. You know,
Yeah,
she
and I
not
think
playing
she
well
needs
right
to
now.
slow
Mm.
down a little bit
Hey,
too, because she's getting
Yeah,
I like
frustrated.
that's a great point, Paige.
that Jordan Canada is up there in the steel leaders. I like they got 3 people in the steel leaders on their team though. I like that.
Word,
And,
Wody
and,
like
She
and
like
something other than
honestly,
three. Yeah, Clark.
I think he's joking. I'm not taking him serious. I'm not taking him all this serious about the Steelers. Um,
no,
but
they really
even
uh
even with Smith, I'm playing with you,
3
Odie.
people on
I'm
the
playing.
team is in the
Um,
steel leaders.
yeah, you're right. But the thing is, with Jordan, even her skills have gone down this last 7 games. She hasn't been really on the skills like that. If you look at the stats, this last 5, 7 games, so my point, here is how many more games are we going to allow her to do what she's been doing? Because she's not giving us like she had 30% on field goals. She had 6 points, zero. She attempted 6 shots, zero. She had to keep on shooting until she had some shots, and she had 30% to, last night. So how many more games are we going to allow her to play like this? Because she's not giving us really points. She's turning over the ball, so assists don't count. Um, and the skills ain't really there like that. So how many more games are you going to say, okay, 1 more game, 2 more games, 3 more games, and she's not producing?
I mean, it sounds like you already got a plan in mind. What, who you like? What you
Who are you
gonna
gonna
bench
put
her?
in that spot though?
No, that's a good question. That's my point. I'm just saying it's a serious problem because if you have Caitlin, like the issue with Caitlin, she holds the ball too much of the game, right? That's one issue. But at least she scores, so she's going to give you some points. With Jordan, she's not going to give you the points like Caitlin, but she's going to give you the assists like Caitlin. a little less. But the turnovers, that's the issue. So
She handed it off
who's
the
gonna
ball
come up?
more.
I,
Yeah.
yeah, that's one of the options. That's what I was thinking. I was thinking, okay, give more time to Ryan and Angel. Give more time to Ryan and
Yeah,
Angel.
you can have Angel like
And
facilitate a little bit more, bringing the ball up, but that would be
but
changing the
but Carl's not
offense
gonna do that.
completely.
Carl's not gonna do that. I don't think Carl's gonna do that. Carl's
Yeah,
not
that's
gonna
what I'm
do that.
saying.
I
That's
don't I
kind
don't
of a
think he's
big
gonna
change.
he's not gonna do
I don't
that.
know. I kind of
But
disagree
I'm
because
I'm
if you've been watching Clark, and I'm sure you have, Angel's been bringing the ball up, right? Like Angel brings the ball
no, I
up.
agree.
She'll
No, I
dribble it up
know
full
that. I
court.
know that.
Ryan been bringing it up. So like all three of them bring it up. I think I'm gonna be honest with you. In my opinion, and again, I could be wrong. This is just how I feel. I think this is a team you gotta realize. Jordan Canada been here at least for the past 2 years. I don't know if she's been longer than that. She might have been here longer than two. But Jordan Canada has been the point guard for the team. And if she's going through a slump, just like any black, like not just this team, any team, if you got your players that you riding with, you kind of gotta go through it with them. You
Mm,
gotta ride through it
Yeah,
with them.
true.
You get what I'm saying?
mm,
But I
Hmm.
do think to
true.
your point on what you're saying is happening. I think Angel, because you gotta realize one thing I will say about Angel, and I think I said this earlier in the show as well. Um, Giving Angel credit, and to your point, what you saying, Clark, ever since Angel got injured when she rolled her ankle and she came back, a few
Mm,
games before the All Star break, Angel been on a heater.
yeah.
Angel's been more aggressive.
Yeah.
She's been grabbing the ball, going up court. So I think it's happening organically. What you're saying is actually happening organically, but at the same time, you can't go completely away from Jordan because
Yeah.
that's your point guard. You can't, you got to kind of, last thing you want to
Mm,
do is take anybody confidence away. You feel what I'm
Yeah, that's
saying?
my
Just
thing
because they're
too.
going
That's
through
what
a
I
mm,
was
slump.
basically saying.
But I do agree with you
mm,
saying she's
mm,
going through a slump right now. She got to play better. I do agree that Angel could be more of a playmaker, right? I agree with all of that. But you still gotta try to get the best out of Canada too, because when she is playing, and then give Jordan Canada some credit, she's played like from this point to the season, like up to this point to the season, she's played better than she didn't. She had more better games than she had bad games, right? So if she's going through a slump right now, to your point, she got to figure it out. Like come on, Jordan, another game, Jordan. Come on, you got to get it together. You know what I mean? But you still, you got to give her some type of credit because she has been playing well most of the season. Now, whatever she's going through, to your point, because you bringing up something I didn't even think about. Maybe it's something mental. You know what I mean? Who knows what's going through with Jordan
mm,
going through right now? It might be something mental. Because to your point, how many games?
mm,
How many games you're gonna have these types of games? You get what I'm saying? So it might be something mental she going through.
mm,
Who knows?
mm. Yeah. Yeah, to your point, I mean, it happened with Young on the Aces, right? Young
Right,
had
happened with Young.
a
You
really
right.
bad start.
Yeah.
She had a really bad
Yeah.
start.
Even last year, I don't know if you
The
remember.
only
I think it.
difference,
Hold on, Clark.
yeah,
Hold on, Clark. I think
go
it
ahead,
might
go
have
ahead.
been last year. If y'all could remember this, didn't Jordan didn't Young have something in the playoffs? I think it might have been an injury or something that we ain't know about or something that she was dealing with. It might have been either last year or the year before last. Y'all remember that? When Jordan,
Yes.
not Jordan I keep saying Jordan Cannon, Jackie Young. Jackie Young was going through something in the play. I forget when it was. It might have been last year or the year before, but I remember
I
that.
think
So
it
it was
was
like,
the year that they lost, if I'm not
yeah, I
mistaken.
think it was that year too. It was like, but it came out like after the fact that she was going through
Yeah.
something. So like sometimes we don't know what to your point, Clark, we don't know what they going through. It might be something physical or mental she going through. We don't know about.
But I feel you, Brooklyn. I do feel you about you know not
Right.
letting the
No
confidence
excuses. To
go
your point,
down,
no
things like
excuses.
that. But how many more games? How many more games? Just give me
Yeah,
a
I
number.
agree with you. I agree with
You
you.
you and Paige. How many more games though? How many more games would you like give to you have to make a change?
When you say
That's
make a
my
change,
question.
what do you
We,
mean? You
we
mean
drop
What do you
venture?
mean by change?
out. Well, Okay. What do I mean by change? I mean you have to sit her down. Like the coaches are there, the teams are there, and say, okay, how are we going to, like, what happened with uh is it the Golden Member from the Aces, or is it, who's on
Are you
the
talking
Aces
about
that had a
Drew
slump?
Lloyd?
Drew Lloyd? You talking about Drew Lloyd?
Drew Lloyd. Yeah, Drew Lloyd. I mean, she had a bit of a long slump, right? But I'm saying that's that's sit down, or she actually came and said, okay, put me on the bench. That's what she said, right? So there has
Yeah.
to be a moment where either the manager and the players, or she comes to the team. There has to be a point where you have to address it, right? That's the first thing. You have to address it, and then there has to be some decision made, because it just can't keep going on and on. It's like you have a really top person in your company, and they're losing money every week. You're
I don't think
losing money.
I
You have
don't
to
think
sit
you
with
will
them
agree with
and
me.
say, okay, you need to go on vacation. You need to go on vacation. Take a break and
I
come
don't
back.
think most I don't think people will probably agree with me, but maybe I just want y'all to understand I'm biased because Jalen Sherrod played for the Liberty. Maybe your solution is letting Jalen Sherrod become the starting point guard. But maybe I'm biased
Uh,
because you played for New York. Just maybe.
maybe. I mean, she
I,
did
I
play
like
well
I
today,
like
but
Sherrod.
I'm.
I like her. I like her. I actually like her. I mean, give her more minutes at least. You can start with
Yeah.
that. Give her more minutes. You know,
Hmm.
cut down Jordan. She can be the start on the starting line, but give Sherrod more minutes, right? Because it's it's not like you're gonna call off the whole team. Just give her more minutes, show her more minutes, and see what, because she's been quite consistent. Like her game, I think it's positive. Her When she comes on, it's positive on the team.
Yeah.
I'll say the last 2 or 3 games.
I agree. We
So
could give her
that's
more
that.
minutes.
Yeah. But yeah, that'll be what I'll do. Sit her down. There has to be a conversation about it. Let's say if it goes on for another 2 games, there has to be some talks. That's what I'll say, because you just can't. You have to you have to address the elephant in the room. Like, you have to address it. So that will be my advice on that one.
Good advice. Good advice. They answered your question in the chat. Somebody said they called expressive pink for the
Yeah.
sneakers.
Oh, nice, nice. I have to check them out.
So, yeah, expressive pink.
Yeah, I don't know if I would take Jordan out that starting lineup though for like locker room and all that. That's just a big change that, the whole team would basically locker room basically, yeah.
Yeah. You always want to keep the chemistry
Yeah,
good
I
on
agree.
your
I agree.
team.
Chemistry.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I think
Yeah.
she should stay on the starting lineup, but I do think perhaps cut her numbers down a little bit after 2 or 3 games, if there's no change.
Yeah.
Give her some time to, like, maybe change a few things, see things a little bit differently or something like that. That's why. But I wouldn't go as far as take her off the starting lineup. I wouldn't go as far as that.
But to answer your question, you said at what point? I feel like after the Aces game when y'all got smacked.
I was
I feel
about to
like
say that
I feel
too.
like that's the point. So I think the point passed.
Yeah. Because you also got to keep Jordan Canada healthy, also. So playing Sherrod would help in that aspect coming up
Yeah.
towards playoffs.
I like Sherrod, like I said.
Hmm.
And the funny thing is though, this is gonna sound well, I don't know how it's gonna sound, but I like Jalen Sherrod because of what Jordan Canada brings though, right? Because obviously we talking about her playing bad right now and what she needs to do better. But when she is playing well, right, the things that she does allows our all stars, Alicia Gray, Angel Reese, Ryan Howard, she allows them to be all stars, right? Because again, she sacrificed herself, which I think, again, I just said a second ago. I think she need to actually be more aggressive now because the defense is starting to play her like she's not going to be aggressive. But the thing that I like that she does is her speed and keeping us in transition, keeping us up tempo, I think is when we at our best. And I think the problem before Jalen Sherrod was getting minutes is when Jordan Canada did go to the bench, we didn't have that, right? Tahina Powell doesn't play the same way Jordan Canada does. She doesn't push the tempo as well, right?
Yeah.
So she comes and she stops at the 3. But with Jalen Sherrod, when Jalen Sherrod is in the game, she's pushing the tempo the same way Jordan Canada is. So I actually really like what Jalen Sherrod brings to the team because she keeps us fast. She keeps us in transition. She allows us to get some of them shots in transition. So I want Jalen Sherrod to continue to get minutes, just to continue to get comfortable, because I think the more and more comfortable she is, the better she's going to be at just feeling confident, being aggressive, and doing different things. My only question is, because I believe Jalen Sherrod is on a developmental contract. So my question is, how many games do we have her? Are we allowed to play her? And then also, when Tahina Powell gets healthy, what happens to the rotation then? Like, are we going to continue to give Jalen Sherrod minutes and play Tahina at the 2? Or is that going to cut into Jalen Sherrod minutes, right? Like, so that's what I'm curious about.
I think Jalen Sherrod is not on a developmental, if I'm not mistaken.
If she's not, then that's amazing because we need her playing. We need her playing.
Is she a rookie? Is Gerard?
Yeah. Nah. She like 2 years in. Like I said, she played for New York.
Yeah, she was a rookie with the Liberty. She won a championship with the Liberty. She was a rookie in 2024. She won a championship with the Liberty.
Yeah, and ended up at the Lynx. She got bounced around, but
she really good. She really good.
She has solid showings here and there. Like she'll show you something once in a blue moon. But I think, yeah, she getting better. She just small like Jordan Canada.
Yo, it's funny. We keep talking about all these point guards, the ones in college. You know, now these point guards in the league. And Chicago want Courtney Vandersloot.
and they're not going to let her go. They're not going to let her go.
Courtney Vandersloot, man.
Chicago.
You know what's funny with some of these vets? They don't know how to go out on top. That's one thing that we got to give Michael Jordan credit for, right? Because a lot of these vets, it's like we love them, and then they find a reason to make you not like them. Like Candace Parker, like you a GOAT. Why you gotta be on a podcast opening your mouth? Like, now I don't like you.
Brooklyn, Jalen Sherrod is on a developmental contract.
Yeah, I thought so. It's her and the other girl. It's two.
Indian, yeah.
Oh yeah, they switched her. They switched, yep.
Man, is there a way we can like switch it for like
yeah,
a Tahina
we would have
Powell
to
be on
cut.
developmental for now?
Put the out in developmental. We would have to cut somebody, and then
you can't just switch it.
Nah, you got to cut them. That's how India got there. We had because India was on a regular contract.
Okay.
And then we cut her for like I forget the hours, like a day or something like that. And then we brought her back on a developmental contract.
Yo, Paige, I just want you to understand.
Sika and then bring her
right,
back.
we can cut Sika Kone, right?
Paige, I just want you to understand how it stirs my soul to hear this man from Brooklyn saying we talking about Atlanta. It does something to my spirit.
Oh my god.
Listen, man. Blame Michael Jordan.
The
Michael-
man lived next to the Barclays Center, and he talking about we.
Listen, Wody. Michael Jordan is the reason I fell in love with basketball. If it wasn't for him, maybe I would have became a Knicks fan, and then I would have been like everybody else. Now I got a roof in my city, but Michael Jordan made me say, "Fuck my city." I'm rooting for Jordan. Huh?
Wasn't Jordan born in Brooklyn? That's what I heard.
That's a fact. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Absolutely. He drank the water.
But if it wasn't for the Bronx,
see, they don't understand that reference.
Yeah, I know they don't.
Uptown, baby. Uptown, baby.
Hey, we gets down, baby.
Down, baby.
Uptown,
All right, so listen, man, we had a great show. Yo, you wanna know what's funny? Y'all gonna like here's something y'all don't realize about the show. I literally be trying to go live for 60 minutes.
Oh my
But the
goodness.
show be so good, I'll be like, all right, I guess I'll stay for another hour. That's how this be happening because when I so I'm monetized now, right? But before I was monetized, I was trying to get my watch hours. So I said, you want to know what? I'm gonna do marathon shows and get my watch hours. So I was doing 5-hour shows on purpose because I'm like, yo, I do a 5-hour show, I get a whole bunch of watch hours, it gets me closer to my goal. So that's what I was doing. So then I got to my goal, by grace of God, I got to my goal. I'm happy. So I'm like, man, I could scale it back now. I could just do like 60 to 90-minute shows. But people was like having so much, it's like a party. We having so much of a and I'm the type of person where I don't want to ruin the magic, right? Like we having a good conversation, cool. I'm with it. So that's what be happening. I'll be looking at the time and I'll be like, all right, we 2 hours in. All right. So, the conversation's all right, damn, we 3 hours in. I'm looking, you know what I mean? And the next thing we 5 hours in, but we had a good show today. We covered a whole bunch of array of topics. I appreciate you guys. We went through all of my topics. Shout out to the Cleveland Sirens, right? The Cleveland Sirens is the new team coming. How y'all feel about that name?
I saw the trailer. It looks good, man. It looks good.
I get
Okay.
it. It's also another reference to that mythology. Is it Greek or Roman? It's another mythology. I think Greek mythology reference. Just like with the Valkyries, the Sirens was like also another one where like things from the sea.
Yeah. I asked because I heard mixed review. Well, not really mixed reviews. Some people earlier said they didn't like it. I like it. So I don't know. So some people, some people nostalgic about the old name. It was the Cleveland Rockers, I think, right?
Yep. Yes, it was. I say go new. Go with something new because I think that Rockers name is kind of.
Rockers is cool and it's nostalgic and it's cool. I like it, but I ain't gonna lie, Sirens, and then even the color, like I like the it's like a nice blue. It looks pretty dope. So I'm rocking with it.
The S, I know it ain't gonna change, but I think it rolled better if you had you dropped the S on the end, the Cleveland Siren. I think it hits a little harder.
Okay. But shout out
I would like to see the mascot.
Right. The mascot.
That'll be interesting to see the mascot.
I mean, it's probably gonna be maybe something because if you look at the name right on the bottom, it got like a little person. So it's probably gonna be something like that, maybe a mermaid or something like that. You see the name Sirens, and you see the bottom of the name.
Yeah, and also if you've seen the trailer, I think it's probably going to be something like the images on the what they showed on the little short video. I
gotta check that out after the show. I didn't see that.
Oh, you haven't seen that? You haven't seen that? Yeah, you have to see that. Check that out.
I bet.
So they've got some images.
I went to the W website. Yeah, it looked like a mermaid. It is a mermaid type thing. Yeah, like
Yeah.
sticking with
That's the
that
mascot.
you
I'm
probably
guessing.
would say.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, they definitely went with that mermaid. So imagine a mermaid mascot out
I'm
here.
listen. I like that color. I'm excited to see what the jerseys and the floor look like. The arena. I
They
like
should go.
that.
Bro, if
I
they go
like
with a
that
blue
blue.
floor, I don't think they could. Everybody got to do brown. But if they could be different, dog. Do like the color. Hold up. Matter of fact, I'm lying. The Atlanta Dream got a gray floor, so why not go with a blue floor? Yeah, go with that sky blue floor, man. Get really like switch it up, make it unique. You know what I'm saying? Make it
That's a
cool.
fact. That's a fact. All right, so we're gonna wrap it up there. I appreciate everybody on my panel coming through. Hey, Clark, you know what I mean? You're welcome, more than welcome to come to the panel. You had great points today. You know, I wish your background was a little better next time. Hopefully, you got better. You in a quieter
Big ups.
place. Yeah, definitely. Big up to you,
I
brother.
will. I will. I will. I
Definitely,
will.
you more than welcome on my panel anytime, Paige. You know you always welcome my panel. You always come through and make it interesting and kick Wody out. Shout out to Mo3. Shout out to my brother Wody, Hot Tracks, and Jonathan Gonzalez and everybody else who graced the panel. I appreciate all you guys, man, and everybody who rocked with us in the chat and people who that always show me support and rock with me. I appreciate all you guys. On that note, I want see all you guys later. Everybody have a good night / morning. You know what I'm saying? And we'll be back on Friday at 11:30. And stay tuned for my pre-recorded show, man. I'm almost got everything I need to do to start recording. I already got the topics. I already got how I want to do it. So I'm just trying to figure out last minute things, and then we're gonna start doing the pre-recorded show, and that's gonna take over for these lives, right? So hopefully, if people enjoy my lives, it's gonna be similar to the lives, but with a little extra stuff added and things of that nature. So, with that said, everybody have a good night. We out.